All right, we're going to jump right into it today. This is a co-working stream, which means we're going to be messy, working on stuff. We're going to be building a virtual machine image, and we're going to script the creation of the image, or the setup of everything on the image. Just make a bash script that you can run on it to turn any baseline image into the image that I want. This is actually better than making a Docker file because you just run it once and it turns your whole system into that state. So we've already got a VMware set up, and I'm going to be setting up the repo to start writing that script. And I'm going to just add to the script as we do each of the commands so we can go back and run that script later. And then we'll take a snapshot of the original, and then we'll go through and we'll apply it at the end. So I am going to be doing a bunch of other small things, a little bit of cleanup and video production and stuff like that. So that's something you can watch as well. All right, so I just got those other videos started. So I am on a brand new empty container using the workspace.skillstack image. So this is github.com/rdbxrob/ws-skillstack, which is a repo right now that also has a container image associated with it. And one of the reasons I want to make a script for this is so that I can maintain a container image as well as a virtual machine that has the same exact stuff on it without having to overthink it every time. So that's the point, the goal here. And that really can't be accomplished without writing a script. If I were to make a Docker file, I couldn't make a virtual machine out of it using it that way. So I actually have to recreate a few things on this machine. This is a bare image with no personalization on my part. So I'm going to be editing stuff in GitHub repos. So I have to recreate my structure for managing things. So what I have is a repos directory with a capital R. I don't know why I did that, but I could probably make it a lowercase r. The capital makes me remember that it's like one of the main, directories. And then I'm going to go into repos. And then make a directory called github.com. And inside of that, we're going to make a directory. I could have done make-p. I know. I'm going to do rdbxrob. And I cd into rdbxrob. And I can now clone the repo that I'm talking about. So there's a couple of repos I need to clone here. One of them is my Zet repo so that I can actually make notes in Zettelkasten. And but let's first of all clone the main repo where I'm going to be taking the notes about and writing the script. So we're going to say gh repo clone ws-skillstack. And that should give us a SKILSTAK image. All right, so now we have this SKILSTAK image repo, and you can see that the license is pretty quick start. SKILSTAK quick start Linux image. And we're going to make both a container image and a virtual machine image. So for right now, these instructions are for the container, but eventually those instructions are going to be for how to make a VM as well. So we're going to say, let's just make a build script, shall we? Build. And so this actually should only be run on a Linux machine, so I can use bin bash, which bash, yeah, I think that's a symlink actually. I don't know, maybe not. Looks like they're more or less identical. Yep, they are. It's the same binary. Why didn't they use a hard link there? That's interesting. Okay. So we're going to do that. I mean, you could use either one, or you could use your local NVM, but that's not normally a thing you would do because that would only be if you were installing on some different kind of OS that didn't have bash in the right place. In this case, it's just designed to be built from a specific version of Ubuntu or whatever. So user bin bash. I think that's the official place. I don't know. Let's ask. Where is the official path to the bash binary? How do I do Linux binary bin? Find the path from the current binary. Nope. Find location of the bash command binary. Which program name? Yeah, I think this is fine. Okay, so I'm trying to see if there's another official way to do that. So let's just put a little preamble. Let's see. This script assumes a fresh Ubuntu Linux, a fresh Ubuntu Linux operating system running on AMD. I guess we almost don't even need that. Oh, yes, we do, because we're going to be pulling down binary code. You know what we could do instead is we could do a go install. Why would I run that? Jakey, I love all your super noob suggestions. I'm going to try to make this so it'll run on AMD or ARM. I don't think that there's any specific architecture. We might be able to make it so it actually detects the underlying architecture. So let's do that. So first thing you need to do is sudo, let's see, fresh Ubuntu Linux operating system. Assume the fresh operating system and requires running as root sudo. Okay, so let's try that. Again, I'm going to be putting commands here that actually, let's assume that it's running as the root user because they could log in as root and they don't have a user account name. No, that's a stupid command. But why would I do that? I'm using terminal only. Only noobs use graphic user interfaces. This script assumes a fresh Ubuntu Linux system and requires running as root. What I'm trying to decide whether I want to assume that they're going to log in as root or do sudo. Basically, do I want to have them build the initial user account or not? Okay, so Linux operating system requires running as root. A fresh Linux operating system with at least one user created who has admin privileges The script must be run as root sudo build. All right, so now we need to check to see if we are the user. I was pissed. I was really pissed yesterday. Did you watch that video? Yeah. Do you think I want to like set? I mean, I lost several days because of WSL. Did I spell it wrong? Whoopsie. Yeah, I was really upset about it. Every time I trust WSL, I get fucked. So when stuff fucks me over, I get pissed. I lose time. I lose energy. Everybody else loses time and energy. They're like, why didn't you know this in advance? Native Ubuntu is fantastic. Look, if you can run a native, we talked about this. I guess I'm going to have to pull this up again. We already did this, but so the first step is to run Ubuntu Linux Server in a VMware virtual machine and connect to it with SSH with no desktop environment. Step 1. WSL is technically not proprietary, but yeah. And by the way, I was trusting Docker Desktop. I wasn't directly trusting WSL. I was trusting Docker Desktop to do the right thing. The only reason I use WSL is because Docker Desktop installed it, period. I didn't install it. In fact, I uninstalled it. And then I installed Docker Desktop and it's like, we need it. I'm going to install it. I'm like, fine. And then that fucked me. So because Docker Desktop and Podman Desktop have a dependency on WSL, I can never use them again on Windows because they're broken because they have a WSL dependency. We're not doing a pro. Go read it. If you want to know what's in the boost, go read it. SKILSTAK.io. And then go read the boost overview, and you can see. I think Cgo and Bash, and that's it. Cgo, Python, and Bash, I think, is all. And we're not going to cover them completely. We're just giving you a taste. Yarn and npm? No, I don't do anything with Node anymore unless I have to. People who use Node are asking for disaster. Just ask all the companies that are migrating off of it as fast as they can. npm was always a bad decision. It was always bad. That's a very unpopular opinion. I don't give a shit. That's the truth. So we're going to be building some stuff. I'm just telling you right now, I'm in a fucking horrible mood. And the fact that I have to do this is not fun. So I'm going to be very negative today. And I'm just warning you in advance. If you don't want negativity, you probably don't want to watch me today. And I'm not going to say anything further about that. What companies are migrating? I don't know. Just do a casual search for yourself. Do your own fucking research. So, yeah, I don't know. Do a Google search for ask the companies that are migrating to go from Node, or what's wrong with Node. Maybe you should do a Google search for what's wrong with Node and watch the creator of Node shoot it down in a convention given to Node developers called 10 Things I Hate About Node. Before you go fanboying about the thing, maybe you should do a little bit of fucking research to understand what the creator of Node actually thinks about it and all his greatest regrets about the language. But no, people just want to follow their favorite Twitch streamer down the rabbit hole of irrelevance and insecurity. Node is responsible for the fucking largest worms in the history of the internet. I'm done talking about Node. All right, move on. It's going to be easy for you to troll me right now, so I don't want to read chat. I'm not reading chat for a while. I'm just going to... The chat's right here. You're here with me. But, yeah. So there. This is what you should do. Install Linux server on a VMware server with it and get to it with SSH. Then install Linux Mint on a desktop. I don't want to fight about distros. Linux Cinnamon is hands down the best distro, period. The most stable, the best, the easiest to use, and the most standardized. Red Hat server, VM host. Red Hat is undisputed leader in operating system for on bare metal at the enterprise level. So you might as well install Red Hat server and create a VM host which has lots of oomph so that it can actually do it. All right, so we're going to fire up our VM now and get going with this. We already have the VM created, and we snapshotted an image so we can snap back to that image. We're not going to be jumping back and forth between images all the time. Depending on how long it takes to do that. I don't know how long it's going to take to use the... Why I'm using VMware? Because VMware is the only stable, production-ready virtual machine on the planet. If you want to use other shit that will break on you, fine. Just don't tell me about it and don't complain. Resume the virtual machine. Okay, here we go. So let's see here. We have scan for virtual machines. No, we don't do that. I want to see where the other snapshots are. Here we go. Snapshot, connect to SSH, take snapshot, revert to snapshot. I don't remember seeing this before. Connect using SSH. I don't remember seeing this. I don't. Damn. That's cool. That's a new thing. They didn't have that before. They must have added that in 1.17. They must have. Yeah, I think they added that in 1.17. That's super cool. That is super cool. I got to remember that when I tell people. I don't know if that's going to be in the player. Does anybody know? Does anybody have VMware Player? Yeah. Yeah, Jakey, shut the fuck up. You had to make it political, really? Did you really have to do that? Bye, piece of shit. This is, I can't click on the, here, you want it? Here's your Joe Biden moment right here. That's the Joe Biden moment. Can't click on your name to ban you. Have fun making jokes about irrelevant shit. You know how you know a real idiot? When they make jokes about shutdown-C and RM-RF and don't know that that's been blocked for the last 10 years because they don't know how to practice doing it in a container because they have no fucking idea what a container is. Have fun. All right, so let's go on to the next thing. So let's go to all right, so this server is already up. We already have SSH configured. So I'm going to start a new server. I mean a new window, sorry. And then we're going to SSH to it. Now, it does not have a specific IP address yet. I probably want to set up the reserve IP address in my... I mean, for right now, I'll just use the 192 stuff. 168.1.200. So, there we go. Oh, wow, that's home. I'm sorry. It's 22. So, we don't have an RWX over there, so let's do user at. And password is password. Clear. Okay, so this is a pristine system right here, other than the history, which I'm gonna definitely need to clean out on occasion, because I want to make the account as clean as possible. Yeah. Networking on VMware. We haven't had a problem with VMware so far. Oracle is not. Yes, you don't use VirtualBox. I don't want to talk about it. VirtualBox is a disaster. They released official. That I don't want to talk about VirtualBox. I've talked. If you really want to know about that, go watch something else. VirtualBox. If you use VirtualBox, you will regret it. I promise you. That is, if you're a power user. If you're not, if you're just a noob, you'll be fine. You won't ever hit the same problems. But if you can't get networking to work in VMware, then you're probably a noob. Let's go ahead and minimize this so we don't have to use it all the time. So we're going to do SSH into... What I'm trying to decide is what thing is first and how to do this. So I could copy the file over here and just rerun it. Why don't we do that? Let's sudo su dash, and we're going to write the script as we go. Okay. Yeah. So we're going to write the script as we go. That's going to create this thing. Do we have tmux over here? Oh my God. We have tmux by default? Holy shit. Since when did they start adding tmux to the default image by default? That's two defaults. I'm blown away by that. tmux got added to the official version. Yeah. That is very surprising. Did tmux get added to default Ubuntu image? Latest tmux on Ubuntu. It's only using tmux on Ubuntu 20. See, it wasn't on 20. And 22 it got added, so it's a default. Wow, that's super cute, cool. What am I using? What are you talking about? What am I using? What do you specifically do you mean? I'm using tmux, I'm using links. I'm using terminal Windows preview. And it sounds like we're getting more beginners than usual today. I think it's because of the holiday coming up and because people are out for the summer. We're getting more people in the chat that have never seen the channel before. I'm really sorry if today I'm kind of a grumpy Gus. I am using VMware Pro right now, Workstation Pro at the moment. But see, it's like, what are you talking about though? Oh, are you talking about whether I was using VirtualBox or VMware? I'm using VMware Workstation Pro, and I just upgraded, paid my $100 to get 17 yesterday. Do you need that? No. You just if you're just a beginner, you should just use VMware Player for free, and then yeah, get roasted, noobs. LVG, welcome. Thank you for being here. We have a non-noob in the house, at least one. All right, so we're going to write the script while we do this. I was going to have to write the script to install tmux, so that's like one thing I don't have to do. So now I just have to configure tmux, which makes me very happy. Another thing, too, is that Vim is here by default. So what we really need to be sure of is what did I install? And I installed the latest Ubuntu server image. And it came with Vim. This is the ISO image. This is not the minimized image. So I'm kind of glad. It has tmux on it. It has Vim on it. I assume it has man on it. So we don't have to do that. It needs to be customized. Shit, this is fantastic. These videos are already on YouTube, yes. And the script is always on GitHub, yes. Those are kind of like no-brainers. I do that every time anyway. There's some license keys for VMware Workstation Pro in the wild. Yeah, that's up to you. I'm not going to judge you if you do, but that's up to you. Yeah. Yeah. So every single thing I do is on YouTube. Yeah. Yesterday's is uploading right now, actually. Yesterday's stuff is uploading to YouTube right now. So, Damn, I'm kind of stunned that all of this awesome stuff is already here. Um, okay, there's something we have to put in there. So we're running 8.2 Vim. Damn. 22. I gotta tell you, Ubuntu 22 is like really taking it up a notch. So yeah, if you're a brand new person and you want to catch up and you have time, somebody do exclamation point boost. Go to skillstack.io and start doing the beginner boost. If you're brand new and you don't want me to yell at you, because I'm kind of in co-working, I'm crunched for time because I want to do this before, and I'm just grumpy today. I don't know why. I'm just really really grumpy today. I am grumpy. Go to SKILSTAK, SKILSTA. Go there, and you won't have that problem. And then go to the beginner boost. Click on beginner boost. Welcome to the beginner boost, and read about that and do that. And there's tons of videos for you to already watch. There's 8 weeks of video you can go watch right now if you're looking for something to do besides, ask me what I'm doing. How can I access VMware on Facebook? No, it's not the minimal one. I think this was the ISO image. I'm actually, you know what? I'm gonna go take a moment to take notes about which one I'm actually using because I'm gonna put a link in here actually to the exact to the latest image because this is fucking amazing. So I installed Ubuntu Linux from source ISO, and there's a video about that uploading right now that I did yesterday. I did download now. No. I did download, get Ubuntu server, install Ubuntu. No. Wait. No, that's multipass. You can't do that. I did this. I did manual server installation, download server LTS, and this downloads the ISO, which it's in my downloads folder. I still have that in there somewhere. So, yeah. Give me a second here. So it's in downloads. This is my Windows machine. It looks like Linux. It's actually Windows. Let me prove it to you. There you go. So I downloaded Ubuntu 22.04 live server. I'm going to put in my notes the 22.04 or higher. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm taking notes so somebody else can build their own if they want. And I want to do that before, so I have to put that there because 22.00 does not have tmux and vim in it, so I would have to install vim. Yeah, I'm going to do the check. Yeah, LBG, I was already planning that, so we're on the same page. We're on the same page there. Yep. At least one user created admin privileges. The script assumes a fresh Ubuntu Linux server operating system. We're not going to assume that they've installed the SSHD daemon. And SSHD server already installed, which is an option during ISO installation. I'm not going to install SSH. I'm going to assume that's there. Yeah. Is it OpenSSH? What's the package for that? I think it's OpenSSH, right? I'm trying to figure out. You know what? I should probably put it in there. I should probably put it in there anyway. Because you need the CA. You need the. I think you need the root CA package, or the CA whatever certificates package as well as SSHD. It's not just OpenSSH. I don't think. I kind of want to put the package name. Is it? Yeah. Server and client. Yeah. I mean, I guess we could kind of detect if it's there. Don't use NAT, of course. Use bridged, of course. Just don't use NAT. I've never used NAT. Use bridged. Problem solved. You know what? That's something you can change too. I used to think that was something you couldn't change. You actually can change it. Damn, we are so close to having everything we already need here. Like the main things anyway. So, wow, I almost don't even need to do anything. I mean, we need to do apt update and apt upgrade. I already did this, but we're going to do it anyway. So, date, we're going to do set-e. Do we want to do CE? Or do we want to do CE? Or just E? Update. Upgrade. Believe it or not, you still might have to do an apt update after that. Am I going to remove snaps? No. No, I'm still leaving the snap infrastructure. I'm just not going to use it. Because somebody might want a snap. I don't. But snap is a part of Ubuntu. There's just no way around it. I hate it. I fucking hate it. But I mean, I guess we could. I mean, no, because there's going to be at least one person who's going to come into this image and want to be able to use snap to install something. Because there is stuff that can't be installed without anything but snap. Yeah. Oh, to auto accept. Good idea. Good idea. I know that's upgrade -y. By the way, you know you're not supposed to use apt, right? I forgot about that. You're not supposed to use apt. You're supposed to use apt, the full one. What is it? I can't even remember. You're not supposed to use apt. Zipped. You ordered mine this morning? Nice, Scott. Apt-get, yeah. You guys know why? Let me read this to you. I'm gonna read you the man page. I still have to do an apt-get, yeah. So check it. I'm gonna read you the actual man page where it says this. App provides high-level camera information. It is intended for end-user interface, enable some options better suited for interactive usage. Two more specialized tools. Here it is right here. Its man page is intended for end-user interface and all such blah, blah, blah. That's not it. Where is it? There's a warning. There's a warning. It doesn't... Where's the warning? Did they get rid of it? Here we go. Script usage and differences from other app tools. The app command line is designed for end user and should change behavior between versions. While it tries not to break backward compatibility, it is not guaranteed. All features of app are available in dedicated tools like apt-get and apt-cache. App just changes the default. So you should prefer using these commands, potentially with some additional options enabled in your scripts, as they are kept for backward compatibility. In other words, if you're putting apt in a script, you're doing it wrong. You're doing it against the use of apt as defined in a specific section to tell you not to do it in the man page. People do it all the time. Aptitude probably shouldn't use the script, yeah. But that nobody knows that. They don't know that. They put apt in there, just like I did, because you're so used to typing it, right? So you want to use apt-get there. How many times have you seen a Docker file that's got apt in it and not apt-get? I guarantee you, if you go on the internet on GitHub, you'll see a ton of them. Anyway, and they probably still work and will for a long time. Boy, I really don't know where to start. We've got tmux. Let's make a list here. Let's make a list. So I'm going to put a list here. Already installed with base image. I don't need to put this over here. I guess we could just keep it on one line. Vim bash vim edvim man tmux. No, they're not going to have links on there, but I mean, that's it. I mean, that's a lot. I'm not interested about the output. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. It should not go in a script, though, in my opinion. Let's go make sure that I'm not lying. Yep. I don't think there is a version tag for ed. Nope. No! All right. So ed is the one that's hard for people to get out of. So ed is there. God, what else do we need? We just need to put the bash RC file in there, and then the pretty stuff. What I want to know is, should we put fishies and stuff on there? We probably should. But if we do, I mean, it doesn't make the image that much bigger for that fun stuff. This is supposed to be fun, so I think we should set up the default Etsy scale. No, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's customize the default user, but let's not fuck with Etsy scale. You see what I mean? Because if we mess with Etsy scale, then all of the customizations that we want to teach them are already going to be there. If we put it in the default user and root, then when they log in, it'll be nice and pretty and stuff. But then when they want to like go out of their comfort zone, they could add a new user and go configure that user. And then that way, all the new users will have the standard base stuff that comes with Ubuntu. I think that's what we need to do. That's different than how I did the workspace image. The workspace image, the container-based image that I made, actually puts all that stuff in Etsy scale so that every new user gets all that configuration by default. And that is not... I think what I want to do is I want to not mess with the image as much as possible, other than for the base user, so that they have the option to still use the same image to practice on configuring and stuff. So let's do that. That means that, yeah, I mean, God, we really don't need to do much more than that. We need to let's just brainstorm what other stuff is needed. Already installed the base image. We'll put a thing here. Installed by this script. 1, 2, 3, 4. Um, I think it will keep, yeah. I have a script that does it, yeah. Well, one of the things I do want to set up is Go. I mean, arguments could be made to do both, you know. You could make arguments either way. Yeah. What? The image is going to be big anyway. It's going to be more than 4 gig. Are you talking about the Go install? Yeah. Oh, I mean, what we could do is we could. I'm really, really on the fence about this because they could just install Go, right? I'm not sure that they have to install anything. I think the only thing we need to do is customize the bash RC, tmux RC links, and the login environment for user. So it's fun. So they have a fun experience. And that stuff is all very lightweight. That's not going to take any space at all. So that when they first log in, they get color and it's kind of fun and they're excited and blah, blah, blah. They can have the fishies and stuff, which is nothing. I mean, I have to install Perl for that, but so I think the Perl's on here already. Did they get rid of it? Let's go check. No, they got Perl. They're... Yep. They're still... Perl 5. 534. I love that they'll never, ever, ever go to 6 now. They broke 6. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time with this decision. Launch the crypto miner. I think. I mean, it's not that. Look, the Go. We want to keep the image small, right? So. Snapshots don't get saved with the image, do they? Do they? Anybody know? Do... I mean, if they did, I could see a benefit of it. We're going to be down like a lot faster than I thought because we don't have to do any other configuration. I don't have permission. Oh yeah, fuck you. Best practice for using VMware snapshots. Snapshot export. Import a VM snapshot and another VM so I can export. I can only export a VM to the template. Saving snapshots in vSphere, however, it seems a little bit of use. Yes, this is work in vSphere and how to use them. Take a snapshot of virtual machine. Procedure of the vSphere client, navigate virtual machine and click the snapshots. The take snapshot dialog box opens in our name. Snapshot files limitations. The virtual disk file will become read-only. Well, you take the VMDK, right? There's a thing. VMware has the thing, if I remember right, it's like save image or something. Yeah. I think you just take the VMDK image, right? And say, do you want to import a VMDK? I think that's how I've been doing it in the past, but I think there's another thing you can do that will like do extra things to it because it has like a magic number or something in it. I have tarred the VM file in the past, but there are problems with that, and I don't know if they're gone. They're probably gone now. When I used to do it, though, if you try to put on a different system, there would be magic numbers and stuff that wouldn't work out, and so you couldn't just tar the thing. And I think there's a process for that. How to export a snapshot in VMware without losing data. Right-click on the VM name and select Snapshot Manager. The pop snapshot click this target. Click clone. There you go. That's it. Click clone to clone a virtual machine wizard. That's it. And then when you do the cloning, it asks you if you want to make it so that it's independent or not. There's a couple selections you have to pick. If you pick the wrong thing, it won't work unless it's also on the same system with the original clone. It's a weird thing. There's something that makes a unique identifier that allows it to just be used anywhere. We're going to get to the clone process in a second, but we're not there yet. What I'm trying to decide right now, quite simply, is what to install in here. And honestly, what I want to do is see what version of their apt is in Go. And I don't want to install it and screw up my system and then have to back it out. So if it turns out that installing Go on the system is just sudo apt install Go, I'm not going to put it in the image because Go's got a pretty fast progress rate, and we can let them just do sudo apt to get it, you know? And if we do that, where's my VMware? Oh, here we go. So if we do that, where's VMware? Where are you? I should close this one. Close. So if we do that, I'm going to take a snapshot right now, and then I'm going to snap back this snapshot and then throw it away because I'm going to install Go to see what's up. I'm going to take another snapshot. This is something you only get from Workstation Pro. So that's a snapshot. Yeah, and now I can snap back, and now I can do my install. So I'm going to go to here and sudo apt install Go. I think it's Golang. I am not snap installing that. There we go. So this is a lot of stuff. 145 megabytes. And Python, we need to put Python on here too, right? So I think Python might be here already. Let's try that. They're on 1.18. Shit. I mean, showing them how to do an official Go install is probably worth doing. I think that's worth it. But I mean, part of the reason I'm doing CGO and Python is because I want to help people set up their development environments. So this space, 641 meg, 641 meg of disk. Seriously, that's a lot. That's a lot. So Go version 1.18. I mean, 1.18 is by far the oldest one you should ever, the newest one, the oldest one you should ever use because that has generics and everything in it. There's everything before 1.18 and there's everything after. Go is a totally different language after 1.18. It also has any instead of the unnamed interface. What I'm trying to decide is whether we want them to go through this. I'm trying to decide whether we should go through the steps of installing and setting up Go in the Boost or as a part of practicing your administrative skills. Or should we install it so it's already there? Yeah, I can't believe they didn't. So I think you mean you go 1.20, I think is what you mean. And then the question is whether, so my impression of installing Go is that they should use the formal install and they should practice untarring. And let me show you how to do that, by the way. So that you would cd into user, and then you would curl down. This is what we would have them do in the boost, because they're going to use commands that they don't know. But are these commands that they want to be able to use, or should they? This is the thing. How much do we want them to learn in the boost, right? Do we want to just be able to use Go and assume it's already been installed in the boost? You know, what level of knowledge should they have at this level? Or should we be, I mean, they already know how to apt install something. That's it, right? And we need to show them how to apt install. That's a pretty basic thing. But do we want to show them how to untar things? Do we want to show them how to, you know, put things in the right directory? So when they have to learn permissions in order to make things executable. So how much of that is like admin-y kind of level, and how much of it is beginner level? And that's my struggle right now, is to determine that. If you go to the official Golang website, it will tell you to get started. The way you do it is you download the source here, and 1.20 whatever. So you download that source. Actually, this is what we would have to show them how to do. 1.18. They can just use apt install. I think you might be right, because that would be a practice to do apt install. But the official way to install Go is an advanced Go topic? Probably, right? And we're just supposed to be giving them a taste in the boost for us. We're not supposed to be like, and also, do we want to teach them curl commands? I'm thinking we probably want to cover curl commands. Curl is pretty basic for getting files, right? So I think they need to learn curl. So this is the proper way. This is the way to install Go officially. So xvf xzvf Go, whatever, and it'll put all of Go on here, and then you say which Go version is still using 1.18. That's interesting. Did I put it in the wrong place? I did. I think I put it in the wrong place. I'm pretty sure I did. And delete the cell. Yeah, I thought about doing that. Yeah. View installation documentation. So there you go. User local Go. User local. Turn it to user local. I put it in the wrong place. Move Go to user local. CD to user. And then, but then you have to go to the path, right? So let me have Go 20. All right, so no, I mean, you have to add user local Go to your path. Do not untar the archive into an existing Go tree. This is a known produce broken Go installation, so add it to your path. I mean, these things are all basics. These are complete basics for updating your path. That's a basic user thing. I kind of like installing this from Tarball because the steps to do this are not covered in any other thing that we do. There's nothing in the boost that uses curl. There's nothing in the boost that talks about curl versus wget. There's nothing that uses tar, frankly. There's nothing that untars to a directory. So, wouldn't you agree that managing your path is part of basic user Linux usage? I think it is, right? I mean, we're definitely going to talk about it when we talk about the bash RC file. So this is all just to say that when we talk about sampling Go, we're going to say, look, this is, you can either install it this way or you can install it this way, and then we're going to install it the hard way. And then while we're installing it the hard way, we're going to learn a few skills. We're going to learn about curl and wget and all of that. So I think that's the way to go. Get it? Now, the downside of that is that if somebody just wants to use the image and start coding in Go, they won't be able to. They'll have to install Go on there. And frankly, they should. If you're going to be a Go developer, you should know that. Hardware is building from source, yes, which you can also do, by the way. Yeah, it's actually not that bad. Yeah, building from source. All right, so that was a good thing to do. We're actually I'm gonna exit the server, and I am gonna flash it back. I'm gonna flash back to the previous snapshot. Revert to snapshot 2. Yes, I want to revert to snapshot 2. All right, so now we should have a system that does not have Go on it. Quite frankly, I can revert all the way back to the initial one because we haven't done anything on the system. We just did the apt upgrade and stuff, and that was already there. So I'm going to go all the way back to the base image. Install libvirt gen2 and then build and compile together. All right, so we're going back to this. This is a pristine image. I almost don't even want to log into it until I know what I'm going to do because I don't want to tank the history in it and stuff. Right? It's got a nice pristine image. I'm glad we have that base image. So yeah, we actually don't need to do apt-get updated apt-get. That does not need to be done. But I'm still going to put that on there. So, and that would be installed by the script. Installed by user when needed. We're going to say go Python. Are we going to use which C are we going to use? I think we're going to use GCC. Yeah. I know CLang is the new hotness, but GCC is documented in the books that I use for C coding, so we'll use GCC. Installed by the script. I don't think we need to install anything in the script. Slash home root slash root and user. The script is in the reference operating system with a user named user with admin privileges. God, I think we're going to be done. I am so glad. It's going to be so easy because I already have setup scripts for this written. So I just have to go get those. Yeah. God, I really don't know what else we need. I really don't know what else we need. All we need is the bash. We need links. Yeah. Bash RC. Tmux. Is it .rc? I don't remember. Oh, .conf. Tmux.conf. vimrc, bashrc, vimrc, tmux.conf, and we're not going to install containers on here, or are we? That's a good question. Yeah. I mean, that's really the main ones. bashrc, vimrc, tmux.conf, links, rc. Oh, we need, what else? We need input. What is it? Let's look at bash logout. Directory colors. dir colors. Dot input rc. Dot ssh, no. Dot profile, no. Actually, I think we need that profile for it to hand off. Yep. Dot profile. What else? Sudo as admin successful. I think we need we need vimrc and .vim because that's got the plugin set up in it. We don't need to preload the Vim plugins. Or actually, you know what? That might be a good idea. Because Vimgo is a pain in the ass to install. Yeah, I don't know. Should we put that in there? That would only be for Go development. Yeah. We need to have them do Go install binaries when they're going to use Go. So that's built into the vimrc, but it's not run by default. So that would be a thing to do. That's it. GH and keg. Oh, we need to install the GH tool. Yes. That definitely needs to be installed. I don't even know how to do that though. I don't. I don't remember how to install GH. Actually, I have an installer. Now that I take it back, I take that all back. I actually have a .files installer. cd gh repo clone dot cd install cd ubuntu vd install gh. Yeah, you have to add. You have to, it doesn't, I hope it comes by default now. Should we test it and see? Let's test it and see. Let's actually go back to snapshot. Let's go to snapshot 2. Yes. All right, so I want to see what happens if I sudo apt install the GH tool. Damn, it found it. Oh my god, that's fantastic. That is fantastic. GH auth login. Nice. All right, so what version is it? GH. Does it have issue develop? It does. It's 2.4. I think it has it. Yeah. No, it doesn't have it. Damn it. We want to get the latest. It doesn't have develop. It's good enough though. I think 2.7 has develop. You do GH issue develop -c, and it will actually make a branch and everything. It's super cool. However, it does have the API, the repos. We're not going to have to update the packages or anything. So that is great news. That is great news. Damn. Yeah, we don't need to do that anymore. So I think we should have them do that install. I do. GH git, is git on there by default? I don't remember. It is. Shit. This is awesome. I have not had to do very much at all. Honestly, all I'm really going to have to do is give them their color, and that's it. That's super great. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. If they apt install GCC, then that will give them all their developer tools. So we're not going to need to do anything more than that. How about shell check? I have a feeling that that can be installed too. We have a shell check? No? Sudo apt install shell check. I don't even need a script. This is so cool. I'm just going to write the notes. Yep, shell check it knows about. Kazooie? What the hell? 16 meg just for shell check. Again, these are things that they can do without inflating the image. So I am going to keep the image small. All right, so I don't know why that's having trouble. This should not have trouble. I wonder if DNS is, I wonder if my network's broke again. Anyway, so I probably screwed my network up. Shell check, SHFMT. Actually, I need to start making SHFMT work with my VMRC. I might spend the rest of the time doing that. We've been having kind of a debate at work about whether to use SHFMT for our shell scripts because it forces things to have tabs. And we've done about a day's worth of research looking at code bases. We looked at the Linux code base. We looked at init. We looked at everything to see how much stuff has tabs and how much has spaces in the actual shell code. And so that we're probably going to end up going with SHFMT as a CI/CD linter and formatter for all of our shell code, bash or shell. So so that's the thing. I guess, okay. So SHFMT. I'm going to throw this one away. So let's see here. So if we do, we have shell check, sudo apt install shfmt. Tab, okay. SHFMT will do auto formatting if you have your VMRC set up correctly. I deleted that code from mine because SHFMT actually can make unnecessarily long lines into annoying it basically it takes any line return and it will like blow it out, but I need to go check that again. So that's not related to this task other than knowing whether we need to put it on here. So that's a thing. They don't need to install GH. Shit. This script doesn't even need to install those things, actually. We don't, that's, if we're just copying those files over, we do not have to do shit. Yeah, we do not have to do anything. So this is just going to be notes. I'm not going to even need a script. GH git go python gcc shell check shell how many you want to say that shfmt. Let's go through. I mean, we probably want to put .local bin, right? So we want to put .local bin, and you know, we could put user local. Do we want to install user local games? Actually, no, we don't, because it's just going to bloat it unnecessarily. Everybody wants the fishies, though. They always do. So I think if we gave him one, I'm trying to decide how many of my cool little shell scripts to give them, and I'm starting to think we should do less and less, because most people are not going to want them all. They are kind of fun, but you know, copying them over might be something that we would write a shell script for. Actually, let's do that. Let's make a shell script that we could write a shell script that uses curl to pull in a thing, right? Put it in the right place. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's not install any of those scripts. Let's not install them all. Let's actually use those as opportunities to. One of the biggest problems with using the terminal is getting software onto the terminal. In fact, it's probably the single biggest problem with terminal-based Linux is people are like, well, how do I put my stuff on the system? And so they really, really have to get good with curl and wget and SCP and sometimes rsync. If they don't do that, then they have a hard time getting those files. So we need to have we need to have those. We need to have people doing that a lot. And that means that during the boost, we need to use curl to pull down files more than once, you know, several times as a user. That's not an admin task. That's a user thing to do, right? We're also going to make a user local bin. what I'm discovering is there's not a lot of customization that we need to do here that we can't have people do. Once they have the sudo apt upgrade stuff, they should be good to go with the rest, with regard to the rest of it. And if they're using an image, then they can save it, and it's not going to be ephemeral like in containers. So, damn, I think, you know what? We don't even really need to put this stuff in there. We just need to show. This goes back to the original goal, which was to show them how to customize a vanilla Unix system and do their own customizations and why they would need to add those things. So if I change all of this to down here, right, then there's really no need. There's no need. So, and at that point, we're done. We're like literally done. I just have to push. The only difference now is that, do we want to have them go through their own ISO install like we did yesterday? Or do we want them, do we want to take them through how to install their own, or do we want to have them use an SSH? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if they have a player, they have to download a VMware image, right? I still think we should probably put an image out there for them to use. But I'm not so sure that that image needs to be anything other than this. Right? I'm not so sure that it needs to be, because they need to know about sudo su dash. Yeah. I think that that's the way to go. In fact, let's try that. I want to see, how would I have them get it? If that's true, then we can just have them grab bash rc from me directly. Yeah. Grabbing a single file off GitHub is a pretty standard task. You need to be able to know how to do that. So we should, instead of like installing it, we should show them how to get the file. So go to dot, and then if they go to the bash rc, we need to install links. The links rc too. All right, so we go to bash rc, right? And so here's the file, and we click on raw. Let's actually copy the raw link. Is that going to copy the whole raw file? We don't want to do that. Actually, they could do that. We could practice showing them how to make the file. Yeah. Install, right click, paste away 5 kilobytes. Yes. Damn. Dad, the VMRC did really good with pasting that too. That was cool. Exec bash -l. Shit. Oh my god. Git was on there by default. Can you believe that? Yeah. I seriously, I don't think we need to do any further customization, because it's more important that they learn how to grab stuff from dot files and put that into their own system than it is for it to already be there, because that's a learning opportunity. It's a learning opportunity to go do that. I didn't even have to curl this. I just clicked on copy raw file. That's new. That was not there before. But if I want to link to it, close symbols panel. If I want to link to this file, I click on raw, and if you want to do, I'm going to show them the other way to get that. The other way to get that would be this. Curl dash L0, which you always want to do. And then we want to make it bash rc. ls-l vi.bash rc. Boom. That's it. We don't need to install it. We don't need to install it. Exec bash-l. Yeah. We can do the same thing with vimrc. I mean, copying over your bash RC and your vimrc is like super important that you know how to do that, right? Now, the vim directory itself is a little bit trickier. So make directory.vim, cd.vim, and that's a little harder to do because that does have a plugin in it, if I remember right. I just want to make sure I can do this. This is such, I'm so glad we're going through this. I'm actually going to be done here in a half an hour or so. I'll be able to move on to other things because I don't have to make this image. We just need to put this image up and compress it or whatever and then put it up. Because it's more important that we go over how they can grab the stuff that they want. And then we're going to encourage them to explore my dot files and other people's dot files. And we're going to focus on teaching them how to get those files and put them in their own image. Because that is something they will do forever. They will be doing it all the time. It's more important that we do that a few times than it is I have all this fun stuff there automatically. Plus, it's a reward because as soon as they install the Fishies program and get it to work, they can say, hey, I made that work. Right? So and I don't have to make the decision about whether they think 256 colors or Fishies or age of is useful. They can make their own decisions about that. Oh, I'm so happy. I am so happy I went through this. It's almost like it was meant to be because, yeah, it really is. So if I go here, I'm going to go try this with the .vim directory, which is a different thing. It's a little bit harder to populate that. So that's false inside sort errors. Oh, this is in dot, right? Bash RC, git config, profile, DCO, go mod setup. Git ignore, git config, colors of vim directory. All right, so vimrc, we have that already. Oh, vim autoload, that's right. This is the key. This is the one that gets you the Vim plugin. Yeah. This gets you, yeah. Curl, Vim autoload, create directories. I didn't know you could do create directories with curl. I didn't know that. Damn. I did not know you could do create directories with curl. So I'm learning something. All right. I mean that's phenomenal. That is just so phenomenal to me. So yeah, they don't need to do any of that other stuff. So I mean literally there's nothing that needs to be installed. Links, they need to install links. Links RC, duck, they're going to want to install duck. I think it's important that we do that installation of that and we talk about what's going on in the script because that's the whole point is learning, shell scripting and stuff. So I think that's how we want to do this. And we're going to set up the aliases for that. I actually want to set up the GPT thing too, which is great because I just saved a ton of time today. I'm going to be able to put that time into making a GPG command line query tool, which is not that hard at all. Especially if you use something like DuckDuckGo or links. I mean, if you use text-based browsing, it probably works already. I don't even think you need to make a REST API query. I think you can just use links. Bash ed vim man tmux git. Yeah, I mean that is really it. That is really it. Fishies, colors. what's cool about this is we don't have to add anything until we need it. So like when we go to use it, it'll, when we're doing the boost, we're like, oh, I don't have that. Then we can like actually be reminded that we don't have it and go through the steps to install it. So to reinstall that and re-educate that. So links, I mean, that's it. That's it. It's just, the boost is not that complicated. So, shall take SMT, SSH. Yeah, I mean, that's it. It's got everything. It has this SSH client already on it. So the question I have now is, I mean, this is now a very legitimate question. Do we have them go through the installer together? Does anybody out there only have the VMware Player? What I'm considering doing is actually, I'm right on the fence about having them install their own, because then they can choose the memory constraints and they don't have to waste time downloading a big ass image. Does that make sense? And that way I could show the that they would be 100% independent if we do that. If I make them depend on some SKILSTAK pre-created image that is uploaded to Google Drive or some shit, then I'm creating a dependency on SKILSTAK that I don't want. And that this is something over the years that I've discovered you got to be really careful for. It's like when I was running a server of my own and everybody SSH'd into the server, I was building a dependency on that server, and they're like, oh, can I still have access after I leave SKILSTAK? Because they had never learned how to run their own system. And then I changed. It was like 3 years in, and I changed to say, you have to install Linux on your own server, on your own laptop, so you know what you're doing. And they were completely independent after that. They could do the thing. It's really important that you build completely independent people. This is why I hate for education tools. Any tools out there that are for education, that are this web browser that teaches them the terminal and shell, it doesn't teach them how to get Linux and use it. It just teaches them how to use a Linux command line shell, which is valuable. But I go back and forth. I'm like teetering. If you're not going to customize the image, then I think teaching them how to do from a blank makes sense. I think so, Chris. I think you're right. This is why I'm thinking about this, because so far there's literally nothing on. There's nothing special going on this image that we are not going to install together. So why not install the very image itself together? You know what I mean? I mean, it's going to take a little time to do that on screen, but we can go through the process. The other thing that's great about that is it's timely. So like every year, Ubuntu is going to come out with a new image, and they are going to have different parameters when they go through the installation. But if I handhold somebody through the installation of the ISO image, which is for noobs, as everybody was giving me shit about that yesterday, it definitely is a for noobs process. But if you don't know how to do it, then when you go to try to do it with QEMU or some other thing, it also gives us the opportunity to talk about virtual machines and talk about VMware versus VirtualBox and QEMU and all that as we're going through the install. We're waiting for the installation to happen. So I think that is the new direction. And the thing I like about that is that is a very permanent direction. That's something I can do forever. It's very related. The only difference between that and installing on hardware is the USB stick. Think about that for a second. Right? Now, and Mint, right? I mean, if they wanted to install server on a laptop, which is a bad idea, right? Frankly, they could. So yeah. So we're going back here to this to say Ubuntu Linux Server and a VMware Linux Mint Cinnamon on a cheap laptop. You know what's really cool about that is I can actually show them how to do that. Install Linux Mint Cinnamon specifically on a cheap laptop. I can do that. Then we can actually have 3 boosts. We could have 3 boosts. What do we want to call this? We call this the beginner boost. And this is homelab init. Homelab init. That's the name of this. How come it's not? Oh, there we go. Homelab init. Do. This needs to cover networking too better. Yeah. I don't even think we need to call this a boost anymore. This is just homelab init. Homelab init. What should we call the... I mean, we could just call the boost the boost. The boost is a boost. I've been calling it the beginner boost. But the beginner boost, homelab init. I think homelab is going to have kubectl and Docker and all kinds of shit on there. I don't know what to call this. Linux Mint Cinnamon. What should we call that? That's like, I like this idea of having like 3 stages, because then we can make sure to cover it all. Yeah. And this is, I think we probably need to do Docker here. I think we need to use Docker on this step. I don't think we need to use Docker on Ubuntu Linux Server VM. This is just learning the terminal and getting good. This one is like, I have a laptop and I can use Docker on it and blah, blah, blah. I think that probably needs to be kind of like a power user sort of thing. I'm tempted to use Docker and Podman for the beginner boost, because actually I do think we still need to cover it. I think we still need to cover using it, right? And that means, how do we install Podman, right? And Docker and containers and all that. But it'll be a lot easier because we can do apt install. Oh my God. Yeah, it's going to be super easy. Check it. Yeah, we're going to be able to do... Wait. Damn it. Oh. Yeah, look at that, 113 megabytes. This would be such a bloated image. It's going to be so much better to have them download the ISO image and go through the installation, because their download times are going to be faster and everything, and they can pause the video and stuff, right? So yeah, that's definitely the way to go. Now, there's going to be some people, well, if they can't get that, they can't get anything, right? Podman machine list. Podman machine. Start init. Executable file not found. Damn. Why does it want QEMU? Interesting. That's cool, because we can talk about QEMU. It's going to do QEMU because it's already a VM. Shit, I would not have guessed that. Install QEMU. So this is good to test. But we're done. Our work is done. I ended up not having to make an image after all, because we're just going to install image together. Executable not find a path. What are you talking about? QEMU. Oh. Are you fucking kidding me? QEMU system x86-64. Uh-oh. Oh my God. Look at all that stuff that's needed for Podman. 398 megabytes. Wow. This is good though, because we need to know how big to make the initial image. You know what I'm saying? So we should probably go through this. Yeah. I think the 10 gigabytes isn't going to cover it. But it won't matter anymore because it's going to be up to them. And we're going to say don't use less than whatever, right? That's another thing that's good about helping them do their own installation is if they're on a machine that's only got 4 gigabytes of RAM, then they probably don't want to put us, they don't want to, I mean, we were having to kind of do that in advance, so we don't have to do that anymore. So, Podman machine, I don't even know if this is going to work. Downloading VM image for Fedora CoreOS, Chemo QCow. Holy shit, it's adding another 640 megabytes of RAM just to run Podman. What? Watch this like run out of space. Yeah. Wow. It's funny because Podman uses the Fedora CoreOS schema image. Yeah. Yeah, this is really good news. This is stuff that we have to do anyway, but I'm really glad we went through this. I don't know how long this is going to take. After this, I think we're pretty much done. The only thing left for me to do today on this task is to make sure that our recommendations about disk space and memory is going to be good. And so far, we're using an image that's only 2 gigabytes of RAM. What's our stats on this? I need to go check it again. So this is currently at what? How much host RAM should be the system be able to reserve for virtual machines? Oh wait, this is different. That's not what I'm talking about. VM manage. I think we have to pause it to see the settings. Maybe not. I don't know. Let's go see. All right. So this only has 1 gig of RAM, and it's working. This only has 1 gig of RAM, 2 processors, 10 gig hard drive. It's like bare minimum bridged USB control. Again, we need to tell them to use. This is another thing too. A reason that we need to go through the development. Somebody on the stream already said that they couldn't get VMware to work because they couldn't get networking to work. And that was probably because they didn't have the bridge network adapter, because that is something you have to do even if you download an image versus downloading an ISO to install. Either way, you got to get your network stuff right, which argues to make sure to go through the installation and set up a virtual machine together, because they're going to miss that stuff, so they can understand all of these things. So that is going to be this Saturday. This Saturday, since it's all fresh on my brain, this Saturday we're going to download and install Ubuntu server into a virtual machine, and we're going to do that in under 2 hours, so that they can do that. And that's going to be the new normal. Anybody who already knows how to do it can do it. They can pause the video. They can give me shit about it if they want, and I can tell them why I'm doing it. But yeah, so Podman, I'm super interested if I can even run my WS image. Podman, run it. God, make directory shared. Podman, run it -v shared. / shared with shared, and I mean, we don't need anything else. We can just unless we can put a web server on there or something. Actually, because this is a virtual machine, because this is a virtual machine, it will be accessible from the network, so we could actually put websites and stuff on there. We couldn't have done that with the Podman networking before. Oh my God, that is such a big deal. That is a huge deal. There's at least 5 major reasons to use a virtual machine instead of a container for the boost. that have come out of the last 2 days. And that is a huge one, because that means that they can actually run they could run a pod, or a Docker container or something that's got a web browser in it, and we could practice doing web development on a local container. Yeah. So at the end of the boost, we're going to do develop your own website, right? And during that time, we can actually use an Nginx container to start up a web server that can help them preview. There's already browser sync, which is a different tool, which they can also use. But if we wanted to, we could actually show them a proper server and use Podman to run the server. And that's pretty standard skill across the board. I mean, that's a little past beginner level, but whatever. So ghcr /ws skillstack -- hostname boost -- name boost. So this is going to pull a 2 gigabyte image down, and I don't know how well it's going to do with that, since we only have 10 gigabytes total on this machine. This is why I'm doing it. I want to blow this machine up. I can always revert it. Another advantage of virtual machines. Yeah, look, we ran out of space. Yeah. We ran out of space. I thought we might. Yep. Okay, so I think we at least want 20 gig. I think we at least want 20 gig. Because, yeah. Let's do this. So this thing, let's go power this off. Power off. Yes. And we're going to bump the hard disk. You know what we should do? We should show them how to do that too. Actually, no, I don't think you can do that unless... I don't think you can change the disk space in Player. The hard part about this is I have Workstation, so I'm not going to be able to show people what they have in Player or not. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to be able to go through the Player stuff and change that. Come back just to reuse to reclaim unused space. Defrag. Expand disk capacity. Uh-oh. We can't do it. Why not? Do we need to do it to a snapshot? I think we need to do it to a snapshot. Just suspend and snapshot files will be stored. Okay, yeah. Hardware. What are we running on right now? Oh, because we have we're doing like a boost or something. Edit virtual machine settings. Hard drive. Why? Have snapshots cannot be expanded. What? Oh my God, that is so important. Disks in virtual machines that have snapshots cannot be expanded. You must either remove the snapshot or use the VMware converter. Wow, I'm glad we hit that. I'm glad we hit that. That is a big deal. Huh. That argues even more that we should go through the installation procedure together. Yeah. So yeah, yeah. And we definitely don't want to skimp on disk space because we want that. Player doesn't let you do snapshots as well, as far as I know anyway. I don't think it does. Can I do VMware Player snapshots? I think you can. How to take a snapshot of your workstation Player for free. Back up the VM files first. You must copy and paste in the VM. Shut down your VM. Close the VM workstation. Additionally, change for the thing. Copy the. Oh, they're just having them copy the files. All right, so. Yeah. Anybody to take a snapshot? Preservation of it. While users with paid subscription can enjoy the feature in VMware, those with free version are blocked from taking snapshots. However, there's an easy workaround. It takes time and management, but it works. When you take a snapshot, it's essentially a backup of the data of the state of the machine. We're going to just do that. But manually, there are 2 steps for process. First, again, another reason to have git bash, right? For taking backup. Second, adding it as a separate virtual machine of VMware Workstation Player. Backup all the VM files. Locate the VM. First, you must paste the VM files in the backup folder. Here's the steps. Shut it down. Go to the activity monitor. Settings, hard disk. All the data is stored. Read over the location, file explorer, control A, to make a thing. Now make a directory anywhere on your disk and name it conveniently VM snapshot. The cool thing about that is we can do all of that on disk using git bash, using our bash commands. Oh my god, this is just working out so well for me. It's just working out so well. Because I'm actually showing, this is another reason to run git bash on Windows, because it's going to make all the commands easier. So virtual machines, we don't want VirtualBox videos. We want, where does it write them by default? I guess we're going to find out. Cancel. View. I mean, it tells you right here, using file. Users Rob downloads Ubuntu Live Server the ISO image. That's not it. We need to learn. Oh no, that's the SATA. It's still got that mounted. VM manage settings. Hard drive. Okay, hard drive is in users, Rob documents, virtual machines. Okay, so it's under virtual machines. All right, let's go in there. So CD documents, CD virtual machines, and there we go. So let's actually test this. Let's, I mean, the beginner boost image has already been, it's got snapshots in it, so that's what I was afraid. I'm going to snapshot this. We're going to exit this. It's not running, so exit. And we're going to take a snapshot really quick. Copy -R SKILSTAK Beginner Boost to copy. Now that's going to take a while because it's, I should probably do a -B on this. Should we do a dash? Isn't it -B that shows you the progress? I'm going to try it. What is it? Which one is it? Damn, that was a lot of disk space. I'm trying to, whoops. I'm trying to find the I want it to print oh yeah, explain what's being done. There we go. All right, so copy -VR SKILSTAK whatever to boost copy. There we go. vmem. Oh my god, it's saving the snapshots as well. That's why it's so big. What I'm trying to get at is when we show how to do snapshots, I should not use the workstation snapshot ability. I should use this method and show people how to do this. You can tarball the thing too, and that works as well. I think snapshots are smaller in memory and disk space than copying the whole MVMDK, but it should still work. You know what I mean? I hope I don't run out of disk space, like actual disk space. I'll stop streaming. My stream will stop if that happens. Yeah. VMem. That needs to be a backup. Player file, open and navigate to location of a VM backup. From the settings, etc. All right, so how much memory is this saving? Is this saving 10 gigs of memory? I don't have that much space. I don't have that. It's saving VM. That's like shit. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have that kind of space, man. We don't, because we've got 405. Look at that. 3 gig just for that one. Snapshots is 1 gig. 1 gig of RAM. 1 gig of RAM. Yeah. I mean, it copied all of the other stuff, though. The VMX, the VMXF file. I don't even know if these files are going to exist in unless you have workstations. So that's the thing. I don't know. I know the VMDK is the main one. I don't think you need the other ones. I don't think you need that. In fact, let's see what workstation does when it makes a backup. Yeah, I think if we do VMware, it has a backup function. So let's see what it actually does. You can't do that in Player, but if I'm going to go here and I say manage, upload, clone, change hardware, snapshot manager, which I don't really need snapshot 2 anymore. I am here. Oh. Let's do this. Delete. Yes. So we took one base image. This was after the install. This was a clean install. So there's no reason to even have that. Yeah. If I get rid of it, though, I don't know what will exist. Show auto protect snapshots. Keep, clone, delete. See if I clone it. You cannot make a clone of a virtual image or snapshot that is powered on or suspended. I don't think it is on. It's powered off. What VMs do I have that are on? Power snapshot manage. Wait, where's my main? Oh, here we go. Wait, Anton's still here too? Nice. Beginner Boost. Yeah, I'm yeah, I'm wondering what to do with this now. Okay, so you are not on manage snapshots. Snapshot manager. clone. You cannot make a clone of a virtual machine or snapshot that is powered on or suspended. It's not on. I don't think. Hi there. So, let's do this. Let's say, boost copy. I don't know why it thinks it's still on. I don't know why it thinks it's still on. We're not connected to it. That's a bug. Again, definitely a bug. Home. Connect remote server. Create a virtual machine. Anton. Yay, Anton. SKILSTAK Beginner Boost. It thinks it's on for some reason, which I wonder if that's because I copied it. I can't clone it. Oh wow, now it works. Well, that's weird. That was really weird. Yeah. Under the snapshot thing, the snapshot manager, I went to clone it and it said no. Oh, okay. I have to clone the most recent one. This one, that one is suspended, I guess. Oh, that explains it. Okay, so that image was suspended. It wasn't turned off. Oh, wow. Okay, so, okay, good to know. Next, the current state in the virtual machine, creating a link, an existing snapshot. Okay. I didn't know you could take snapshots in powered off or powered on mode. I didn't know that. That's important. Creating a linked clone. A linked clone is a reference to the original virtual machine, requires less disk space. However, it cannot run without access to the original. Nope. Create a full clone. Next. Clone of the SKILSTAK Beginner Boost. This is literally just a copy. And what we're doing is we're going to see what files get copied over. Assuming I have enough disk space for that. I might not. That's the problem. I might run out of actual disk space for this machine, the streaming machine. So it seems like it's okay. Wow, that was fast. All right, so let's cheat. Cheating's always good, right? So, CD into documents, CD into virtual machines, and in here we have clone of SKILSTAK. Let's go see what's in there. And now we have the clone, the NVRAM, the VMDSD, the VMX, the VMX lock file, the VMXF, and the VMDK. So I don't know that those are files that I could have copied over. That's what I want to know. So if I were to do SKILSTAK Boost, what files do we have here? We have the, yeah, we have this, the LVK, the VMXF. All right, so we have NVRAM. Is there an NVRAM? No, there's not. There's just a mem. Oh, there is one. Okay. There's an NVRAM. There's a VMSD. VMSD. There's a VMX. VMX. There is the LCK file. The VMXF file. And a VMDK. So technically we should be able to create a clone by just copying those files. Let me do it one more time. Clone. All right, so I need to need to write about this. I need to write about this. All right, so to create a clone without VMware Workstation, this should be in a Z. This should not be in this notes file, but whatever. All right, so first is turn power off the virtual machine. To find the location of the virtual machine files. 3, copy the following file, the files with following suffixes to own directory. And that turns out to be awesome. Let's go to, we're going to go to, I mean, we already did that part. So let's see. So we have the ls clone. So we need to go to SKILSTAK Beginner Boost and VRAM. So we need NVRAM VSD. Oh, whoops. Wait, I already had one of those. I already have one. All right, here we go. NVRAM VMSD VMX VMX.lk VMXF XF and VMDK. Yeah. The VMDK is the actual disk drive. So what I want to know is if I can actually do this by hand before I tell people how to do it. So let's attempt that. So let's say, let's do that. Let's say RF, we're going to remove this clone and we're going to remove the boost copy. All right, now we're going to copy those out. We're going to say make directory boost copy, and we're going to copy each file as is. So the NVRAM copy, SKILSTAK star.nvram. There's only one. So into boost copy, ls boost copy. I'm going to copy SKILSTAK star.vmsd into boost copy, VMX VMX star into boost copy. Oh, whoops. All right, let's boost copy and VMXF. I think I got the VMXF, yeah. And the VMDK, which is the big one. Yeah. So VMDK into boost copy. This is file directory. Oh, whoops. That was weird. VMDK Okay. That one's going to take a bit because that's the actual hard drive. So let's see how long that takes. I hope we don't lose disk space. We should be fine though. All right, so wait for that to work. And then we're going to play it up. We're going to play it. I think I have a copy of the old player here, right? So that's going to be our test, is I'm going to start it with the player instead. These things are all uploading still. All right. All right, so that copied. Now let's see if we can actually start the player doing it. ls boost copy. So let's see if that will actually start using the player. Wait, I had it already. It was like a thing. It was like right there. There it is. VMware Player. All right, so here is VMware Workstation Player 17. This is like a licensed version of it. So I can't actually test the one that's not licensed because I already have a license. So open a virtual machine. Go to Documents, Virtual Machines, Boost Copy. There we go. SKILSTAK Beginner Boost. I think that's the VMDK. Oh, it might be the VMX file. Okay. So open that and see what happens. It doesn't seem happy. Take ownership. The virtual machine appears to be in use. Oh, it's because of the log file. If the virtual machine is not in use, press take ownership. Yes, take ownership. Fail to open the virtual machine, take ownership. The virtual machine failed. The virtual machine uses the vacation request computer. Huh. How is it being used by my host computer? Exit workstation. Oh, there we go. No virtual machines running. Exit workstation. All right, let's try it again. Open a new virtual machine. It's thinking about it. Oh my God, it worked. It worked. Powered off, 1 gig, workstation, 17 virtual image. Edit virtual machine settings. So if you want to bump the RAM up, you can. And you can name it something else. Damn, this is cool. Found boost snapshot. This file is required to power on this virtual machine as specified location. Damn, I was afraid of this. I was afraid of this. If you save snapshots in Workstation, then you can't use the simple cloning process. Those snapshots have to be involved, have to be in it. That is a bad thing. That is very bad. That means that thou shalt not make snapshots using Workstation for others to use if you plan on doing it, because I can't use the simple method of copying out the snapshot. We're not going to do that anyway because we're going to do a baseline install. So I just wanted to see how close I could get. And I'm going to go ahead and try to make a new virtual machine with VMware Player really quick to see if I can do this on the stream. I am going to take a quick break though, so here's some music. All right, I'm back. A little bit of lunch, a little bit of coffee, a little bit of caffeine. Not too much, enough. A little bit of good music. We're back. So one last thing I want to test before we decide to do this on Saturday and move on to other things. I'll actually be able to do probably some work with the Go releaser and I'll probably be able to start building up my own workstation image again. I already have Anton built, but I don't know if I want to keep Anton or not. We're gonna decide on that. So I'll do that. So the two things I'm going to do for the rest of the day today until about 5 is I'm going to install Ubuntu Server from scratch using VMware Player. I can't install the free player because I can't have the 17 workstation player and the free player at the same time. I assume the interface is the same. If anybody out there wants to help me right now and you have time, like maybe you're off school for summer or something, and you don't have virtual VMware installed and you want to test this with me before we do it on Saturday, I could really use your help. Right now, what I need to know from other people is whether the free version of VMware Workstation is going to behave the same way that I'm about to use it. So that if I put this in a video, it's not going to confuse people. They're not going to be like, why can't I don't have that button, blah, blah, blah. And if that turns out to be true, I mean, another thing I could do is I can install a different Windows workstation and put it on there or whatever. But yeah, I don't think that I can download the free player and run it separately from Windows Workstation Player. But let's make sure of that first, right? So the instruction that I would be giving would be go get the free version of VMware Player, free version, and download VMware Workstation Player. Buy the commercial license, VMware Workstation Player. Actually, there's a difference between the VMware Workstation Player and the VMware Player. There are two different things, and I don't know what they are. The free version of the player is actually hard to find. They don't want people to use it. They want you to buy something. So it's going to be hard to find it. But we should go through the steps anyway, because this is going to be something we're going to have them do on Saturday. So SQL, RabbitMQ, no, Cloud and Edge. Search the screen for player. This is another reason to do this every year, because it changes. There we go. See, VMware Desktop Hypervisor, Fusion for Mac. I have that. But is this the free one, right? So let's see if it is. I am guessing it's not. Guess it must be. All right, so this is the free one. So let's download Workstation Player. Download for free. So, okay, so it's officially called Workstation Player. All right, that's good to know. The cool thing about that is that I already have that. So the same, I seriously doubt that mine is going to look different, significantly different. It does have a convoluted site, doesn't it, Matt? So yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is the one to use. Player educational discount for University College, blah, blah, blah. If you're going to buy, I'm going to say this on Saturday too, but if you're going to buy this, you should buy Workstation Pro. It's only $50 more. And it's like the full thing, right? Education Solutions, that's an incredible place for VMware virtualization. Hell yeah. Tech specs. This is CPU, 1.3 gigahertz, 2 gig of RAM. Windows 10 is what we have. Okay, Workstation Pro. Generally supported operating systems, okay. Hyper-V enabled host, we don't need that. VM Fusion V and Workstation Pro. All right, so we're going to download Workstation Player. Actually, I already have it. So, I mean, the one I have is going to be the same application. The only difference is mine has a license key applied to it. So, Workstation Player to play Game of Thrones. Video files on a VM. No, I don't think you would play that anyway. I mean, that's not the point, but you can do that stuff. Yeah, you can do all of that. So anyway, let's find VMware Player, and we're gonna go ahead and do the install. So create a new virtual machine. Install from disk, install disk image. We're going to go grab the downloads of Ubuntu Server 22. Let's see, Ubuntu 64-bit Server 22. To use easy install, insert the first disk of the set. I want to install the operating system later. No, we're going to do that. Next, we could call it, I'm going to call mine my Anton 2. How about that? Should we call it Anton 2? I think we already have an Anton 2. No, we don't. All right, we'll call it Anton 2. And actually, I'm going to use this one. Yeah, because I'm going to use it. Actually, no, back. Let's just call it Boost. I mean, you can call it really anything because it's not just for the beginner boost. You can use this on after this, right? I'm going to say Boost Test. I'm going to call it Boost Test. Actually, you know what? I'm going to call mine Boost 2023 because I'm going to make a new one every year. You see what I mean? Yeah, Boost 2023. So I'm going to make mine called Boost 2023. You can call it whatever you want. So next, 20 gigs RAM, of disk. We're going to keep that because we want to use containers at least once. Storage disk in a single file. This really doesn't matter. With very large disk. We're going to not do that. So we'll click next. Customize hardware. Yes. All right. So we're going to do some hardware customization. We do not need a printer. Remove that. We actually do not need a sound card. Remove that. A USB controller. You really don't need it. We're going to remove that. We definitely want to change NAT to bridged, which is something people forget to do all the time. Replicate physical network connection state. I don't even know what that means. I don't know what that means. How do I know? I don't know what that means. Why not? Why wouldn't you do that? Okay, let's try it. If network is connected, connect. If not, don't. If network is connected, connected. If not, don't connect. So independent networking. Bridge over NAT. Bridge, we're going to talk about on Saturday, but bridge means that the computer you're building. So if you're doing this, either way, it's virtual, right? It's not a real machine. So bridged means it's like you're making a pretend ghost machine that's sitting next to the host machine on the same network. NAT means you're making a machine that lives inside of the host machine, as if the host machine were, say, your house, right? So just like any other machines inside your house, those are all on the same network, but they're protected from the internet. So it's like, that's what NATing is. So NAT is when, so that turns your host machine into kind of a little home network itself, encapsulated. And that's fine and safe and everything, but you don't want that because you want to be able to SSH from your laptop or from any place else into your virtual machine as if it were just another computer on your network. So that's what Bridge does. It's very important you change that. If your VMware workstation is installed on a laptop or mobile device, you may want to consider replicate on a laptop or mobile device. Then you may want to reconsider. Under Bridge network option is selected, the IP address of the virtual machine is automatically renewed as you move from one wired or wireless network to another. Shouldn't that be the way we would want it to be, though? Wouldn't we want it to be... Yeah, it's okay. I want it to be as close to a real computer on the network as anything, which means that if I am on a laptop and I move to a new network, I want it to grab the IP from that network. I want it to have a new IP, if that makes sense. So I think I do want to replicate the physical connection state. I think I actually do want that based on your description, but thank you for filling me in on that. God, I love having a Twitch stream that knows what they're talking about. So So let's, we have 2 processors, 4 gig RAM. We're just going to keep the recommended settings. If you don't have enough RAM, you can turn that down. That is pretty small, so we're just going to keep the defaults. And we're going to say close. And never knows what I'm talking about. What are you talking about? Never knows what you're talking about. Oh, you never know what we are talking about? I moved from workstation to Hyper-V, and I'm so happy for doing it. I don't want to start a war over it. Why would you use Hyper-V? You can't run that on a Mac. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday. Yeah, and yeah. So, but I see what you're saying. People should still learn how to use VMware Workstation. I think they should still learn it. All right, so let's click on finish on this one. And this is gonna start up an ISO image. I finished installing. I don't understand this down here. Click in the virtual screen to send keystrokes. Install Ubuntu on your physical, as you would on a physical computer. When you're done the operating system, click I finished installing. Sometimes I've noticed that if you mess with the screen right here and resize, that it can mess up your stuff. So we're not going to do that. We're going to just do this one. Yeah. So, I mean, using Kimu, using Hyper-V, all that stuff is super cool and important, but not to an absolute beginner. So, yeah. We clicked enter and we're not seeing anything. This is what I was talking about. So, this is taking way too long. It normally doesn't take this long. Am I running anything over here that I should be turning off? I don't think I am. I don't think I am. Nope, just this one. Did I pause it or something? Oh, there we go. Whoa, it resized the screen automatically. That's interesting. It didn't do that the other time. It did not do that last time. The screens are always a problem. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's large enough. That's readable during the boost, right? So, I'm going to edit your bash or C. No, we're going to do that together. Yep. Update to the new installer. Handling Subiquity. You have to be on the network, of course. Yeah, we're going to be done with this anytime. It's going to go very quickly, actually. So, again, this is the reason I like installing Ubuntu Server for beginners, because it's so straightforward. Seriously, it is like really, really easy to install it compared to Red Hat and some of the other ones. For a beginner, this is the easiest server installation to install for beginners, I swear to God. These steps, I don't even really need to talk through them. Yeah, Ubuntu Server is IBM. Yeah, IBM script Red Hat. Yeah. To be fair, yeah. Debian is great too, but the installer sucks. Look, you can disagree, but the installer for beginners is horrible. You want beginners to have a really painless experience on their first server installation. I mean, just installing a VM period is a pain in the ass for somebody who's never done it, right? So you can put your actual user here. I'm going to put user. We could say boost. Actually, let's say boost 2024. 3. Is it 23 or 24? I can't remember. Did I name it 24, the other one? I did, didn't I? Oh, no, good. I'm not a complete moron. Password. You know what? I really love, too, that they make password enabled SSH on by default. I love that. Hey, Red Hat guy. I'm going to tell you your personal stuff. Yeah, I mean, look, if Red Hat, you guys saw my chart, right? If you want to get good with Linux and stuff like this, in my opinion, if you want the fastest way to get good, start by installing VMware Ubuntu Server on VMware. Start playing with it on your computer today, because you don't have to do anything for that. That's all free. You can do that without buying any hardware. Then buy like a $200, $400 cheap ass laptop and put Linux Mint Cinnamon on there. And then you can mess around. If you don't want Cinnamon, fine. Pick a different one. Pick favorite, put Arch on there, whatever you want, right? Go to the laptop. That's the next level. And then the next level is get yourself an actual server host. And, it's got 12 plus cores, 56 RAM. And if I were you, I'd put Red Hat on there, because Red Hat, Rocky, whatever, because then you're going to get experience with a different distro that's used in the enterprise, even if you don't like it. Even if you don't like Red Hat, you're going to be maintaining Red Hat if you're going to go down the server route. So it is worth installing it and learning Yum and learning all RPM, all of that jazz. Because then you've got exposure to Linux as a desktop, right? If you want to, on your laptop, you can put Arch on your laptop. I mean, if you really want to have fun, you could put Arch on your laptop. You could have a Ubuntu server in a VM, because the Ubuntu server likes to live in VMs and containers. That's where it's happiest, or in the cloud, right? And then you have Red Hat, which is the predominant, host OS on which all the other stuff runs. So the big ass enterprises out there usually put SUSE or Red Hat on their servers. So I would put Red Hat or SUSE, and then you're getting exposure to 3 different Linux OSs. At the same time that you're experiencing Linux in different ways. And then on top of all of that, of course, you'd have Podman installed so that you could run Alpine and BusyBox and any of those kind of things. You could run BSD Unix under QEMU emulation on your server if you want to. You can do all kinds of cool things. In fact, that would be really fun. That would be a fun project. It would be fun to run FreeBSD, FreeBSD under QEMU emulation on your homelab server. That would be some good times there. And plus, you could also do that and see, well, how is BSD different than, how is BSD Unix different than Linux? They're not the same, right? And you could get exposure to a wide range of things in your lab. So that's my best recommendation at this point, for how to go about doing things. We're not going to do SSH identities, although we could actually. No, we don't need this. I'm trying to decide whether we should have them do this, because if they've already got SSH installed, they could just go grab the public keys from that account. I'm going to try that, because everybody who's doing the boost has already got a GitHub account, right? So what they could do, they would still have to add the public key to their key ring. I mean, to their SSH config directory. And so SSH keys and authorize. Well, absolutely. Yeah, but we're doing that. You can't use GitHub without it, right? Actually, if we do this, then the server will be pre-configured to use. You know what? No, we need to have them specifically add their own authorized keys file. I think we need to go through the steps for that. I agree. And that is a beginner thing. That's a user thing. That's not an admin thing. So I'm going to say no to that and use password-based authentication initially, and then show them how to change that when we get into SSH. That'll also help them understand how to use Git and GitHub. That is a huge hurdle, by the way, to a 10-year-old to be able to do that. Setting up SSH keys is one of the biggest hurdles to making Linux, easy for people. God damn, there's like a lot of things there. Snap crafters, are you kidding me? etcd mosquito, no. Docker, no. No, we're not using any of that. Don't need any of that. Again, we're pretending to help beginners here. So this is actually going a lot faster than it did yesterday. Yesterday, you know what? I think it's because we gave it more RAM. We were stingy with the RAM and CPU last time, and it feels like it's going a lot faster today from yesterday. It does feel like it's going faster. Yeah, SSH and authorized keys file is one of the biggest. I remember that feeling like really, really when the first time ever, which was decades ago, that I managed my own SSH keys. I thought I was the biggest hacker ever just for getting SSH to work. Because I was like, I'm using SSH. Sure. Look, I set up my own authorized keys file. I just did my own SSH keygen. It's like it has this kind of like, man, I'm badass feeling because there's no easy way to do it. It's you got to just dive into the terminal commands, and you're like, well, what's a key? God, it's just if you've never had any exposure to Linux at all, it I mean, to that kind of command line thing, it feels really cool. It's like, like you would see somebody on a movie setting up their SSH keys, because they're a hacker. It's like basic skill for any, user these days. Not even Linux users. Like everybody's got to know how to use SSH. So, especially now that Ansible is based on it. I mean, SSH has been codified in everything. I actually made an application called Safe Shell to get around the default parameter expansion that happens in Secure Shell. Did you know that? Did you know that by default, the Secure Shell server will do parameter and glob expansion from the command that's entered to the system for the target system? Yeah. So I wrote a program called Safe Shell, which I probably will release to the open source, which is just a shell that disables all expansion, whatever. And then if you want to SSH in safely to that account, you do that. Oh my God, it set up CA certs as well. So man, this is really the way to go. Yeah, it's so much better than the other thing. Anyway, so yeah, you would set up, your SSH keys and everything. I think you were so cool. Used to think you were so cool. I don't know. There's something too about seeing text scroll across the screen that just makes. I gotta tell you, I am a big fan of the Ubuntu installers. The Ubuntu text-based installers are really, really clean. The Rocky one, the Red Hat one, is not as good. I don't like it. I don't like it as much. It's another reason I actually like to install servers as opposed to desktop stuff, because they try to enable the mouse-based click here, click there, and you always have problems with the mouse not working properly or not capturing input properly. I would rather have a text-based install any day. Need restart version. What does it keep? 5.10 generic. It's not redoing it every time, right? Cannot write log, PTS mounted. It's installing the unattended updates, yes. And it did it by itself. I didn't have to do anything. So it did app. This is why I'm going to have them do this, because then they don't have to do apt install. They still have to do apt upgrade. They have to do apt update, I noticed, and they have to do apt upgrade. But all of the other stuff, it does it by default. You can't turn it off. It just does it. And okay, so we're not seeing the full screen here. I think let's close this. Okay, so that was I think that's the whole log. Finish command and target. I think we're actually done now. And yeah, so now we can hit, because this wouldn't be on without it. So this comes on and we can do the reboot. And this is going to fail because you still have the ISO in there. But that's not a problem. When you're done, install Ubuntu as you like. When you're done, click I finished install. I think when you click I finished install, I think it unmounts your CD-ROM. I think it does. I don't know that for sure, but I think that's what's happening. It doesn't matter. It's kind of dead now. It did the install. Oh, there we go. Yep. There we go. Now here it comes. That did not take that long. How long did that take? 20 minutes? 20 minutes to get a full install? I don't like that you can't see what's happening right now. That's kind of making me crazy. It's doing stuff in the background that I wish I could see. If at 22.04 is very fast to install. I agree. And like, what do? They sped it up somehow. And it's still using Cloud Init and everything, so let's let this run. Uh-oh. We want to wait. Yep. There it comes. So that is a happy, healthy Linux boot happening. Starting wait to snapd. All right. And then the next step, of course, is it's still not doing its thing. Don't worry about those keys. They're not secure violations. Click on here to go back in. And we're going to log in with our user and our password. Only because we want to see this right here. This IP address. See the IPv4 address? Get that address. And now open your terminal that you installed. And SSH 192.168.1.23. And you can go ahead and put that there. Type password. Oops. That's not, I don't have a username for that. Oopsie daisy. User at password. So now we're on. And now we get our colors and stuff in our bigger screen. In fact, now we can click on this and close it and say, I want to, suspending will preserve your environment. How do you want to close your version? Oh, you can't background it. That's interesting. I didn't realize the player doesn't let you background. Interesting. I did not know that. Player does not let you. That's probably a good thing for a beginner. Backgrounds are easy. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's there. You could make an argument to just use this and not use the terminal, but people want colors and stuff. So check it. Tmux is in here by default. Can you believe that? I cannot believe it. Hey, Maddie. So that is it. That is it. And from here on out, we're just doing all the other stuff. So we are going to have to talk about adding a reserved IP address to your computer, because it's not going to get the same IP necessarily every time. But if you want to change your host file here, you can do that. You can say 192.168.1.22 is boost 2023, and then SSH boost 2023, and we should be able to go into that. Oh damn. Oh my damn. It didn't load my thing before. I was weird. SSH boost. What the hell? What happened there? All right, let's just try it from this. Boost 2023. It should be seeing it from the host file, but I guess not. This is actually a problem. Now, another thing you can do is add I'm trying to find the way that's going to work. You could say user hostname boost 23. Did I put the wrong IP? Did I really? Oh, you're right. It's still not completing, which is bothering me. That's a problem with... I mean, 192.160.1.23. Can't find it. What did I really screw it that up that bad? Well, I have an SSH config in there too, so now it's really screwed up. Yeah, there we go. What I was hoping for is that the host file would... I'm just going to have them add it to .ssh config, because they're going to have to edit SSH config to do their authorized keys anyway. So we might as well start with that, a little bit of editing there. Right? So yeah. Also, which Vim is being used? I think Vim comes with Git Bash. I can't remember though. I think it does. This is why we have Git Bash on here, because we want to edit files on the Windows system as well, whether it's Mac or Windows. All right, so what I don't like is that SSH does not complete. That kind of makes me mad, but whatever. So boost, and let's say the SSH config. We'll say user is user. Why isn't it? Isn't that it? There we go. I didn't realize that other one overrode the other one. Anyway, so password, and then here we are. And then that's like an absolutely pristine machine, and we're good to go. So that's it. That's really all there is to installing, to getting going, and that's not too bad at all. Now, if you want to, you can set up SSH to run as authorized administrator on Windows and SSH into Windows. It's kind of fun to do that. Yeah. I don't think I have mine on right now. I don't remember the password here. But yeah, I have installed SSH daemon onto my Windows machine, so I can SSH from my 58 updates waiting. Oh right, we haven't done the update. The app. Let's do that. Right, let's not forget that. So let's get on our nice pretty thing, and then let's do sudo apt update, and then we'll do sudo apt upgrade. -y, and that'll take a little while, but not too long. Yep. Again, this is another reason to make Ubuntu Server the best first distribution for most people, because the help screen when you log in prompts beginners to do things that they need to do that other administrators would know how to do. I really like Ubuntu Server for beginners. It's a really great way to get started, particularly the whole non-dashboard thing. So instead of wasting time fighting over what desktop to use, you can spend time on the important stuff, like learning how to curl files down off the internet, when you can't use a web browser to download it, and stuff like that. And yeah, it works fantastic for proxies. Absolutely. It's really good for that if you want to make yourself a black hole proxy. It's also pretty common to be used in containers. Um, so I'm really curious to see if I were to use an apt-get, if that the non-interactive thing, if it would prompt me. I don't think it would. That whole restart services thing is only if it detects interactivity, I think. I'm pretty sure that's the only time that ever happens. So we have the password here. So then the next thing we would do is, okay, so I'm trying to figure out when we should do this. I think we're going to go ahead and just use the password and learn VI. So if I were to backtrack on what we did with Beginner Boost in 2023, we would have installed this instead of the Podman container. And from there, we would do all of the other stuff with VI first. We'd just do basic login. And then we would do some of the other stuff. What do I do for a living? I am a platform engineer, systems administrator / infrastructure engineer dude. I'm doing a little bit of stuff that's on my personal time right now, even though it's like work time. My work machine's right here. I'm able to keep track of what's happening at work because I have 2 days off on Monday and Tuesday. So Monday and Tuesday, those days I'll be dedicated to some of the stuff that I need to do for work, which primarily is getting Go Releaser to work without making dynamically linked libraries so they can compile that Go code. And I am the first one on our team to get Go Releaser to work through CI/CD on GitHub for our team so we can start doing dynamic Go development. And I've been testing that using GitHub Actions. And I just got an account on our enterprise GitHub team so that I can see if those same Go Releaser build processes are going to work over there. And then I'll be putting those in place to help build our homegrown API that we made to interface in terms of platform engineering that ties into our PBC batch processing through an Apogee REST gateway, which was all architected and designed primarily by my team Fate, but I was, he and I wrote it together. So we do a lot of things. We keep Kubernetes running. We're constantly, upgrading Kubernetes, auditing for security violations, and setting up namespaces, and managing Argo CD, and running, installate documentation and support and stuff like that. But the my immediate task at work is to get our Go stuff and our shell stuff to build using a CI/CD process that ensures the same formatting using SHFMT on all of our applied shell code, and to do the same thing for Go so that we have a Go build process. And the first time I've ever used a GitHub action to build anything was last Friday. And it was the very first time, and the stream was very helpful, helping me to get it to work. So I'm going to take those same workspace actions from GitHub and put those over onto my enterprise instance and see if it works. I've been really curious to see. I'm told that the Docker stuff will still work, that it's not going to be blocked by our firewall, but we don't know that. So I have to, that's stuff that you'll see me doing. Stay tuned. I'll be doing that on Monday and Tuesday. So that is work that I normally would do today and tomorrow. Right now, I'm dedicating a lot of time before Saturday, because on Saturday, I'm going to have to break the news to the Beginner Boost people that we are going back to using a virtual machine because Docker, specifically WSL2, shit the bed. And it could potentially do the same thing for somebody else. And I'm going to revise the Beginner Boost immediately for 2023 to use a virtual machine instead of Podman, which is what we used last year. And I was very hopeful that Podman Desktop with WSL backing would work this year. Didn't. It totally broke. It's absolute shit. And I will never ever use WSL for anything again. Anything that depends on WSL. That's what got me into this mess this time. Last time it was because I used WSL directly. So in my org now. Let's see. Well, I've been around the block, so yeah, I do a lot of stuff. I did security audits. I've done hacking and security stuff as well, but that's a thing. Yep. Yeah. Yes. An enterprise firewall with Fortinet. What is that? Firewalls in my work. Damn. Let's see. Firewalls are fun. Last time we chatted, you landed a new gig. Oh, you're talking about Matt. Yeah. Yeah. It's in case it's YouTube is guys. We're streaming YouTube too, right? So not streaming, but saving for YouTube. YouTube. If you want to come in and join our little community, you can get to know people by name, Crits and Ascertainment and Matt and all these people that have been in my community for years. It feels like years. Some of them probably only a few months, but they're fantastic and they're constantly sharing their experiences on the job, getting a new job. I don't know if it's been said recently, but I got my current job, which is fantastic. I really love it, from Twitch. I got my current job from Twitch. I met somebody who I've lost contact with them. We used to be really good friends. We talked to each other. We worked together for years, for at least a year. And they've since gone on to do amazing things. I think they're independently wealthy now, actually. I don't even think they're actually doing anything because I probably shouldn't dox too much. Yeah, they came into some money, like a lot of money. So I don't even think that they're working anymore. The person who helped me get my position. Yeah, I wish I had that happen. I won't dox too much about the person more, but just to say that there was one of those life events that all of a sudden they had tons of money, like lots of money. Like I never have to work again money. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't it be great to just all of a sudden just somebody tell you, hey, this thing happened and all of a sudden you never have to work again? I would still work, by the way. I'm addicted to it. I would still work. There's no way I could get it. I would just do whatever I wanted to do. You know what I mean? 2 years and 3 months you've been following. Holy shit. You crazy people. You took a 50K raise after watching me? From watching me? Wow, that's very generous to give me that much credit, but I appreciate it. Hey, can I quote you? Can I put you in my nice things file? Matt? That's like a line that I want to put in my nice things file. Head Tannis says, yes, I would definitely work and teach. I know, because you wouldn't. Yeah. I wish I was free from the responsibility to provide money to live for myself and my family. I wish I was free from that because then I could do so many other things, you know? I could have so much extra time to work on stuff. And I actually did have that. I worked for myself for 8 years and it was a grind, man. I can't recommend it to anybody. I legitimately cannot recommend working for yourself to anyone. I mean, we did good, but you absorb all of the risk. You absorb all of the pain and suffering. If you take a day off, you go without money. It's not fun. There's a lot of advantages to working for a big cushy corporation. I'm not going to lie. In America anyway. What do I think about Arch Linux? I've talked about it before. I think Arch Linux is fine. It's just not relevant in the industry if you want a job. Unless you're doing cybersecurity, I would not learn Arch Linux first. If you want to learn how Linux works, Arch is fantastic. If you want to learn the inner guts of Linux and how it works and all the complications of it, you know, Arch is slightly easier than Gentoo, which is slightly easier than building your own Linux from scratch. So that's the only reason I would ever subscribe. I want to put it out there. People call me an Arch hater. It's not that I hate Arch. I hate when chinbeards recommend Arch to absolute beginners without asking them what their needs are. I think that's inappropriate and it pisses me off because they just want to flex. They don't care about the person who's asking the question. They'd rather show off that they know Arch. If you're not using Arch, you're a plebe and you should go away. And that kind of attitude, I fucking hate it. I want to shoot that attitude down anytime I see it. And I've banned people. This week I banned 2 people. This week I banned 2 people that started acting that way. And I don't give a shit how smart they are, how big a job they have, or how long they've been doing it, or they've been doing Linux for 35 years. I don't give a shit. If you start acting like one of those assholes, and that includes me, if I start acting like that, smack me, okay? It isn't good for you guys. It's not. Head is a professional educator. So Head is in my stream agreeing with me, and he's a professional educator who has had exposure to veterans and beginners alike, and he's saying he agrees. So, my wife and I were talking about this the other day, and this is a fun little sidebar, but my wife and I were talking about this the other day. It's not that we don't care what people think. It's that we care what certain people think of us. And we're picky about who those people are. And I think that's a great way to go about life. I think you should care what people think, but you should also be picky about the people whose opinions you listen to. Because if you let the noobs come in and tell you to do RM-RF and they don't understand why because they're so fucking noob, and they just insist on flexing and acting like they know Linux when they actually don't know bullshit, they don't know shit about Linux, those kind of people, I have no problem banning them. The kind of people who brag about their experience, I've been doing this for 50 fucking years, and I quote, I kid you not, I was debating this guy in Node once. I was debating this guy, this is back when I was a big Node guy in 2013. Back when I was obsessed with TJ Hollowaychuk. And I switched to Go when TJ switched to Go, which was in 2014, 2016, something like that. And back in that time, I was having this dialogue with this guy, and I swear to God, this guy said, and I quote, my $250,000 salary says Java is the better language to learn. And they were citing as a point of authority the amount of money they were making as a decision about the language being a better language than another language. And I was actually pushing for Node back then. And believe it or not, I know that sounds weird. I know. Try to imagine a universe where I was pushing everybody to use Node. That was me in 2013, 2014. I hadn't been around the block very much, and I found TJ Hollowaychuk, who I fucking idolized. And then I was like, I'm doing anything TJ does. The guy's a fucking brilliant engineer. And I said, fine, I've been out of the game for a while. Let me see what he's doing. Okay, he's doing Node. And then I learned about Ryan Dahl, and I watched the video on the assembly optimization of the V8 engine, which is super fucking awesome. There's a guy from Denmark. I forget his name. I think he's been banned now, who obsesses over nothing matters except for Welsman V8. And he's not wrong because it's so stinking great. But there's all the rest of the problems in Node, that come about. And then I discovered Go, and then I was done after that. Compiled, cross-compilation language that's relatively easy to write. It's almost as easy as Python to write. Yeah, that's a no-brainer. No wonder the entire middleware universe is written in Go. Pretty much. So, thoughts on React? I actually like React. Bill Kennedy training, worth it? It depends on if you're getting it for free or not through your company. Bill Kennedy and I have talked directly to one another before, actually. Yeah, I attended one of his trainings here. He came to me. Bill reached out to me to run. I ran the Go meetup in Charlotte for a while. But we never really had any significant meetings. I couldn't get anybody to do it. And Bill and the gang reached out to me to run the entire chapter of Go in this region in Charlotte. And I said no. I was running the company at the time. And I said no. I would not pay for Go training ever. No. I wouldn't. I wouldn't pay for it. I personally wouldn't pay for any training. I don't think that you need to pay for training. I don't. I would never ever pay for training. And that's coming from a guy who ran a business doing training. I think it's a couple autodidacts. There was one guy who was homeschooled his whole life. He came through my door once he was a teenager. It's a true story. I was running SKILSTAK, and I had this. I'll never forget because he was on his skateboard, and he had this really great kind of gnarly hairstyle. He was racially he was kind of mixed. He had kind of a Lenny Kravitz thing going on, right? And he was totally homeschooled, and by some really great people that were good friends of ours, actually. And I barely knew the guy, and he walked in the door of a SKILSTAK. This is a business that I was running, and he walked in the door, and he was like looking around. He was carrying his board and everything. The guy was a genius. He had been reading and doing things. He was 100% homeschool, and he was like looking around at the computers and stuff. was like, oh, okay, man, this is cool, you know, and stuff. And I was just curious because people would come in all the time, right? And we kicked off a conversation. He's like, I'm out. I love it here. It's like so great, but why? That's just exactly what he did too. He was like, why? Like, why? Like, why? Why do you need all this? Why? It like totally blew his like worldview that somebody would have to come in my door and sit in front of a 40-inch television on a Mac and learn Linux, you know, through the SSH, or learn anything, frankly. The idea that you would have to come in and pay $50 an hour to learn something was completely foreign to his worldview, because he had been raised by homeschoolers who taught him to be an autodidact from the time he was 6 years old. So he had no point of reference for these people who couldn't learn anything. And it was so stinking cool. I mean, it was one of the most amazing moments. And I said, you absolutely don't need it. And I realized in that moment that, I mean, I seriously, I am so grateful for having had that experience, because I actually saw a human who had not been corrupted. And I quote, to use Sir Ken Robinson words, had not had their creativity beaten out of them. And that's Sir Ken Robbins' Out of Their Minds. If you want to read that book, it's a famous book about education. And this kid had never, ever had a traditional education scenario that had crushed him, like Paulo Freire says we do, even parents, they do when they're very young. He had been 100% free to learn in whatever way and whatever thing he ever wanted to, and he was completely capable of doing it anytime he wanted to. So the idea of having to come in and pay and sit down for an hour and do your work and stuff, and people say, oh, I just need that to stay focused and to do my work. I would never learn it if I didn't have the structure of a training or a class. I have to go to college courses. Otherwise, I won't do the learning. I'm just not the kind of person. This was a completely foreign concept to this guy, because he had totally been programmed from an early age to do it all the time. And I just have to say hallelujah, because he learned how to do that. Anyway, I know I'm freaking out because I was so happy by that story. That story made me so happy. Yeah. So IT field will hire people with certs. The IT field, look, certs will get you through the door, but I've had more than one hiring person, like high up professional hiring person in these chats, say, I would take somebody with a home lab running their own Kubernetes that they set up over anybody with a cert any day. Some government jobs and other jobs require certification, so you can't get around it, right? I did a whole video on this, by the way. Go search on my videos. It's called Why Certify. I even made a graphic, which is a lot for me. I made a graphic. Can you believe it? I mean, it's got like colors and everything. I did. All right. Self or self-taught search, yeah. And you can't get very far in IT at all without learning how to learn. Absolutely. So when people say whether they look, this all started because someone said, they asked the question, should I pay for training? And specifically from Bill Kennedy. Bill Kennedy is a brilliant trainer. He's a great guy. I love his hats that he wears. He's personable. He knows how to talk the talk. I mean, he'll put the khakis on and play corporate trainer, you know, even though he's more casual than that in real life. He's a great human being. He's a fantastic trainer, and his heart is in the right place. And he knows that there's actually enough business in training corporate IT how to do Go that you can create an entire, you know, he leads the Go Developers Network, by the way. Did you know that? Did you know that? Did you know that Bill Kennedy is, I think he's the president of the Go Developer Network. It's a nonprofit organization that is a collection of developers. It's kind of like an association you can join and everything. I probably should join. But I just, you know, I'm pretty sure he runs it. But they coordinate all the Go meetups in the different regions, and they actually announced that exorcism.io was the official platform for Go development training. They organize all of that. And if you want to become a member of the Go developer community and you like that hobnobbing and rubbing shoulders at meetups and stuff, then fine, go for it. I get enough of that here on the stream. So I don't do a lot of that. I'm not against it. I just don't do it. You know, I legitimately only use Bash and Python. And yeah, if you're doing dev for working, you do go. Yeah. Yeah. So that's my take on that. Paulo Freire was one of the first books regarding education concepts you read. Oh, fantastic. Even though Paulo Freire is Brazilian, he was influential for years. Yeah, he did get discarded a lot. He's also quite the misogynist. He has some pretty harsh things to say about women in that book. It was hard for me to read. Um, it's always hard, right? Because they have people where you gotta read them in the time that they existed, and even though I believe it's yeah, uh, you'll not be the same again. No, and I'm working on cloud infrastructure. I think that honestly, I argued with an engineer the other day. Instead of using some random ass Helm chart, let's go build it and go, or flatten your Helm chart, right, and do it that way. Look, I'm not saying that you should home grow everything. Everybody knows that I don't believe that, right? I don't want anybody to walk away from this thinking that you should, not invented here syndrome. It's like, oh, I didn't make it, so I'm not using it. That's not what I'm saying, right? There's a middle path there, in my opinion. I like Terraform, but I'm never using it. I can't I hate saying this. I love HashiCorp, but I fucking hate HCL. I hate it. I can't. When I write it, I'm like, oh my god, give me some YAML. And I know people who hate YAML just as badly. So HashiCorp's got some brilliant engineers over there, and they've done some really amazing things. And I actually still want to try Vault and Nomad and all that jazz. But I got to tell you, I am not a fan of Terraform. I'm not, and it's probably just because I haven't. If you want to actually learn Terraform from somebody who knows what the fuck they're talking about, which is not me, watch Het Tanis. Watch Het Tanis or somebody, and I'm not saying, I'm just saying people don't get an opinion from a guy like me who doesn't use Terraform for anything significant and just making conjecture. Go to somebody who uses it all the time and get what their opinion is, and that would be Het Tanis or somebody like them. Yeah, and is the worst of YAML and JSON combined. I'm glad you said that, because that's exactly what I feel like. Oh, but not always needed. I don't think it is either. I think you can get away with Ansible for most things. Ansible, I was kind of on the fence last year for Ansible, and I'm like a huge Ansible fan now. I really am. I can't wait to deploy my infrastructure with it. We're getting Ansible at work instead of Chef, and I'm not involved with that, but I'm super happy. Python and Go program, yes. Yeah. Yeah. See the format commands? No, I have not seen that. Yes, I need to see it. We got a lot of good input from the stream here. Let me just give me a second here. So you can't format their HCL after you write it. You can do that with Vim saves. We're going to actually do that with SHFMT. Okay, we're going to have a conversation. Since we're kind of done with the other task, we're going to kind of move on to the next thing, which is I want to add automatic SHFMT formatting on save to my Vim sessions. And I used to have this, and I gave it up because it was doing something to my shell that was screwing things up, and I can't remember what it was, and I'm having a hard time defending it at work. There were some curses. I'm sorry, did I curse? Last year I liked Ansible. It was like a love-hate thing last year, but by the end of it, I was good with Ansible. Yeah, by the end of it, I was using it for recipes all over the place. I think the thing that I was cursing was that thing that does the output, the logging, is there are still some glitches in Ansible. Yeah. Like HCL domain specific, I agree. Learned some Vim. I don't know my Vim in the wild last year's. I did an entire video on Vim this Saturday. I did a 3-hour video on Vim, on how I use Vim. I mean, here's something right away that most people don't know. So, you can use, let me see. You can use Vim to search for stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do. I'm actually, it's funny you say that. I went through the Vim tutor I went through the Vim tutor on Saturday, and I was reminded that I actually started coding. In fact, check it. I started coding a Vim tutor replacement some years back. I think I still have it. Clone. Vim tutor. I know I have one. Let me see. Vim repo list. Vim repo list grep vim. No, I must have deleted it. Oh well. Oh, maybe it was for SKILSTAK actually. I mean, maybe I put it on SKILSTAK. Oh, this is just my RWX stuff. I got to do my other one. Film repos. I think this is iterate over null for SKILSTAK. I think that's all of my repos. Yeah. This is, you know what? Did you know you can get to old repos that you can't even get to anymore through the GitHub tool? Because it uses the REST API. All these SKILSTAK repos, I can't access them from the web at all, but I can access them through the command line. I found that out last year. I was like, oh my God, because there's so many. Look at how many of them there are. This is all my SKILSTAK stuff over the years. I've had this stuff for years, you know, and I have like 143 GitHub SKILSTAK repos. And I'm trying to find my Vim tutor that I started. I think it's in here somewhere. There it is. Oh, I wrote a Vim plugin. I did a whole thing on. Wait, Vim Fun? What the hell is that? What the hell is that? You know what? I'm gonna copy that into RWX Rob. GH repo clone SKILSTAK. I think Vim. Oh, that's Vim fundamentals. Tutor-mentor. Yeah, I want to teach Go too, but I don't want to do it. I want it to be project based, and there's a lot of other people doing it. Yeah, fundamentals in Vim. This is nothing. It was meant to be Vim fundamentals, but that's back when I was making repos, one repo per course. Actually, repo delete Vim fun. Type SKILSTAK / Vim fun. Damn, they added deletion. They didn't have that before. That's brand new. I used to have to add a plugin for that. So you can, dude, if you do not know the GitHub tool, the command line tool, I feel sorry for you. That's all I have to say. Anyway, I had a Vim tutor one started, and I don't have it anymore. In fact, let's actually make one. Let's do gh repo create. Actually, gh repo create Vim tutor. And oh wait, we need to do, well, you can just interactively do it. Create a repo from GitHub from scratch. Vim tutor. We want to put it under RWX Rob. Description, better Vim tutor. That's all it is. We should put a star. Should we put a star in it? We can make it in Go. I want to make it in Go too, so they can just run it. And then I'm going to put it up on a thing, description. The problem is I don't. I'm trying to decide if I should put it under SKILSTAK or not. No, I'm just going to put it under here. Should we call it VimToot? VimToot. How about Learn Vim? How about Fast Vim? How about Power Vim? Vim Magic. VI Magic. How about that? VI Magic. Smart Vim. Oh, I like it. Smart Vim. Description. We can put a lightning bolt. Put a smart Vim. You get 10 points. Yes, you do. You do. Vim tutorial for smarter than normal. Vim tutorial that's not dumb. How's that? Is that seriously, the people who made Vim Tutor were freshmen in Colorado University. And that shit has been used by millions of people at this point, I would guess. Anyway, git ignore. No. License, yes. Should we do Creative Commons or should we do Apache? I guess Apache. By and for capable people existing in 2023 and beyond. Smart, yeah. We're not even going to learn all of the navigation with numbers and shit. We're not going to do it at all. There's no need. In 2023, there's absolutely zero need to learn that shit. I'm just saying, I am going to make a tutorial, yeah. All the Vim Tutor does is make a temp file, and then you just edit the temp file. So, I mean, that's like, you know what we could do? We could make it as a Go project during this boost. We can make it as a Go project during the boost. CD Smart Vim. Yep. I mean, hell, I could finish this in like 30 minutes. I almost want to. I really do. Because what I was trying to show you is the find thing with the star, which nobody knows. The looking up the documentation with Shift K, nobody knows. The basic stuff that everybody should know, nobody knows it. How to do filter command with the exclamation point, nobody knows that. The most powerful thing in all of them, and nobody knows it. Help with the Discord server. What are you guys doing on the Discord server? Is there bad stuff happening over there right now? Do I need to go babysit the Discord server? Please tell me no. 20 gig GG. Oh, organizing things? Possibly. Okay, fine. Yeah. Yes, you've been using filters. If people don't know about them. Yeah. GoMod init, github.com, rxrob, smartvim. Go work init. Go. We don't even really need go. Yes, we do. If we're going to make a command. No, we don't. No, we don't. We don't need it. We don't need to go work. We don't need it. Because we're not going to have any packages in here. Karma003, how are you? Matt, that's not very clear. That's because there is no readme.txt. Here's what you need to do. Do zet help. Whoops. What? Where's my zet? Oh yeah. Do keg help. This is where all the documentation is. There's no readme. You have to do keg help. Keg help. Actually, if you're using the Z tool, that's there as well, but I'm not using the Z tool. Use keg. Keg and Z tool are totally two different things, right? Use keg help, and then you can read about it. Actually, it will tell you how to get started. Getting started. Here's the steps for creating your first keg. And then keg is just a directory like a keg thing. So I put all the documentation inside of the tool. Here we go. Create a directory, run a keg init, YAML, edit your editor, blah, blah, blah. So this is a self-documenting tool, so to speak. So that's what that's about. Yeah. And I still need to update that. It's driving me crazy. I got to finish pegging too. There's a bunch of things I got to do. I think just go to the main path so the user goes man keg and it works. Yeah. I mean, you know, if you keg-h, I don't know what else to tell people, right? If you want to learn about the help on something, learn -h. No, we don't really need that. We don't really need that. If you don't know to do keg-h or to guess to do -h on a command, I can't help you. There doesn't need to be a fucking man page. No, especially not a separate one that's going to get out of sync with the stuff that's actually in the help. And since the help is designed to look like a man page because bonsai, you know, no. The answer is no. I mean, I went to an extreme amount of work to make the help that comes out of -h on any bonsai branch exactly like a man page. It even detects your pager, for God's sake. So, yeah. Keg, can you do keg VI? I didn't know that was a thing. Waiting for terminal input. I didn't know you could even do that. I think keg VI will give you keg help will give you the help that we just got. Keg help edit. Edit help. There we go. Yep. Some of the man page format. Actually, I think you can do -h on that too. You can. Yep. Okay. So back to what we're doing, which I have no idea. We're like multiple levels removed from what is needed at this point. I probably should just regroup. What time is it? 3 o'clock. We've only got a couple hours left. So let's go back to what we're doing. So Smart Vim. I mean, let's just knock this out really quick. So, yeah, go to main.go. We could say, we could write to a file. Actually, I'm gonna vendor that. I'm gonna say internal dot write file. No, I don't need to do that. I could just do, where did I put it? Hex from. I forget where I put it. G to repo. Wait. Repo clone. I think it's in file. No, I think it's in FS. Yeah, it is. It's in FS. fs.go. Utilities at home. Is there dupe perms, mod time, write file, not exists, error, here above, is directory fs, extract embedded, rel pass. I think we could just do write file. Yeah. File. I'll do locked file. So this is the one that uses the locked file. This is super cool. Touch creates a new file using lock file. Replaces a successful file. Fetch uses JSON. It uses the URL to go get it. Execute. Edit. Exists here above. Head, tail. Replace all by string, find string, overwrite. Accounts have a target file path with the string. Cat is empty. I think, no, I think we could just create a temp file actually. I think that's all we need to do, which is a standard thing. It's os dot, I think that's it. Is it io.temp file or is it os.temp file? I mean, undefined IO. It's OS. I must not have Vim go on here. Oh, I don't. God damn it. Go install binaries. This is another thing that is annoying, but installing finished. Bullshit. Why aren't you saving it then? My Vimgo is busted for some reason. It's not doing Vimgo the way it's supposed to. I must have broken something. It's not formatting the way it's supposed to. MT kernel N. No. Oh, there it goes. I must have doing it wrong before. OS dot. God damn it. Okay, so knows that. OS dot temp file. What is it? I can't remember. Create temp directory pattern string file. Yeah. All right. That's it. Vim tutor. Yeah. OS dot create temp blank directory assumes the temp directory, and it's gonna give us a file back, and we're gonna call it. Actually, there's another thing. God, why doesn't it do that? I have no idea why it's not seeing the OS library. Oh wait, now it's doing it. Okay, good. Good. That's what I wanted. So the pattern create temp creates a temporary directory. Oh, the pattern, right. So we just need a pattern. So the pattern could be smart VI. Smart Vim. Is it smart VI or smart Vim? I can't remember. Smart Vim. And it is Vim that we're doing. Rust. Hey, hi. Yeah, Rust is great for if you're doing Firecracker, stuff like that. Otherwise, if you want a job, it's really bad. I put it for free on the internet. I do put a lot of time in free. Oh, that's very nice. Can I put that in my nice things file? I have to download my nice things file again. Can I? You guys have been saying nice things. I want to put them in my nice things file. Do you guys mind? Rate repo clone rex rob. Again, that's very nice. Thank you. Anytime you want to see something nice. God knows people say unnice things. So find somebody that says something nice for you, and then make them your friend. It's kind of self-serving, but who gives a shit? You got to have at least a couple people in your life that tell you that you're good. God damn, this is old. This is so freaking old. That is so old. Oh my god, I gotta clean that up. Repo clone CV. It's in my CV. Yeah, it's in my CV. I think I used to have a... Yeah, I do. No, I don't. CV. So data. Yeah, I'll see down here. I have this section to make me feel good about myself. Yap. We're yapping that. We just yapped that thing. That's right. I just yapped it. Karma003 said something very nice. I'm going to repeat So go grab this because I'm lazy. Matt said something nice too. I'm going to put that in my nice things file. You don't have to watch this. If you're on YouTube, skip this part, okay? I told you. Go get a break. Go take a break. Oh my God, I can't watch this guy on YouTube. He's just like all over the place. Then go the fuck someplace else. You don't have to be here. I feel so guilty by being me. Sometimes I feel impressed by the amount of work this guy puts in for me. Oh, that was very fun. And you're by the house. You look so confident. I'm okay. Pretty honest, humbly pretty rare nowadays. That is so nice. That makes me feel very happy. I'm very warm and fuzzy inside. Where is a fancy comment from Mark? Matt made a very nice comment. Hey Matt, guess what? I recharged all of my outdoor rigs so we can go bike maybe tomorrow. Maybe tonight. I keep tempting you guys, but I'm going to maybe do an outdoor stream today. Because it's a nice day today. I don't remember where that nice thing was. See, this is why you have to write down the nice things when they happen. If you don't write the nice things when they happen... Thoughts on React. I think React is fine. I just don't want to use it because I fucking hate it. Never bans anyone. I don't generally ban people, yeah. I'm very... Yeah, cushy org. Don't want to docs. Oh, you're in one of those big cushy orgs? I didn't see... I missed that comment earlier. What do you think about Arch? We already went down that path. Where is... I don't get a lot of viewers on my stream. My streams are very rarely over 50 people. That's why I'm never going to be partner. But the people who are here, I know who they are. I know them, generally speaking. And I would rather have that any day over massive viewership or whatever the fuck. God damn. I can't find it, Matt. Yeah. Yip. I can't find it anymore. I can't find your nice comment. You said something nice. You don't know me. I absolutely probably don't know you. Some of you I've actually mentored and I have no idea who you are. I've been at least one person that's like, you know who I am. You used to mentor me. And I was like, what? I didn't know your username. Where is it? Ever been anyone? Yes. Head's great. I have already wasted too much time on this. So the YouTubers are getting a rare look into the Twitch chat, which I've told them they usually can't do. They are. Yeah. People's names, to just see the message they sent. Oh, that's right. Oh, shit. It's not private messages, right? Please help it. I'll help you private. Oh, here we go. Matt9 says... Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Oh, my damn. Matt9. Did I get that right? Damn, that's some good praise. That's like high praise right there. You're a more YouTube guy? Well, you don't have to come here. If you're on YouTube, you're welcome to be on YouTube. Are you watching... Karma, can I ask you... Have you been watching the co-working stuff? Because it's like 7 hours of me ranting and shit. Are you still putting that on? I can't believe the number of people that are actually watching that. They're actually watching the big, long co-working stuff. So I've just decided to go ahead and post those anyway. And if they don't want to watch them, fine, you know? So, yeah. This is one of the few cases where I'm going to commit to main. Because I don't care. Oh, damn. Oh, my git config hasn't been set yet. Now that explains a lot, actually. Global username. There we go. Now my CV is updated with nice things. That's also on SKILSTAK. Slash for marker. Oh, I do know that. Yeah. In the stream. Yeah, I don't do it, but I know it. I have thought about putting markers in the Twitch VODs. I had an entire tool, two of them actually, two different tools for dealing with the Twitch API, for doing all that fancy stuff, showing me who was streaming, all that from the command line, because I wanted to learn the API really well. And I don't use any of it anymore. I spent like hours and hours writing all that stuff, and then I don't use it hardly at all anymore. Anyway, so Smart Vim, let's actually print something to that. So that's going to give us a file and an error. And if error is not equal nil, we're going to log fatal the error. And cube, actually, gh repo clone cube conf via cube conf main echo cmd cubeconf. We wanted to turn off the, no, we moved to Cobra, that's right, and we got rid of the flag crap. Yeah, I was yeah, it was in it was my thing. I'm trying to turn off the logging. Yeah. GH repo clones that. It's a lot of stuff in there. Zet same. Which Zet? Zet. How come there's no Zet command? I need to set up my kegs. Yeah, this is me setting up my own workspace. Yeah, I was going to say. Answer specific questions. Oh, right. The whole YouTube obsidian scene. Yeah. Well, I need to work on that. It's added to the list, right? If I was independently wealthy, I'd work on that all day. By the way, when I was working for myself, I didn't have a job during the day, so I could do that instead. I mean, I did. I still had to do my mentoring and thing, but whatever. I can't think about it too long. I get mad because I have so much to offer but I can't do it because I have to make money. So the stuff that I want to do, help other people make money, apparently doesn't make money unless you are really stingy and you only give it to people who can pay $70 an hour, and that's only the ultra rich. So being a teacher does not pay, period. Let's just agree to that. It just does not. It does not pay. Anyway, let's go back to the thing, Smart Vim, which is just a fun thing that I'm doing. We'll just do log fatal. The reason I wanted to do that, I wanted to turn off the logs. You could starve teaching, right? You know what I'm talking about. but engineering pays for the house. Exactly. The thing that's really great about being a contractor who's retiring, whose wife is now working, is I can negotiate fewer hours per week. We already kind of have Fridays off for education, but I'm thinking about I don't know when. I don't get worried, but I'm thinking about negotiating one extra day off per week that I could do whatever I wanted to do on that day. And I wouldn't get paid for it, right? Because being a contractor is an hourly thing, so you're billing hours. If you're full time, you can't do that because you're salaried, right? And you'd have to make a negotiation to in your contract. But if you're one of the advantages of being a contractor, even though you make on average probably 20-30% less money than you could make if you were working full time for them as a which I've done my whole life. This is the first time I've been a contractor. One of the advantages of that is that you get more control over your hours. So like if you say, I have to take this week off, you don't get paid for that week, but they can't say you need to take this week off. They can complain that they have something they need you to do that week and you weren't available, and therefore they can complain against your contractor and make complaints against you, but they don't have power to stop you from doing that. They physically can't tell you not to do it. Your contracting firm can get mad at you because you're taking too many days off and you're not fulfilling the contractual obligations that they have made. But legally speaking, you can take as many hours off as you want. And that's one of the biggest advantages of being an over 50 pseudo retiree, is that as I age into this job, I can stay non-retired working, but I can potentially turn my hours back to 10 or 20 hours a week and then just act primarily as a consultant, and maintain that same income, but have the rest of the time off and still dial up the hours or dial back the hours depending on how much this particular contract needs me. So there are definite advantages, particularly to veterans. Resource Linux tools such as HA Proxy, Apache, and Bind DNS. No idea. Watch Het Tennis. I don't know what the best ones are. I haven't seen. Yeah, DNS and Bind. Are you using DNS versus CoreOS? What are you using for DNS? There's probably people out there. Those are not HA Proxy and all that jazz. I like all that stuff. And I have a stream called homelab init that I'm trying to get to, where I do that stuff for my own lab, but it's very unstructured, it's very messy and stuff, and nobody likes that. They want nice, clean content. That's not happening. Not as much, actually. I'm trying to get there. The more stuff that I can put in packaged, book-like form on MakeDocs or something, the more I can move into those areas. Because I only have so many hours in the day, right? I'm looking forward to this weekend, though. By the way, I don't get paid for the holiday this weekend. Yeah, just the downside of being a contractor is, if you knew how much I made per day, I'm literally not getting that money because I can't work Monday and Tuesday because I am a contractor, because I am working. I can't. The company has a holiday. And so I'm forced to take a holiday. And when I take a holiday, so like during the Christmas time, I don't get paid. The slow MakeDocs build times. Karma, have you seen that? I was so pro Make. How many pages do you have? Did you see me complaining about MakeDocs? I was so jazzed to use it for my Zettelcast, and then I went to do it, and it took like 10 minutes to build. And I was like, oh my God, I can't use this thing. There's no, oh, you read that, Zet? I have not found a way around it. I think the only way to get around that is to make my own thing. And I've made my own thing a couple times. I used to have a thing built on Pandoc and Bash that does the same thing as MakeDocs, literally the same exact thing. The only difference is that it kept a readme.md file along with the index.html file in the same directory. I actually already built that a long time ago, and had an index that you could search and everything, and did the web dev for that. And it was kind of like a poor man's version of MakeDocs. My opinion is that MakeDocs is broken, and there's no way to fix that. The fact that they try to put, if you make a, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I'm just going to get angry. Go install. All the cards are not used. Okay. Let's write to the file. So let's say, hell, we don't even need that. We could say file.write. Writes len bytes of beta file. I think it's like write string. Write string int inner write is like write, but writes a string, the concept of a string s rather than the byte slice. Okay, so let's do that. Let's say tutorial, and then we're going to do this. We're going to do an embed var tutorial embed string go colon embed. All right. vi, we'll say embed txt tutorial.txt. I was so mad. You've been reading my zets. That makes me happy, I suppose. Okay, check it. I'm going to do Vim tutor. Write to temp foo. Okay, fine. Write to temp bar. Tutorial. We're going to rip it off because it's open source. Temp bar. Welcome to the... Oh my god. No, just no. How many lines is that, by the way? 79. They don't know to do 72 lines. They're so stupid. They think 80 lines is the max because they don't know about line numbers. Stupid. Maybe it's because they forced it to not have line numbers on. I don't know. Let's see. Should we put what version? I guess we can put what version. V0.1.0. What makes this different? Are not compatible with SEO. SEO that's built, XKCD is not compatible with SEO. Yep. So, do you know what? This is something I've been thinking about lately. What you really need is you need a ZET, and then you need an SEO friendly article publication system. That you kind of need both, and that one needs, if you want to use titles that are permanent, that are never going to change, that are SEO friendly, that are long, great. And that you can call your blog, you can call whatever. A Zed is not really designed to be published, to be fair. But the problem is I'm using Zed both for publishing and for just my note taking. And I personally, what I want to do is I want to make another system for publication that's like MakeDocs for blogging, that allows you to take Zet content and move it around and compose it together and stuff like that, kind of like you would do with Scrivener or something. Scrivener is like a number one article writing novelist tool. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. To move the cursors, do this. Yeah. I don't think we're even going to have sections there. I'm going to change mine up. All right, so what I'm trying to show you is that it's really not hard to do this. So, now the thing that is interesting is that they throw out all of the configuration when you do the Vim tutor. They throw it all out. So they also don't cover any of the set commands. I'm trying to to discover how you could actually run Vim without a configuration. Let me see how to do that. How to do it without any no compatible Vim defaults, no plugins, no Vim info, Vim defaults, not non-compatible. Okay, let's try that. Let's try that. Vim -- clean tutorial. Yeah, that's what we got. Look at that. Oh no, it's got the ruler on. It's got the ruler on. It's still saw my vimrc. We need to make Vim so it doesn't pick up your vimrc. Oh my god. It's too short, but it's also wrong in many places, and it doesn't cover major things beginners have to know. This has been a long-standing problem. There's people try to get Brom to add a new one, and he just keeps saying no, no, no. So don't get mad. Make your own. Compatible. Even though vimrc, I want to have it ignore my vimrc. Start Vim in X mode. Nice. That's what we should do. GUI mode? Screw that. People like to configure Vim, not actually use it. Yeah. It has been compiled to GUI support. Another reason not to use NeoVim is it comes with defaults that nobody knows how to set, and so when they get on VI or Vim without it, they have no idea what to do. It's kind of funny to watch it, actually. If Vim has been compiled to the right left support, so as a file name or reading a file info, no. Image-r list mode. Modifying files is disabled. Reset the right option. Still modify the buffer. Modifications not allowed. No swap file. Ugh, we don't want that for sure. Become an editor. Open in Windows side by side. Read only. Recover file silent. I'm trying to turn off the configuration. Use the commands in the file for initializations. All other initializations are skipped. Use this to edit special kinds of files. It can be used to skip all initializations by giving the name none. Ah, that's what we want. All right, that's what I wanted. So we want dash u none. Oh, perfect. Damn. That's exactly what we want. All right. So they don't cover mappings. Nope. This is fantastic. I'm so happy. Yeah, look at those tabs in there. The Vim tutor has tabs in it. How fucking stupid. I mean, seriously. Look at that. Look at that. The original Vim tutor's got tabs and spaces. Seriously, I wouldn't even mind if they didn't mix the two. Look at this. This one's got tabs and spaces in it. This has got a tab in it. And then it's then they have two spaces here. It's how the fuck did this make it as the main Vim tutor program? I have no idea how. What am I going to include? I have my own list of stuff. This is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. It's going to take me 2 hours to go through and edit it and change it to be what I want. But I already know exactly what I've got. I've been taking notes for like 8 years about the things that I want to change in it, and I just haven't done it yet. So I need to get that stuff in. This has all, by the way, been updated as I've sat next to 9-year-olds learning VI for the first time and taught them different things and made notations about what helped them to learn it better and everything. Promo 2 hours. I don't know if it's 2 hours. I don't know. My question is, should I finish this before Saturday? I think I probably should, actually, because it's fresh on my mind. We just did the Vim. If you don't know, if you haven't watched the Boost video, last Saturday's Boost video, we went through the Vim tutor. Yeah. So last Saturday, so go back and watch on YouTube. Go back and watch the YouTube video for Saturday if you want that. But what I'm thinking about giving somebody, because it's the weekend, so I want to do something nice for everybody, is say, by the way, it was bothering me this week that Vim Tutor sucks so bad, so I made my own Smart Vim. And you know what? We should actually call it Smart Vim Tutor. We could call it Smart Vim Tutor Tutorial. I think we should change the name. Yeah. GH repo rename. RDX Rob. Smart. Because I wanted to hit on Vim Tutor. I wanted to hit on Vim Tutorial, like on searches and stuff. It's a long word. I don't care. Smart Vim. Last year before the official Vim tutor sucked. When you're welcome. Exactly. Call it Vim tutor and have him like, yeah. Welcome. I'm going to say, welcome to the Vim tutorial that's not dumb. All right, welcome to the Vim tutorial for smart people. Welcome to the Vim tutorial made by people who actually use Vim for more than 1 year. Welcome to the Vim tutorial. You think I'm kidding? The original Vim tutorial was made by college students at a university in Colorado. And they had no fucking idea what they were doing. And they made it based on what their limited knowledge right before they talked to anybody. And it got adopted and it stayed forever. After that, we're done. GPT generated. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's some clickbait. That's not stupid like the other one, like Vim Tutor. How about that? What do I care? I don't care. I can throw shade. Oh, we're going to do the smarter Vim tutorial. There we go. I think that's enough shade, right? And then in the README, it'll be like an Easter egg. It'll be like an Easter egg. You know what I should do? I should have it. Oh, when it starts Vim, I should initialize a macro, an Easter egg macro. Should I do that? We should. we could embed a macro. We can embed a macro in it so that when it initializes, we can make all kinds of Easter egg macros that print stuff. Oh my God, we have to do that. That's more fun than actual content. That we could totally do that. You know what we could do? We could actually set it up so that when it initializes, because they don't know how Vim got started, right? They don't know how Vim got started. So we can start Vim and pass it a bunch of predefined macros. We should totally do that. Oh my God. We totally need to do that. Yeah. Smile. That's an Easter egg. Do you guys know about that? NeoVim took that out. What the fuck? Why would they take that out? Why would you take that out unless you're no fun? Or I don't know, you'd rather play Roblox than like actually use Vim. Because you like Lewis so much. They took the smile out of NeoVim. They took the smile. You know what else they took out? Built-in Perl support. Yep. They took a lot of shit out. The more I kept going through the source code, because I was trying to like it a lot. I was really, really trying to like it. And I was like looking through it. And the more I kept looking through it, I was like, man, these people who wrote this are not the kind of people I would go out for a beer with. RHEL took it out too? What the hell? What the hell? They took it out? You're kidding me? They took it out, really? Oh, we can't like waste space on a smiling face. What the hell? What the hell? You know what? I need to make an embedded skill stack thing. Yeah. I need to do that. I need to make an embedded. I am super motivated to make this now. Because I want to get a macro to work. All right, how do we do that? How do we do that? How do I load macros from the command line? You know what I could do? Oh my God. I could save the configuration file. I can embed the configuration file and save the configuration file as a temp file and then load that file. And then I can put whatever configurations I wanted in there. You see what I'm saying? And they could be specific configurations that nobody really cares about. It wouldn't be stomping on anything. They'd be able to do the thing. Oh boy. Oh boy, howdy. Oh my God, I'm so doing this. I am so doing this. I am having fun now. Tutorial var config vimrc string go embed vimrc. Yes sirree. Yes sirree. Yeah, we can call this one toot. This is the toot file. The toot. We're going to make a toot. Toot. We don't have to close it. We should probably do a deferred close on that, but I mean, toot.close. Whatever. It's the right thing to do, so I will do it. Yeah. So deadline. Toot in common. Log fatal. That should never throw an error, actually. You know what? I don't give a shit if there's an error. I'm not telling them the error because I don't want them to see what I'm doing. I want to be sneaky. I want to be sneaky about it. I mean, if there's an error, I'm just going to edit os.exit1. I don't want to tell them why. No, I just want to be super sneaky. You see what I'm saying? And then, yeah, put this here. I mean, it's going to close anyway. The program's going to close. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do 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 do. If I only had a brain. You know, I could clobber the other tutorial files. No. Actually, I could have nothing here. Then they really won't know. Oh my God, they will really not know. Oh my God, that's That's brilliant, Rob. vimrc. vimrc. Write the RC file. vimrc. And how they use Emacs. Yeah, I'll have to use Emacs. Emacs is a good editor. I'm going to say it again. I have to keep saying this. Emacs is a good editor for the right type of user. I am not that user. I have nothing against people who use Emacs. Usually they're really fucking brilliant and they're working on large code bases. That does not describe me. On both counts. So, yeah, I'm just a lowly Vim user. Emacs is cool. Emacs is really cool, but God help you if you need to be useful on anything but that machine with Emacs. So I talk about that all the time, but I don't have anything against people that use Emacs. We poke each other all the time. That's normal behavior. That's not mean behavior, by the way. To poke each other about your editor is like, get the fuck over it, butterfly. That's how Linux people behave. If you don't like it, go watch Linus Torvalds talk to anyone he disagrees with. So, yeah, sorry, Zoomer, if you can't take a little bit of heat and ribbing about your editor, you're in the wrong room. That's just, but that's like so old thinking. That's so mean. We want to live in a new world where we respect each other and we're responsible to each other. Like, go fuck yourself. And then let's have a beer. Linus Torvalds has zero charisma. He's also probably autistic. I don't know that that's true. Don't sue me, whoever you are. He doesn't need charisma. I love him when he talks about not having charisma. He's like, you don't have to like me. I don't give a shit. That's the great thing about open source is you can go find somebody else that actually likes you and work with them. I completely agree with that. Is that a productive way to go about your behaving in this society? Probably not, but I don't give a fuck. If I have people that I respect who are my friends and when we fight with each other all the time and we call each other bad names, and is that productive? Not always. Sometimes we take things too personally. Should we not do it? Probably not. I don't care. I'm tired of apologizing for that behavior. I am tired. That's who I am. And if you don't like it, go get the fuck out. I don't care. I don't need you to be my friend. I don't need you to watch my stream. Go watch some other stream. Someplace else. If you want to be coddled and told you're awesome no matter how much you suck, go someplace else. That's not here. Okay, so VimRC. I want people to treat me that way too, by the way. I want people to be tough with me. And if I'm not doing something right, or I'm doing something that's completely moronic, and I've had people that are close friends. You guys know Wit, right? We did a stream together in Charlotte. Wit has called me a moron to my face. Now, he can't find a job because, to be fair, he has a hard time finding a job because he's so abrasive. And I kind of blame myself for that, but he's always been that way. But when he's with me, we get shit done because we know that we don't really mean it and stuff. So there is an argument to be made that there's no need to call each other morons and stuff like that. And I agree with that. But I'm also going to do it on accident on occasion, and I'm not going to apologize for it anymore. I'm fucking tired of it. I have been beating myself up, my own self-esteem up for way too much because I don't behave the way I keep thinking some person wants me to behave. And I'm tired of it. There. Let's do this. Let's do something completely simple. I think it's echo, right? Echo something. Let's actually try this. VimRC, let's do Vim. Brayson just can just get in the way. His personal opinion over and over again. It's like, geez, just talking about the thing. Yeah, that's not happening. Yeah, it can be in the way. It can. It for sure can. Do you think he cares? Now, look, if you're inventing the world's most important operating system, maybe you don't need to care. I mean, The funny thing is that Torvalds has way more latitude to be able to do that than somebody like Elon fucking Musk, who's an idiot. And I'm directly quoting Adam Ruins Everything, Adam Conover on YouTube when I say that. He was a very respected, academic. So, whatever. I know I'm getting negative. I'll stop. I'm just doing stuff right now. I'm actually writing. I'm trying to get this thing to run because I wanted to run my vimrc and I don't know the command for it. So I'm guessing it's vimrc. I don't know. Tutorial. Extra processing line, not an editor command. Oopsie daisy. How do I load a configuration file? Is it -u? It is -u, right? Yeah, something. Press enter. Okay, so, all right, we got it. So now we can load our macros. Smile. Smile. What else is there? There's other macros in here too. Yeah. All right, let's do this. Let's say vimrc echoes something. We need to set up a macro that does something. And I don't know how to write a macro in vimscript, so that's something we'll add later. I just like that it's going to load my vimrc. You could say something like, welcome to the smarter Vim tutorial. Welcome to the smarter Vim tutorial. Press enter to continue. I wonder if I could actually echo like color commands. I think I can. I think I can, my friends. I think I can, yes. Watch. I'm just curious to see. Echo. Colors. Term colors. There they are. All right, so let's do this. Yep, let's do this. Let's say, how do you do escapes in vimrc? ANSI terminal escapes in vimrc. I want to see how. I don't know how to do vimrc. Goyo and Pencil Vim plugins. I don't use them. I don't use plugins. They're the ones that make it all. Goyo is the one that clears the screen, right? For that stuff. I used to use that all the time. Hope you like flashing. Yes. Is it \e in vimscript? Nice. So we could say E35M E0M, right? I need to comment these out though. Oopsie. There we go. Damn, doesn't work. It does not work. Oh, maybe it has to be outside of quotes. I'm guessing. Or can you use double quotes? I don't think you can use double quotes in strings, can you? I mean, it's a long shot that it's going to work. How did Vim comment that? I used Unix filters, my friend. Exactly. So, I don't know why this isn't working. Yes. I mean, maybe that is a thing. I don't know. Nope. That would be no. Hola, señor. Hola, Tony. Are you in South America right now? It would not surprise me if you are. How goes the battle? Terminal escapes in Vim script output echo. It's almost as good as ChatGPT, wouldn't you say? A little bit better actually, although a Stack Exchange is always the first hit. Echo-e cat file. No, that's stupid. I don't want to do that. A workaround being to invoke a command from within Vim. Nope. List characters tab. Set list. Doing anything useful? I haven't ever tried it yet. Here in North America. That's a very broad statement. You don't need to tell me where you are. You don't have to dox yourself, especially since it's on YouTube. How to show the output from the last shell command? Nope. Escape characters and code? Nope. What is with it? And Vim, how do I redirect outputs to Vim function? Nope. Syntax highlighting can Vim interpret terminal escape colors? No. Absolutely not. Let's try this one though. This is just to colorize stuff. VNC colors with escape codes. If you want to remove all escape codes, you can use blah. That does not work for everything. I've used this before. Sed is a thing. You can also use -e in Vim's regular expressions and Vim script settings instead of typing blah blah blah. You can always fail to parse. Yeah, well, anytime you see me on these days, I'm putting it on YouTube just so everybody knows. Unless I have music in the background, I'm taking a break. This is going on YouTube. Potentially even on the bike streams. The bike streams I don't normally put up, but pretty much everything I do on, because they changed it so you can put any video right away. They changed the affiliate agreement so that I don't have to wait 24 hours. So I've been publishing everything to YouTube these days. Yeah. Executed file system returns undefined. Escape character in a Vim command. Yes, that's what I want. Vim exec normal. Stream escape. I'm using exec to expand bot to the real. It's script friendly. However, I don't know if that's gonna work. Money from YouTube? Like, I don't know, $30 a month, something like that. Yeah, I don't have a lot of followers. I'm not popular. I'm not. I love it when people write the comment. It's like, oh my God, I can't believe you're not blowing up on YouTube. I'm like, have you watched me? I am abrasive. People go out of their way to campaign against me, as was recently done again on Twitch. I'm not going to talk about it though. I don't like talking about Twitch drama. Somebody brought Twitch drama to my chat the other day, and I remembered my own policy. I was like, what the hell am I talking about this for? I shouldn't be talking about it. I don't believe in even mentioning Twitch drama on the stream at all. I'm trying really hard to do that. I might critique people's code and stuff like that, but I don't ever want to. And people ask me, well, what do you think of so-and-so? And that's different, right? I can say I like them or not, whatever. By the way, it's okay to not like people. There are people that are better than me. What the hell is up with all these ANSI escape sequences not being supported in Vim script? I'm obviously going to have to read the man page on Vim script. I don't want to. This is why people would say, hey, you can do all of that really easily in Lua with NeoVim, but then you'd have to use NeoVim. Say, yeah. Marketing guy. Shh. Don't say that, Karma. Somebody, my name was referred to, I think, and I don't want to repeat the name. Because I don't want to pick another fight. Everybody, you know. I will say this. I know pretty sincerely, I know that other YouTubers, big time YouTubers, watch me. to get ideas. So I'm not going to tell you how I know that. What are we doing here? So I'd rather be the guy people watch to get ideas that only has like 10 people in their stream than the person with like that you can't read their stream because there's so many people in it, but they have no original thinking at all. All right. So anyway, what was I saying? How you doing today? Hey, Posix, how are you? I am doing great. I'm trying to put escape codes for some stupid reason into my echo statements in my Vim script. So, oh, hey, why don't we read the document on the echo command from Vim script instead of like screwing around on Stack Exchange? Oh my God. Sometimes I just am so dumb. Echoes each blob with a space in between. The first section starts a new line. Use that to start a new line. Do /r to remove the cursor to the first column. Use the highlight. Uses the highlight setting. Echo HL command. The ladder redraw is a thing. Near redraw. Echo N. Echoes each expression without adding anything. We're learning Vim script, people. Use the highlight group H for the following echo. Oh, damn. Oh, my damn. That we could use the actual highlight group. Oh, this is very nice. We could put warning message. Echo HL warning message. Don't panic. Echo HL. Oh, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this? I have my answer right there. This is beautiful. See, all I had to do is read the documents. The freaking documents. Let's do this. Let's say change to the bar. To the bar. Wait, what am I deleting here? How about this? Vim tutorial. I'll split this line. How about that? Let's do that. Oh boy, I'm so excited. Damn it! Container visualization? I don't know what you're talking about. Virtualization? Hell yeah. I use Vims. Wait, yeah. Wait. What you're reading the title, right? Yeah, we moved on from that. We use container virtualization, and we use we decided to go back to installing an ISO from scratch. That's what we did this morning, and for the boost. And so now I'm kind of off on a tangent. So my title is no longer relevant. I should probably change my title. I'm going to change the title. Yeah, what time is it? Is it time for me to go biking yet? Oh no, not till 5. If I graduate from a CS degree, looking for a new adventure. It depends on what you're graduated in. Can you actually do anything, or do you just have a CS degree? I mean, what do you have that can prove you know how to do stuff? Besides a piece of paper that says you paid way too much money for an education. So, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just being real. You can't get a job with a CS degree these days unless you're going to work at Google. And here's the API cloud design. Okay, have you created an API? Can you code and go? Number 1. You're talking about platform engineering, by the way. That's the name. Also based on that as well. You can program and go? Nice. Then create a REST API to something you care about. And run that in your own micro Kubernetes cluster at home or something. That's what I would do. You're asking me my opinion. That's what I would do. I would make something you can show off. And you have that already? Very cool. Is that something you'd be confident talking to somebody about? Telling them how you did it? Do you know how to use OpenAPI? And do you know how to generate stubs from OpenAPI and use Gin and all that jazz? Gin or Echo or whatever the fuck. Doing that myself. I work in front end, but Go is fun. Front end is fine too. Look, having front end skills is a good thing. I started in front end. My first technical job was doing front end engineering development, and then I moved into Perl because I just love Perl so much. And then everybody else wanted to do front end, and they didn't want to do the back end stuff. So I said, fine, I'm on it, and that was my path. Yeah. So anyway, I love making REST APIs. That's like so fun. I was tempted to GraphQL for a while, but not anymore. So anyway, we have this this VM that's running right now. We're kind of getting distracted by making a tutorial. I need to change the title. I used to have a command to do this from the command line. I don't have that anymore. I deleted it. I probably need to rewrite that. I did. I wrote a bash. I wrote a really kick-ass bash program to interact with the Twitch API, which the Twitch API has like changed like 5 times since I wrote it. So I probably have to go update it. So, but this I need to change. I need to change it. It's not building Linux virtual machine anymore. Now it's creating smart Vim tutorial. There we go. Coding smart Vim tutorial in Go. Paste. Scripting, VMware, SKILSTAK, yes. Coworking, yes. Bash, kinda. Vim, yes. Virtual machine, no. Linux, yes. Golang. Yes. Done. There. Now I'm in compliance, we could say. All right. So I probably need to stand up for a second, take a break. When we come back, I'm going to finish this Vim tutorial. I'm actually just going to fucking finish it. Only thing that needs to be done is I just have to update the tutorial itself, which is a little bit of text changes, which I can do in an hour. And I need to make an Easter egg in the VimRC that prints out the SKILSTAK logo in color. And possibly another Easter egg or 2. And then I'm going to publish that, and that'll be available for people to download and run anytime, actually. And we'll actually, you know what's great about this is we can put the Go Releaser on this, and I can use this as a Go Releaser program as well, which is the thing I need to do for work. I need to update Go Releaser so that did you know Go Releaser by default uses linked binaries? Tawny Fire, are you still there? Did you know about this? Did you know that the default settings for Go Releaser are to create CGO compatible libraries that have linked dependencies, dynamically linked library dependencies? That's a default. And the whole point of Go is to be able to like have statically linked binaries. And I went to go download, I did the Go Releaser action on Friday on GitHub, and I was like, damn. And I went to go test it the other day and I had to delete all my releases because they don't even work because people are expecting a static binary and they're static link binary and they're getting that. I was so pissed by that. And then I was like, okay, now I have to learn Go Releaser like fully. I can't just like, guess. I have to actually go learn it. So that is something I can do on this stupid little Vim tutorial project. I can do that today, a little bit later. Until then, though, here's some music. You're watching RWXRob.tv. Again, I hope that break was long enough for you to, do whatever you need to do, YouTube. YouTube is back with us. Twitch, just to let everybody know. I do all of my streaming to Twitch, and I upload every stream I do pretty much these days to YouTube, no matter how horrible, unless I dock something, which I've been known to do. So if you pay attention, you might get a freebie, like, a free license to VMware, because the license key is something that is easily doxed. I think the whole world should revolutionize and never print things that are secret to the screen ever. Unless you deliberately say you want to see it to the screen, because we live in a world where the screens are easily exposed. That's not true for VMware. I should probably open a ticket with them, shouldn't I? No, too much work. All right, back to the Smart Vim tutorial. We have our VimRC file that's loading up. The warning message does not work, unfortunately. I'm very sad about that. I am very sad about that. I actually believe that I can fix this, though. And you're not going to want to know how. No, you're really not. Echo black. Wait. God damn it. Echo black something. Black Mamba. Actually, let's try magenta. Magenta Mamba. Nope. Dash. Wait. Printf. Nope. Colors. Color strip. Oh boy. Oh man, I got my bad Tmux on here too. And that's thousands of colors and not millions. That's why you get to see the lines. I got a lot of things I got to fix here. There they are. I can actually just grab all of this and execute it. Call it a day. Those things are not on by default, but I can put them on. Where's the bash one? Hey, where's my magenta? Magenta. Cyan. White. Black. There we go. All right, so that's working. Now, why do I care about that? Because watch, I can actually do magenta and stick that in a file and enter reset. Stick that into temp foo. This is just a cool trick. You cannot do this without Vim, by the way. Vim on the command line, it won't work any other way. So you see that? You see this right here? That is an actual escape character, and I don't think you can produce it without actually redirecting stat out. So that is a thing. Magenta. So why on earth would I want to do that? Because any program can have binary put in it, including VimScript. And so my guess is this is going to fix my VimScript problem. So I've actually done this before. You don't have to have terminal escape support for it. As long as your terminal supports those escapes, the escape character is embedded in the bytes of the actual file. So let me show you. So if I do vimrc, I should be able to get around all of this shit by just doing this. Because as far as the program is concerned, it's just another escape, right? So R temp foo, it's going to put those escape sequences, and I'm going to put welcome to this smarter tutorial. Yeah, I put quotes around that. But see how that escape is still an escape sequence? Sometimes you might want to delete those escape sequences, but in this case, this could be it. This could be it, my friends. Yeah, let's try. Vim. Damn it! We're denied. That means Vim's too smart. Vim is, see this actually? It's escaping. It's showing the text-based version of the escape rather than actually do the escape. That was my last try. I didn't you promote it on the stream. Why don't I promote my Discord on the stream? I don't know. Because I don't think that way, I guess. I don't go in there much, to be fair. I mean, I'm not that... I hear streamers talk about, hey, give us your Twitter handle and I'll shout you out to all of my posse. And I'm like, okay. They say that and I'm like, I told you I'm the anti-streamer. I'm like bad streamer. Anyway, that doesn't work. Enough playing with the stupid ass Echo Easter egg, Rob. Let's get down to the main event. All right, we know we can load it in a vimrc, so we can load a macro in there. And I don't know how to preload macros but I'm going to figure that out at some point. What are the benefits of Vim against Nano? My answer to that is go watch the YouTube video that I posted on this last Saturday on YouTube. And it has that specific answer. It has that specific answer. Or if you want to, you can go to skillstack.io, click on Beginner Boost, and go to week 8. Click on week 8. There you go. And it has the video on it. Do you guys want a link? Do you want a link? If you want a link, I'll give you a link. YouTube, don't look. Don't look, YouTube. You're not supposed to see this secret Twitch chat. That's only for Twitch people. So, anyway. Oh my god, I'm still streaming. Why am I streaming still? Better increase this time. Let's go to 6. I'm not doing the podcast tonight. That's no bullshit. I'm actually not doing that podcast at all. I just don't. I don't have time for everything. I need to get on my bike. Yep. Yeah, just I'm going to put another boost out there. Every Saturday at 11, Beginner Boost for beginners. That is for beginners. That's where beginners come to learn all the things that I have been teaching beginners since 2013. That's 10 years of teaching beginners. I also have an actual job. There's people who teach who don't have jobs, and I can tell you, having been that guy, so for like, what is it, 5 years? For 5 years of the time that I was at SKILSTAK, that I ran my own business there, I didn't learn containers. I didn't learn Kubernetes. That all came out during the interim time. Had I had an actual job, I mean, it was a real job. It was fucking hard work. But I had to like work for corporate America or something like that in IT. My skills and what was current would have been kept up. But that stuff kind of fell to the side, and I was writing crazy shit. The good news is that I ended up writing a lot of Go because it wasn't popular in the enterprise yet, and I was way ahead of the curve. So the point is, you should find a mentor who actually has a job doing what you want to do. I can't believe I have to say that. So teaching is a job, but you don't want to learn Go from somebody who just teaches Go. You want to learn Go from somebody who writes Go doing the thing you want to do in the enterprise. Somebody who's actually written an API. Someone who's actually written a tool and whatever. Those are the people you want to learn from. You know, you might be able to learn esoteric techniques and stuff like that from people that focus on the academic angles of Go or whatever, and that's fine too. You probably shouldn't shut them out. I'm not saying they're bad people. I'm saying, but the people that you really want to learn from are the people who have actual experience, who've kept their skills up. So, I teach, I have a job. Yes, I actually have 2 jobs. 3 if you get strict about it. Anyway, so let's actually fix the tutorial up and spend the rest of this time doing it. So put a marker in the stream, I guess. We're going to actually rewrite the tutorial, and we're going to put all of the stuff in here that I want to cover. I'm actually at the beginning. Down at the bottom right away, I'm going to put some stuff in here that I actually need to add. School of Minds using ideas supplied by Charles Smith from the Colorado State University. So I'm just going to put a list of the things I want to make sure to get in here. DAP, FAP, DAP, YAP, FAP, FIP, star, K, set. I have to make sure. I'm just going to make... These things were on my mind recently. I want to make sure they get in here. What do I use for Go? We have an API that interfaces with our batch machine learning group. We have people that submit applications to run on huge batch systems through our Go REST API through Apogee. And they make applications that use the platform that we built. So... Don't forget, oh yeah, Well, that's already in there. Actually, no, it's not. So that. I mean, strictly speaking, that's the main one. Yeah, so we need we need to talk about that a lot. Talk about that. See, yank. Oh yeah. Control F bracket. Yeah. I should go read VI Magic really quick. I'm gonna look at VI Magic real quick. VI Magic has this stuff already in it. Whoops. I was gonna name the tutorial VI Magic, but we're not gonna do that. We did this on Friday. Line wand, section wand, and line long section wand. I thought we had another wand. Did we have it like the whole file? Line number wand. Line number one, I guess. Shift A. Oh yeah, that's already in there. But yeah. We'll do that. So let's do this. So let's say I really don't use it that much. Actually, what I do use is search a lot. That's probably more important. Let's do that one instead. Let's do this. This and this. Yeah, those are those are super important. And what else? Why line numbering is a waste of space and distracting. I'm going to put that in mind. I have people tell me all the time that my Vim is nice and clean, and I'm like, you bet your damn ass it is, because it just is. What else? I mean, we're gonna hit them. I have a bunch of them here too that we need to add. What I actually want to do is I want to eliminate stuff that I don't think you need. Like visual mode is gone completely. Visual mode is fucking idiotic. Nobody should use it. Remove visual mode. More X commands. So there we go. Why not to use panes? Use tmux instead. Preface with tmux assumption. Okay, what else we got? Yeah, okay. All right, so I guess we don't need to do... We could do the Vim settings, but maybe not. All right, let's just go through this and actually start it. And this is going to take a while. I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm not going to do this quickly. most ubiquitous on Unix and Linux systems. Uh-huh. Let's see. Ed is the official Unix editor. X improved on Ed. VI is the visual mode of X. Vim is an improved version of VI. But first, just a bit of history. Terminal editor history. X improved on Ed. VI is the visual mode of X. Vim is an improved version of VI. Everyone should learn it, even if they prefer other editors for simply because often it is the only editor on the system. Okay, but first, just a bit of terminal history. Brief, ultra brief history of Vim. How about this? Should we make it like a, how do they do section locator? There we go. Do 72. Let's see. Attention, the commands in this list will modify text. Make a copy of this file to practice on. If you start a Vim tutor, this is already a copy. Don't need that anymore. Powerful that has many commands, too many to explain it. And a tutor such as this. This tutor is designed enough of the commands that you will be able to easily use Vim as all-purpose editor. It would be helpful if they actually knew fucking English before they made a tutorial in English. Syntax for data.sh files. Did not know that. Learning Vim is a lifelong master. Learning Vim, learning the basics of Vim, contrary to popular belief, Vim basics can be mastered in 10 minutes, making Vim a far better first editor than even Nano. For beginners. Vim then Vim beginners can layer additional Vim skills on top of the basics. Yes. This tutorial starts with the essentials and includes the beginning of further mastery, I guess. What does not cover everything? I was scared to use Vim. This week you got confident thanks to the intro last week. See, I am so glad you said that, because I am so tired of people being afraid of Vim. And this tutorial is going to start with, don't be afraid. It's easy. And to far making basic Vim far easier to learn than even Nano for beginners. Then beginners can layer additional Vim skills on top of the basics. This tutorial's that's all I needed to say. This tutorial addresses several major flaws in the Vim tutor, in the original Vim tutor. Errors and important omissions. But makes no assumptions about see, this tutorial is for absolute beginners. I know, I'm going to make this, I might as well spend some time getting the pros right. Vim is Vim is the most powerful and ubiquitous terminal-based editor ever created. Everyone should learn it simply because it is often the only editor on the system, the only editor available from the terminal. This tutorial addresses several major errors and omissions in the original Vim Torton, in the original Vim tutor. Who's texting me? Oh, whoops. Oh, damn. Oh, man, she's making t-shirts. My wife's making t-shirts. I want one. All right. In 10 minutes. Yes. Including exiting. Beginners can layer additional Vim skills on top of the basics. Like so many things in the Unix, Linux, universe, there is always more to learn. Hopefully, this starting you out right will boost your interest to get started and learn the rest. Yeah. Ultra brief history of Vim. Ed is the official Unix editor. The first editor ever created specifically to help develop Unix itself. The same reason that the C language was invented. X was an improved version of Ed. Is an improved version of Ed. It kept compatibility with Ed, but added additional features such as a visual mode. VI is X in visual mode. In fact, the original configuration file is still called .xrc. Vim pronounced vi, not v. Am I adding tabs? Thank God I'm not. Set no list. This might just be it. Vim. All right. Okay, so Vim is an improved version of VI. Which added many significant improvements and many unnecessary ones. Vim is most likely mapped to VI on most modern systems. I'm not even going to mention any of them. It's not worth mentioning. It's completely useless. I'm not picking a fight. I'm asking a question. Why should I use NeoVim? People cannot answer that question. I have asked that question so many sincerely times, and nobody can answer that question for me. I continue to ask that question. Why should I use NeoVim? Vim is already on the system. Every time I write about that, I have to talk about that because I am sincerely trying to get an answer to that. 30 minutes. That's not true at all. I have never once gotten through this Vim tutorial in 30 minutes, no matter how expert the person is. That is a total fucking lie. That is a fucking lie. We need to change this. Complete this tutorial. The tutor. To complete the tutor. Is about an hour. Okay, so people should know what they're learning, right? Stop. I'm going to put that down here because they have like all the assignments and stuff. I'm going to put a stop thing in here. Stop. Wait. 1, 2, 3. plugins and use Lua, but there's no point to learn NeoVim. It will never be a non-production environment. I agree. Does NeoVim have some other shiny stuff that attracts people? I don't know. I'm sincerely asking a question. I've looked at it and I can't find anything that anybody would actually want to use. I honestly can't, and I don't understand what it is about it that people want. You really should take the time to learn ed first. Learn the ed editor before learning Vim. It will make the rest of this tutorial will make much more sense, and your ability to use the Unix sed command will also be improved. Take the time to learning Vim. It takes about 20 minutes. The rest of this tutorial will make much more sense, and your ability to use the Unix sed command will be greatly improved. And your ability to modify text files and streams from the command line without an editor using the sed command will be greatly improved. I know, I feel like we have to write an ed tutorial. There isn't an ed tutorial. You know what? We could make one. I'm just thinking about how we would do that. We could actually make it so that if they ran the ed tutorial, it would open up ed, and I had a system called Skillbot, and if they had tmux, they would have tmux in one window and they would have it in another, but they don't know how to use tmux yet. So most people learning Vim is the first thing ever. So you can't assume that, right? Ed is so simple that we could actually make an interactive tutorial for it. Or we could actually make it so that we open them up and we put them on the first line. To the post-it note, yeah. Yeah, I feel like I'm wondering if we could actually combine it in here. Some people are just going to want to skip it. Some people won't have it installed. I mean, what we could do is we could, when they run this, we could run this and we could say, we could make a section for Ed in this, and we could say, if you don't want to learn the Ed editor right now, skip this section, because it's so basic and it's so easy that we could make an Ed section in here. And then the first step of that could be open up a new terminal so that you can still read this terminal, and it could tell them what to do. It's either that or we could actually, I'm trying to think of a way that we could actually fire off the Ed tool and have them have it display the first line. You know what I mean? Actually, we could do that. And then the Ed tool itself could be the tutorial, kind of like we're doing with this with the Vim stuff. Yeah. Uh, 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 um, mm, I think it's for Minix. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't know if Minix has it installed by default. Pop OS though. I think Plan 9. Next, Ubuntu Red Hat, Suzy. Ubuntu is Debian. They're not going to like that, but oh well. Yeah, an alias of him, yeah. Yeah. And that's pretty long, though. Well, I still feel like people should have a background. Yeah. What do you mean they'll turn away? Because it's too long? You think it's too long? It's an ultra brief history of them. They can skip it if they want. You don't think they want anything else? You don't think they want to know how to see how to use Vim and why it's important to learn it? Haven't had. It's pretty short. I mean, it's literally one screen full of history. I think people would do good to have a little history about this. I don't think that everybody needs it, but you're right. So, yeah. Vim is an improved version of VI which added many significant improvements and many unnecessary ones. Vim is most likely mapped to VI. We just did that. Have Vim today. Okay. If this is running out of topic, all good. I like functional programming. Erlang is one of the languages I really want to learn. I haven't learned it yet. I love Lisp too, but it's too many parentheses. I learned Haskell once to learn Pandoc. Pandoc is written in Haskell. I like functional programming languages. I just have enough time to learn them because I don't need them. I think you should learn functional programming languages, though, to kind of change your brain when you're writing other stuff. Like, you can tell the people that wrote Kubernetes, at least kubectl, were thinking like object-oriented programmers instead of functional programmers. And if they had more functional programming on their brain, their stuff wouldn't be as big a shit as it is. They've done unnecessary OOP things like create parameters that have methods on that can create parameter objects that have methods that take those things as arguments. So fucking stupid. If they had done it more functionally, it would be so much better. But they didn't because they're Java programmers who decided to write code for Go. So my answer is everybody should learn at least the basic tenets of functional programming and try it out. And every time you write a piece of code, you should ask yourself, am I writing a function or am I writing an object or am I writing a struct? What am I writing here and why? OCaml. A lot of people like OCaml. There's been a lot of people writing in OCaml. Yeah. Yep. It takes about 20 minutes. I am not going to force them to learn Ed here. I think you're right. I think to the same thing about not making this tutorial too long. I'm not going to tell them how to learn Ed. We're just going to say you should go learn Ed. But if they don't want to, they're going to skip it. Okay. Yeah. I'm not going to stress about how to teach them Ed or even write the Ed tutorial right now. I'm just going to say you should go play around with it for a bit. Maybe, yeah. Yeah. You know what? I'll add that later. Let's actually add a thing to this. Let's add it to the bottom. Add Ed tutorial as bonus content at the end. Yeah. Learn VI before Vim. Learn Ed before X. Learn X before VI. Oh, I totally do. I totally do. Yeah. It makes it so much more natural. Yeah. Look, the problem in this tutorial that they struggle with is they teach X stuff on the fly and they don't even know the syntax. It's all over in here. One of the biggest problems with tutorials, they teach advanced X commands that people have no point of reference. And they take kind of a recipe approach to it. I think if they learn Ed first, they would be better off, honestly. I really do. So, we will add it. Eventually we'll add it. Right? Actually, you know what? Let's do. I'm going to put this stuff into an issue. Oh, damn. I don't have issues on here. And all right, I'm putting in issues instead of into the thing so I have it. I don't get lost. You know what I mean? I don't even think we need credits. I don't think we need this. I don't think we need the VI book. The book stuff is like really old. For further reading and study, book I recommended. Oh, yeah. Examples and pictures. I think the best thing they should do is use the user manual. I think that's the only thing they should use. Anyway. So, here we go. Okay, copy. Attention commands. Alright, so... let's see. Welcome to the Vim tutorial. This is just strongly encouraged. Okay, so... we should probably put that stuff right here, that attention stuff. I don't know how we want to word it, but we could probably put it right here. We should probably put that up here. We could put how to use this file. Let's see. Was that 3 lines? We could kind of, we could probably use 3. Yeah, 3 is fine. Now they say I should learn said. Absolutely. Either certain ed and said, they're the same. Yeah, ed and said are primarily the same. That's why you should learn them that way. Yep. We do that too. We already covered that. We covered that 2 weeks ago. If you want to watch the boost, we go over the whole thing. So, this file was auto-generated. And can be modified without fear. If you like, you can save the file as you go. In order to pick up where you left off. J key enough times to move the cursor to less than it completely fills the screen. All right. So actually that's true. They don't know how to navigate, right? So we need to figure out what the maximum space is that they're going to need to see. So that's like 20. You should have 20 lines on the screen. Press J to move to the next section. J a few times to move to the next section. There we go. Is that 20 lines? Is that on 20? Damn, it's like 22. Yeah. We need to reduce that. I don't know if we want to teach them that yet. Yeah. I don't even use Control D. I don't like it. I have N and P mapped. Yeah, I use N because it's one screen at a time. But yeah. All right. This file was auto-generated, can be modified without fear. If you like, you can save the file as you go in order to pick up where you left off. To save the file now, type the following. :r temp my vimtoot Okie dokie. Oh, not RW, duh. You can save the file as you go in order to pick up where you left off. To save the file, type the following. All right. Make sure caps lock key is not pressed. That means that they probably had a problem with that. Is it going through the tutorial? No, I'm writing my own. I'm writing a smarter Vim tutorial. Because the Vim tutorial is brain dead. So, yeah. Go to the next section. All right. This is pretty far. Yeah. How to SSH into the Pentagon? Good question. I don't know. We have people here that work at the Pentagon, though, so might not want to get them mad at you. They'll come over. They'll come after your script kiddie ass. I'm just warning you. I know of at least 4 people that, yeah, spooks, ghosts, whatever you want to call them, NSA. People that are regulars here. I'm just warning everybody. There are regular security professionals in my chat. So, that are pretty high up. Some of them are deployed abroad. Some of them are deployed at home. Some of them work for the Pentagon. Some of them have consulted with the president directly. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not making this shit up. I know for a fact I'm not going to say who. I'm not even going to allude to it. But they are regularly in our chat. So if you're going to talk about hacking in here, just joke about it. Just know that. They got a lot to lose, don't they? I don't know. Most of the stuff they have to lose has already been dumped, in my opinion. Like all the drug running that they were doing, the CIA was doing during the Afghan war. God damn. That's so funny because they put that into the Punisher too, and that's actually real. Yeah, they took real history of corruption and they put it in the Punisher. They like, you know, blew it out of proportion and put the fiction around it, but they made it fun to watch. But it was based on truth. It was based on stuff that was actually dumped, like records that were actually dumped. Yeah. Anyway, let's moving the cursor. Okay, so let's try that. I think. God, I feel like I'm not. Well, I know I'm not going to be able to finish this whole thing tonight. I want to. Let's actually try it. Let's see. Let's test some of the other fun stuff with Go. So, we got the tutorial done up to moving the cursor. Frankly, let's do this. Let's copy the tutorial.txt to Vim tutorial to /temp/ Vim tutorial txt. And I'm going to take out the stuff that's not done. Because I don't really care about it. And yes. All right. And then creating a startup script, that's completely unnecessary. All right. So I think we got a good start here, though. You just SSH'd. Yeah. Yeah, that's not going to work. You could finger the Pentagon. Finger somebody from the Pentagon, see if you can, and then chat with them and talk to them. I'm making myself laugh. No one else gets it. They probably have Finger still running on their servers over there. Wait, I just looked at that one. All right, so the last thing I need to do here. All right, git commit. I'm trying to decide. I mean, we really don't need to commit this yet. I'm afraid I'm going to lose it, though. That's why I'm afraid my container's going to die. So I'm trying to decide what to actually add here. We need to add at least one. All right, we're very close. So tutorial. We're going to add the more stuff down there. I want to get these initial files committed before I lose them. I'm just paranoid. So the next thing we need to do, we need to fire off the Vim program. And when we do that, we need to load the other one. So let's actually do that. And I have a thing that already does this. I used to anyway. Actually, I don't think I have it anymore. No, I think it's under. No, that was the old version. Actually, kubectl has it. No, I mean kubectl-login. I don't think I saved any of that actually. God, I hope I committed that. I hope I committed that because I lost that container while I was developing it. I'm kind of thinking I don't have it. No, I definitely do. I don't know. I don't know if I have it. Let's check. Repo clone cube. I better have it, most of it. If I don't have it, I'm going to be mad. Yeah, I have the old one. Shit. Yeah, this is the old one. God damn it. I mean, I didn't lose that much. That the stuff that because I had to rip out the guts of it anyway to change it. Did that work in a container? Yep. I mean, I have a bunch of them, so it's not as bad as it sounds. So like if I can SSH to home. I think I actually have the Klog one is over here too. Whoops. This IP is not resolving for some reason. What the hell? Anyway, I don't know what's happening with my. Is it 200? Oh shit. You know what? I think it's. Yeah. Oh, never mind. I changed my .ssh config because I'm a dummy. Eesh. I'm just going for the SSH config. Fuck hosts. I don't care anymore. Wait, HPZ 640 is already set up. Why doesn't it complete? Wish it would. Podman attach. Hey, login. Yeah, wow, this is a really old version. This is even older than the other one. Yeah, it's using the internal. So that's cool. I mean, it's still there. That's what I was talking about, though. Is I was looking for the internal prompt stuff. I mean the this stuff here. Yep, I was looking for this right here. I guess I'll do this. All right, so what do we got here? So let's put this in here. Just dump it in here. We don't care. Exec. I mean, I can put it in internal. Let's do that. Internal. Bombadita. Internal is how I vendor stuff of my own. What books I recommend? I have a book recommendation somewhere in my Zet, but I don't remember where. Where did my Zet go? Oh, that's why it's not matching my name. Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, I screwed it up because I made my user. That's interesting. I got to fix that on my bash RC. Anyway, so keg books to complete, books I want to write, books I want to read. Ideas for SKILSTAK books to write. NFS scripting. I mean, there is nothing on Kubernetes that's current. Period. Nothing. It's all out of date. It's moving way too fast. Your best bet is to set up a Kubernetes cluster and then document it as you go. Linux, also a very fast moving target. When you say you want to learn about Linux, I mean, are you talking about the kernel? Are you talking about, it's like, do you want to be an administrator? It's a huge field. I would narrow it down a little bit more than that. And honestly, I would just build a lab and play with stuff and document it. The Linux command line is free, and that's online, but it's also extremely, extremely dated. They have you build a CGI script in Perl, like not in Perl, but in Bash. It's really, really old. Linux from Scratch is an ancient book that people keep thinking that Linux from Scratch is a distro. It's not. It's a book that talks you through how to build your own Linux from scratch with a compiler. If you really want to learn Linux, install Arch from scratch and get good with Arch. If you truly want to understand Linux, but there's so many things, are you going to use LDAP for multi-user authentication? Do you need to set up PAM authentication modules to use? There's just so totally. Are you doing embedded? It's such a huge ecosystem of stuff that you really have to focus. You got to focus. So if you're looking for a job, you have to decide, well, what kind of job? Infrastructure engineering, network engineering, platform engineering, software design and engineering, embedded engineering, edge computing. I mean, there's just so electronics. You know what I mean? Brian's Bible. I don't know, man. I don't know if I agree with that. There is nothing written about Linux that is current except for the Linux man pages about the system, and even they're out of date sometimes. I don't feel comfortable recommending to people that they do that. I'm not trying to pick a fight. That's my opinion. I would not waste time with books. I used to. Power tools, Unix power tools is still probably valuable. CK course on Udemy. I fucking hate the CK course on Udemy. I got a full refund after the first 2 days. Maybe if you want to certify, I couldn't make it through it, man. It was so bad. I could not stand it. I'm sorry. I couldn't do it. Code Cloud. I don't want anything to do with Code Cloud. If Het likes it, great. I respect Het, and you can listen to him. But I'm telling you, I fucking hate Code Cloud. I hate it. I hate their approach to education. I hate their bullshit content that isn't even accurate 90% of the time. I hate the fact that they smooth over the use of the command line terminal and prove that they actually don't know how to use Linux at all. And then they try to make themselves authorities on the thing and make a lot of money off of it. I can't say anything positive about them at all. My most positive experience with online education with Kubernetes, which is super duper duper dated, is learn Kubernetes zero to hero with Nana. What's her name? Nana. She gives the best overview of Kubernetes in any video that I've ever seen, and it's free and it's on YouTube. Now, she's since gone on to make a bunch of closed source stuff that you have to go pay to see. But her overview of Kubernetes is really, really good. I really liked it. Kubernetes the hard way is the single fucking worst recommendation anybody can ever make. People keep recommending that bullshit from Kelsey that's ancient and irrelevant. All of the stuff that's in there is completely useless. It's fucking useless. It has you installing stuff by itself. All of that stuff is managed under kubeadm. Look, if you want to learn Kubernetes, learn how to read Go and read the source code of kubeadm. Okay? Lord Mercurius and a bunch of lunches. I don't know that. Everybody's got their own idea. You guys are welcome to have your own opinions, and I'm not attacking you. I'm just attacking your opinions. And read the docs. Seriously, I am not even exaggerating. Look, if you don't know how to read Go and you're going to try to be a Kubernetes admin, good luck. Because a lot of the times when people write code, you have no idea what it's doing. And every single Helm chart is Go code. And the number one way for distributing Kubernetes applications, unfortunately, is Helm. And the stuff that doesn't use Helm uses controllers, and those controllers are written in Go, CTL programs. Right? Like ISTCTO, ISTO-CTL, and stuff like that. Those are all written in Go. If you want to know what's actually happening, learn how to read Go. You don't have to write Go. Learn how to read Go. And then read kubeadm. kubeadm does all of the steps of Kubernetes the hard way using the proper steps. It's better than the Hightowers thing, because kubeadm source code was based on all of those steps. And things like Kubelet are actually now services in their pods and stuff like that. If you do the Hightower thing, you're like going to have daemons running all over the fuck, and you're not even going to be able to use kubeadm, because all of the stuff that was done when that was done is old. And that stuff is all managed by the kubelet now, and it's all inside of other things. And I put a lot of that stuff inside of Kubernetes pods. So it's a waste of time to do the Hightower thing. It's a total fucking waste of time. Seriously, it's a waste of time. How many times do I have to say it? And I'm saying it because I fucking wasted my time going through it, because everybody were recommending it. I was like, this has no bearing in reality whatsoever. And I was like, this doesn't even help me understand what the different pieces are. And so seriously, I'm sorry I'm so elevated and passionate about this particular thing. I wasted a lot of time and energy and frankly money trying to learn these things, and other people have recommendations, and that's fine. Go with them. Your best, I'm just telling you mine, and I'm going to shut up now. So, all right, next. So, when you take the exam, you can read the Kubernetes docs. Yes, you can. Install kubeadm. Yes. Rob, some people like videos or tutorials. Yeah, that's fine. I know. As I said, I liked Nana's video that explained the different components of Kubernetes was the best thing I ever read. And the Udemy stuff might appeal to some people. I cannot do it. I could not do it. The quality of the educational content is so low. I just could not stand it. I couldn't do it. That's me. I'm talking about me. You asked me my opinion. Okay. And you can tell me I'm full of shit and do it anyway. And God knows I respect Het Tannis and their opinion about everything. So there. Anyway. Move on to what I was doing. Oh, we're just doing a compilation here. So we wanted to. I added the internal code to do the exec. The thing that drives me nuts though is that people continue to dump money into training. So people will pay $600, $700, $800 for a training, and they'll complain about buying a server and running Kubernetes in their house because it's too expensive. And it just does not compute with me. I'm like, seriously? You know, seriously, they'll do CKA and CKAD just to take the test is $400, right? And so they'll pay an extra $400 or $500 for training, and they'll end up dumping like $1,000 for training, and yet they still don't have a multi-core server in their house to practice putting Kubernetes on, so that they can install nodes and spin them up using Minikube or using whatever. And then they don't do that. And then they pay for money to go on the X and Y service to go out there because they're hawking somebody who's doing the training is also hawking a service to make more money on the side. And so now they're administering Kubernetes through some fucking web interface, which is what they would never do on the job. But now they're doing all of that because it's all part of the ecosystem of greed in education, which is what Udemy is based on. If they had taken all of that money and they invested it in themselves, and they had actually read the fucking code and read kubeadm and practiced doing it themselves and asked questions when they got stuck, they would have more knowledge. They would be more hireable, according to 3 different people in my chat who have said that they hire people from the thing. They would hire somebody with a lab over somebody with a cert anytime. I'm not saying don't get certs. I'm saying people that spend the money and do all that and then they fucking complain because they don't know it, because they haven't got the ability and they can't set up network TCP/IP and they have an ARP storm at work and they don't know what to do because Kubernetes has its own management and they don't know what host network is and they don't know how to set up all those things and how host networking uses them because they haven't played with it on their own. And they're still trusting some person to cover all the bases for them as opposed to exploring it and learning it on their own. And that pisses me off. It pisses me off because they've wasted their money, they wasted their time, and now they're on somebody's doorstep asking for help. So the reason I'm kind of angry about this is I'm telling you the best way for you to learn anything is to do it. And to do it using the real thing. And the closest thing to a real thing that you're going to get is a virtualized machine. And the fastest way to get a virtualized machine is to take that testing, that money you would have spent on Udemy or whatever else, save up your money and buy a refurbished HP 20 core machine, 25 core machine, and set up your own server and then practice at home. Period. And if you want to know, if you want your organization to your study, look at what's on the documentation that you can already use on the certification exam, which sucks, by the way, but go ahead and read through that and then practice doing all of those things and read the kubeadm steps and say, you know what? I'm going to do this by myself. I'm going to understand what each steps of kubeadm does, and I'm going to set up my own cluster. That's the best way to learn Kubernetes. It's the best way to learn anything. It's the best way to learn Linux or anything. Stop using crutches. Start using the real thing. That's the takeaway. Budget hardware for I already have. I already have. It's already on my lab. I bought the same thing. Yeah. Go look at my rig. Go see. You can go buy one right now. Yep. Go click on the rig and go find the HP Z640 that I bought for like a certain amount of money. Go look at my lab if you want to do that. You don't have to have a big ass machine to learn Kubernetes. You have enough to do a few cores. So, yeah. Again, I'm not mad at any person. Please don't take this as me attacking you. I'm not attacking you. I'm frustrated because I am so tired of dealing with this issue. I'm tired of dealing with it because there's so many people that will take advantage of you like crazy, and they'll take advantage of you. They won't tell you what's in your best interest. They'll tell you what's going to line their pocket. You should go take so-and-so's training, and then you should go use so-and-so's system to do the training. You know who will do that? The Kubernetes project itself. They will totally suck you dry with their training. That's shit, by the way. I'm sorry to have to say this, but I went through their Linux training, the first few versions of it, and I was like, this is shit. It's better than nothing, but it's definitely not worth $500. And so I think you should just learn stuff on your own. Look, stop being afraid of being able to learn on your own. Stop being afraid of it. Oh my God. People are so afraid of taking on the responsibility of learning things on their own. And believe me, I know, because I've been there. When I was first learning Kubernetes, I was watching YouTube videos. I was looking for some semblance of how to do anything because there was really no way to even start. And I'm a big fan of books. I'm a big fan of O'Reilly books and stuff like that. But I was unable to find a book. In the Go world, the Go books are so bad. I finally found one or two good ones, but the one book that I paid $50 for didn't even cover the right version of generics. It covered a proposal that was 3 years old. So that never made it into the language. And I was reading, I was like, this doesn't seem right to me. And I went to look at it, and I found out that they like sold out of that book, and they hadn't even made any new ones. That's Pack Publishing, by the way. That's how they are. They have no quality control at all. Show me and I will forget. Teach me and I will learn. Remember, involve me and I will understand. Credit me and I will give you all my money. You looked at a writing interpreter and go, yeah, I have it. I bought it. Yeah, I bought it. I wrote that. I did that like 3 years ago. It's really fun and cool. It's also ancient, and it's still using a bunch of old stuff. So it's hard, people. It's hard. Look, I do think books are better than nothing. Books do give you a consistent voice. They make you feel cozy because you have somebody with them, helping you out. But so yeah, it's actually a good book. That book got me really interested in writing Go parsers and stuff when I created Pagan, the language I wrote. So that led to that. Books are structured. They are structured. The problem is that they're never comprehensive. And the one thing about books that, I mean, I used to shit on books all the time, particularly tech books, because they're out of date as soon as they're written. Go in Action, for example, is so full of major bugs. Most of the code in Go in Action doesn't even fucking run, but nobody did any quality control on it. And, you know, I said that to the person who wrote it. I'm pretty sure they were in my chat and they did not want to hear it. And I was like, oh, really? The whole thing with the worker pools is totally fucked up. It's so bad. But you would never know that. You would never know that unless you spent enough time actually looking through actual good code out there and practicing different things and finding the bad code. And believe me, I've written tons of bad code. You've seen me do it. So I'm not saying I'm immune from writing bad code. I'm just saying don't just trust a book. Don't just trust the book because they have all kinds of problems. Make sure you look at their Reddit, especially if it's a tech book. And you're never, ever, ever going to find a book on 1.20. If you buy a book that covers anything before 1.18 and Go, you're just fucking wasting your money. Go, Head First Go is an amazing book. The writer is so great. They're so cool. They have such a good style. It's fantastic. The book is fantastic, but it's also covering Go 1.5. And they've never improved it. They've never made a better one. It's really sad. You know why they don't write a better one? Because they can't keep up. It's not worth their time to write it. So I can't learn about reading. You have to work on a project. Me too. The only programming book I ever read was JavaScript, the good parts. Yeah. I'm going to write a good hands-on book tutorial, set up Kubernetes cluster using kubeadmin. I think the best books are the ones that are team sourced. They're crowdsourced. And they are sponsored on GitHub, and they don't exist as PDFs or as actual books, and they're crowdsourced. And there are a few of them out there, actually. There's a JavaScript book, not the you don't know JavaScript book. That guy's a moron. He has no idea what he's writing about JavaScript. Don't even bother with that asshole. Seriously, don't bother with that at all. There's another book out there that was written by a French guy. He's a French educator. Eloquent JavaScript. That's it. Eloquent JavaScript is really, really well written. It's really well written. It's really good. It doesn't have as many projects as I'd like to have in it. That was written by a French educator to help teach JavaScript. There is no equivalent of that in Go. Most of the, my opinion is the people that are writing good Go books are not writing books because they're making too much money writing Go code. They don't have any. There's no desire to write a good book because there's no money in it. Seriously, you could make 10 times, and I'm not even exaggerating, 10 times the money as a Go programmer for an enterprise than you could writing a Go book. So the quality of people that are attracted to writing Go books is very, very, very low. And they don't even want to make books. And that's why Kennedy, I mean, they're not even making new books. They're just selling high-end corporate training because it makes them more money. And they can't even touch the salaries of the Go programmers that they're training. They can't. So this is the reality of our industry. You make more money writing code than you do writing about how to learn about coding. And so our industry is fraught with shit books right now because nobody wants to write a book. They want to make money. And I am one of them. That's why I'm not writing books. I'm trying to do my whatever I can, but you know, and later my knowledge at least claimed. Which one? JavaScript, the good parts. Are you talking about Crockford? That's an old book. They make sure you disable a swap on the nodes. Yes. You know, you don't have to do that anymore. You haven't had to do that since since Kubernetes like 1 point, I want to say 20. You don't have to disable swap on the nodes. You haven't had to forever. You know that, right? You would know that if you kept up with the Kubernetes release instead of reading fucking book. So people still read tech books? Study focus on one tool and jumping through 2 or 3. I mean, do what you want. Set up your own strategy. I'm an obsessive person. I have to stay with one thing until it's done. But then when I get bored of it, I just want to change my mind. And I do. I change my mind all the time and do whatever the hell I want. When it comes to learning, I think you should have one thing you have to be really disciplined to learn. And then you should have one thing that's really fun to learn. And you should mix the two. Because when you're really fresh and you're really motivated in the morning, say, right, do the thing that's really hard to do that you know you need to do, because you'll be focused and and then when you get ranty and you want to drink beer or something and you just want to have fun, do the fun thing. So that project that you want to work on that's not really in your core learning, but you are still learning something. If you mix up your learning so that you have something fun to learn and something that is pretty serious, but you really still need to learn it, then you can, rather than like giving up and just watching Netflix or something, you can move to the fun thing and you can still stay learning if you keep it fun. And go, yes. Yeah, Pike's talk on that. Pike's talk on how he created the template parsing language that he wrote is really, really good. I like that one a lot, even though at the end of it, you got to watch it all the way to the end. At the very end, somebody asked him, he says, "Don't you think that's inefficient?" He says, "Yes, but it's still fun." You're talking about Pike's interpreter video? He writes a video about how to write an interpreter, how he wrote the Go template language. It was his pet project. Yeah, it's brilliant, by the way. The Go templating language that Helm is based on is absolutely, it's one of the most brilliant templating languages I've ever seen. I recommend study focus. Yes. And that's about taste and how you just look. Predisposition exposed in coding form. Yeah. I think you should read you should read good Go code. I've been saying that all along. The best way to learn Go code is to read good Go code. Anything from Ben the Elder, who wrote Kind, or don't read the Kubernetes code base. Don't read that. That's bullshit. Unless you want to get a good example of really, really, really bad code. The Hugo code base is shit, and the Kubernetes code base is shit. Absolute shit. Pike would even say so if he had the fucking balls to say it. He would say it. He has said the preferred way to write Go, and neither of them. Nobody's going to call it like that, though. If you ask Bill Kennedy what he thinks of the Go story, that would be hilarious. Seriously, I would pay $1,000 to Bill Kennedy to give me his honest impression of the Kubernetes source code base, like line by line. Seriously, I would pay $1,000 if he would like take us through how bad the kubectl code base is line by line and throw it under the bus and tell us why it's bad. Because Kennedy knows one thing. Kennedy knows how to write clean, efficient, good Go code. He doesn't do it every day, but he is so exposed to good coding practices and to the internal Go team that he knows how to write good code. So he would look at that code and he would just laugh his ass off. He would never, ever do that publicly because it would tarnish his reputation, unlike me. I have no reputation. Which one? Oh, I don't know about that one. Cohen's is also limiting. I don't know about that one. I might have to watch it later. Yeah. Anyway, probably time for me to take a break. Yeah, I guess I'm the bad boy of tech, I guess. Oh well. At least I'm not like the Howard Stern of tech. It's actually called Proverbs. Yeah, ruin and tarnish your reputation for calling out bad code for what it is. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. Whatever. Great for progress. I think what looking at bad code is as important as looking at good code. I do, and I told you I'm not a professional programmer. I get paid lots of money to program, but I'm not a professional programmer, but, just pretentious nonsense. Yeah. I think it does a good job of distilling a language. Does it really? I'll have to take a look at it. The idea behind clean code from Uncle Bob is something I agree with, even though I don't agree with Uncle Bob, period. Knowing it's bad code is harder for new people. Oh, hell yeah. It's actually easier. It's funny, too, because negativity actually attracts more attention. And I swear to God, I'm not being negative because it's going to give me more attention. Because obviously it's not working. I'm only getting like 20, 50 people at a time in my stream. Yeah, I don't want to talk about Uncle Bob. I'm going to bust the gas in my head again. There are certain topics that I can't talk about without getting upset. And I can't, I have to not look, I have to look away. The problem with Twitch streaming is that, you know, if you're going to be a real person, people are going to see your biases and stuff. And I almost rather have you see me naked than see all my biases sometimes. But nobody wants that either. All right, let's actually run this program. Internal dot run vim, and we're going to get it in the path vim dash u dash vimrc dot file. There we go. Oh damn. I don't know if I want to read that. I don't know. I'm glad you put that for others, but I'm already too spun up today, and I need to relax. I need to get on my bike and relax. And yeah, people get worried about me because they think I'm going to ruin my career. I hear that a lot. It's kind of condescending. People say, I'm just so worried about you. I'm like, why are you worried about me? Because you get so angry all the time. Yeah, well, whatever. I know there's like other things to get angry about. I know. I forgot. I can't even remember what I'm doing now. I'm having a problem. Exec, there we go. You know, I like happy people. I really do. I like surrounding myself with happy people, but I'm also a technologist, and that means that by definition, I'm not going to be a happy person. Hey, Nini. Help me with customizing your terminal. I want to look like yours. Yes, I can. I absolutely can. I've done lots and lots of videos on it. Just go out to skillstack.io. I'm actually making, believe it or not, I'm making a virtual machine that you can customize on your own. So let me give you a link here. And if you want to get started, you can start playing. You can follow along. This is the primary content for all of this. And I'll be doing this over the next 10-20. We're going to cover bash RC configuration in a couple weeks. We do 2 hours a day every Saturday. So you can go play with that. Welcome to the stream, anybody who's new. If you caught me on a tail end of being negative, I apologize for the negativity. I can just tell you that I struggle to stay positive working in the tech careers because I care, frankly. Shameless self-promotion. Yes, you can pull anything like that. Boomers were born before 46 to 64. Technically, I'm not a boomer. Vim course was last. Did you see the Vim course last week? Oh, nice. I like that you like that. I'm actually making a Vim tutorial right now. That I hope will be better than the one that comes with it, that includes magic wands here's one that nobody knows. Watch this. This is so crazy. I can't believe people don't know this. I didn't know it for years. 20, 30 years I didn't know. Star. How cool is that? How cool is that? Star in Vim. How many of you knew that? How many of you have been doing Vim your whole life and did not know about the star? Star automatically searches for that word all throughout your file. Yeah, and # is the reverse. Yeah. Oh, no problem. My VMware VM is in the background or only minimized. Are you running it from Player? You know, it's funny. I just hit that problem myself today, George. I had that same problem today. It turns out that you can't run VMware Workstation Player in the background. So the only way to run VMware Player is to minimize it. If I did not know that until today. Today I went through it because we're going to learn how to do this on Saturday. This Saturday we're going to make our own Linux on a virtual machine. We're going to install our very own. And we're going to use Player. So I went through the steps today and I realized that there is no, normally when you click this on VMware Workstation Pro, which I also have, then it says here, do you want to go into the background? So apparently they save that, so you can't do that. You can't do that. So that unfortunately means that minimizing is the only option there. I believe you can run in the background in the Pro Edition. Okay, anyways, I have a feeling though that we can start Player from the command line so that we can run it in the background. You want to try that? Let's try that right now. I know we're kind of going off topic, but a container right now? No, I'm using a container right at the moment. Yes, I'm using a container at the moment, but I'm switching over to using a VM again, and then I'll be using containers inside of a VM, which we're also going to do in the Boost. I am using QEMU. We talked about this. We went through QEMU yesterday because it's too hard for a beginner to install. Tell a 9-year-old how to use QEMU. If you can create instructions that a 9-year-old could follow to install and use QEMU, I'm all on board. And we did that 2 days ago. Portia Filth and Mossy created the simplest possible script to install QEMU and run it. And it was pretty damn awesome. In fact, we thought about using a curl to bash kind of thing and having that and using QEMU behind. And then we eventually decided to use VMware Player because for Mac and Windows people, that's going to be the most ubiquitous. It's going to be the most reliable. And then later on, they can learn QEMU after that. By the way, if you're new to the stream, this is what I'm coming up with. This is how things are shaping up. Podman for containers all the way. I don't use Docker for anything after all the shit they've done. Too much curl bash in the world. I completely agree. That's why I didn't do it. That's why we decided against it. Yeah. We did because, and then the alternative is like, okay, here's how you go look at a script, right? But I didn't want the first thing that someone did in my Boost to be a curl to bash. I was like, hell no, I don't want to cover that until we get there. So what we decided to do instead, just so you know, is we decided to do VMware. We're going to install Ubuntu server, which is the easiest server to install on the easiest platform possible, which is VMware Player. Yes, it's proprietary. Yes, it's free. Yes, it's very reliable, and that knowledge will go on. And then we're going to do the other stuff later. So we'll cover KVM, Minikube, QEMU, and the homelab init at the top level, and then we're going to add after the beginner boost. The beginner boost is probably still going to go 30 weeks. So, it really becomes hard to fit all of this in, and even in the cycle of a year. I try to do a fresh cycle every year. And so as I do more of this documentation here, this is the first time I've had really, really, really good docs. As we get better at that, as I get better at that, we'll be able to free up time to do these other things. And the next thing is how to install Linux on a laptop, a cheap laptop. And then we can get into the fights about whether you should use Cinnamon or what window manager and why you care about a window manager. When would you run it that way? And then we can do homelab init where we talk about QEMU and KVM and Podman and containers and all of that stuff, because that is really not beginner knowledge. A machine learning person who wants to learn the terminal doesn't give a shit about QEMU. Honestly, they don't. And if we throw it out, and that's why I'm not comparing machine learning people to 9-year-olds, but there is some similarity. I say that with the greatest of appreciation. Nick and I were talking about this the other day during his boot camp. I'm so grateful that he's doing it. Nick is a PhD and he's a brilliant dude. He's a totally brilliant dude. And he was saying, I just want to do my machine learning. I don't give a shit about the command line. I don't give a shit about the terminal. I just want to do my machine learning. And so that kind of person, that's also the kind of person I support, by the way. That kind of person, getting them to care about the terminal. So that's my filter. My filter for Beginner Boost is if it doesn't appeal to 9-year-olds and machine learning people, We're not going to put it there. People, it's a joke, right? It's a joke. But I was telling Nick, I tell the story all the time. I was in a presentation with 500 people, and there was a machine learning person giving a presentation about how to use, I can't remember what it was, and they left the command line to rename a file by using the file explorer. That is a true story. That happened at my company while I was watching it, and I was like shaking my head. I could not believe it. They didn't know the MV command. They seriously, they were on the command line doing the other thing that they were trying to show people about, but they obviously had no base understanding of how to use the terminal. So they had just learned the specific commands to do whatever this thing was. I can't remember if it was some Python thing. They were doing this one specific Python thing, but they had no base terminal knowledge. They didn't know the MV command. So I'm not even kidding. They were using the terminal from VS Code, and they left out of VS Code, and they didn't even use VS Code to do the renaming. They went to their Windows File Explorer to rename the file. In front of like 400 or 500 people. I was absolutely blown away. I mean, this was a PhD machine learning, absolutely brilliant person. And they had no idea how to use the terminal. And I'm so glad that happened to me, because it just really reinforced my passion for teaching basic terminal skills, because, it's just so important. It's so important. Hipster, the whole 9 yards. Yeah, I use Tmux only. Tmux is people ask me what my window manager, I say Tmux. It's not. What should we name this? Someone come up with a name, and I'll do something nice for you. Someone come up with a name for the middle ground. GNOME terminal. I love GNOME terminal. Tmux, I prefer screen. Screen is awesome too. My Tmux is designed to be screen compatible, because I never know if I'm going to have Tmux. They finally added Tmux by default to Ubuntu 22 though. Ubuntu 22 has Tmux by default. You don't have to install it. Not some Arch Linux bullshit. Me too. I'm with you on that. Oh, yeah. You landed on awesome WEM 15 years ago and you haven't switched. People love to fight about window managers, man. That's like one of window managers, languages. I mean, what else? What else? Like, there's like a rotating cycle of like fight me topics. Linux distros. Green on a green terminal. Damn. Old school. Rob Pike said that colors are, and I quote, juvenile. The guy who wrote Plan 9, who was instrumental in creating Linux, who knew Dennis Ritchie and worked with Dennis Ritchie, and wrote most of Go. His thoughts on color terminals are that, and I quote, colors are juvenile. So he'd be right there with you. No need to fight, just use your favorite. Exactly. But the fighting is fun. We're not in this particular arena. There's no hate here. This is just all fun. This is not fun. It's part of the culture, people. It's part of the culture to argue about editors and stuff, right? It's just part of it. And if you don't like that, probably don't want to be in it. Is it the HP system? Damn, no buffer for VI. Dude, the first time that I trusted VI buffering to copy and paste a huge amount of lines from one file to another, and it dropped it all on the floor, and it wasn't in Git. I never used buffering again after that. By the way, this Saturday, we're going to go through Vim configuration. Actually, not this one, next week. We're going to go through Vim configuration, and I'll show you how to avoid dropping your buffer on the ground like that. It is one of the worst errors that you'll ever get, and it will destroy your day. I lost probably about 600 lines of code from that because of Vim buffering. It was so bad. I was just refactoring, and I was done with my code, and I was moving stuff into a different file, and it was kind of long, and the Vim buffer was too small, and so I cut and pasted it, and I trusted the Vim buffer to be there, and I went to paste it, and it was all gone. It was completely gone, and the file had already been saved. I was fucked. I was totally fucked, and I had to rewrite all that code. And after that, and I actually looked it up online. I was like, oh yeah, this is a known problem with Vim, and you need to add this line. And it was never in my VimRC before that. And I was like, damn, if I had just used the VI method, which is write those lines out to a file and rename the file, that's the traditional standard way to do that, which I now have put that into a Unix filter command so that I don't have to depend on Vim buffering for anything ever, because I will never ever do it again after that. And you only have to have that error one time, and then you're dead. So, mint termite. Yep. These are not things that they will tell you about, though. They'll tell you about how awesome it is, you know. Fuck colors. Oh, God. Anyway, Metal Linux. Should we call it Metal Linux? Ooh, I like that name. Who named that? Who gets the points for that? Who gets the points for that? That's a great name. Linux Metal. How about we call it Linux Metal? Linux Metal. Linux Metal, homelab init. This is a play on words, you know. You guys know that, right? Full Metal Linux. Okay, how about that? I like that. That's a good variation on it. Full Metal Linux. Yes. Damn, that needs to be a book title. You gonna sue me if I put that as my book title? I gotta give you all credit for that. There's like a couple of you. Full Metal Linux. That's like, damn. That's like the beginner boost is like, hey, we're gonna give you a boost. Full Metal Linux. homelab init. we need something besides homelab init. We need a thing up here where it's like sends you to the stratosphere or something. Full Metal Alchemist, yes. Full Metal Linux. Full Metal Linux on Linux Mint. The Arch people, they're gonna come in there thinking it's gonna be Arch on Metal, and they're gonna be like, oh. What, you're running GNOME and Cinnamon? At least it's not Pop OS. Or whatever. Taylor Swift Linux. That was the next version of Hannah Montana Linux. Now they have a Taylor Swift Linux. I'm sure. We can play around with the Linux distro. I actually, you know what? Just because of the name, now I want to do it more. I'm not even kidding. That's how shallow I am. Now that it has a good name, I'm like, damn, this has to exist. Full Metal Linux must exist now. We must make that a thing. Metal init. Yes, homelab init. Network init, homelab init. We could do kubectl. No, what's another one? We need some, like, I always do this. I always get too distracted by all the things I want. Here's the thing. I only have a year. We have to teach all of these courses in 2 hours on a weekend for 52 weeks. I already know. I already did the time on this one. This one's already going to take 30 weeks. 2 hours a week, 30 weeks. Because we are going to introduce you to Go, C, and Bash. We're going to cover all of Bash. We're going to set up the terminal and do Linux and all that stuff. It's a word, not a phrase. I don't know, man. I'm sure Full Metal Linux already exists out there. I don't even want to search for it because I'll just be sad. Enemy characters? Yes. Yes. Linux. Anyway, so Full Metal Linux. Full Metal Linux is still not going to cover QEMU, right? You know why I like this? Because this is all about device. You know what we could do? We could do Linux on Raspberry Pi too. Yeah. We could do Raspberry Pi and Linux Mint in the same one. And it would be, here's how you can get Linux on Metal. Even though Raspberry Pis are impossible to come by right now. How are you doing, Miss Sophia? How are you? Yeah. From Facebook and Group Interactive. I think, honestly, we need to, you know what? I'm so happy God, whoever came up with that name, thank you so much for that. Because Linux on Metal is an entire topic, because you can run it on Raspberry Pi, you can run it on embedded devices, you can run it on your laptop, you can run it on an old HP. So if we make the entire focus of this, whatever, learning module session thing, if we make the whole thing breathing life into hardware, whether it be refurbished hardware or an old laptop around, and if we actually, the first thing we do is we take, I'll use my graphics capture card to intercept the signal, and we like do an actual install on the laptop, and then we actually take you through using a Raspberry Pi, and then we take you through how to use an NVIDIA, an NVIDIA, that's got the cores on it for machine learning, and then we do like a simple tower using like an old server or something. We could actually show the different ways you could put it on Metal. We could talk about why you would want to put it on different types of metal, and we could get into, frankly, we could actually get into understanding assembly, how to read assembly. We could learn how to read. We could learn not you don't have to get deep dive into it. We could learn how to read system calls, right? So I think system calls are kind of here and here. That we could learn how to read system calls, because this could be kind of like, hey, here's how to see how your machine, how your device is actually working. And like we could talk about user space versus kernel space. We could actually talk about modules and loading them and unloading them, and we could focus entirely on Linux on Metal or on devices, and that's fun because that leads to robotics. Actually, I have several Lego robots still. I still have several Lego robot systems that run Linux that you can program and stuff. So I've been wanting to do that for a long time. That is so cool. I love that. How could I do it? How long could I do it? homelab init is, if this is 30 weeks, then I only have 10 weeks for full metal. 10 weeks for full metal and 10 weeks for homelab init. Homelab init is kind of an ongoing thing. I've been doing it forever, man. Here's the thing, though. The beginner boost is going to get smaller next year because there's going to be a point at which it's already done, right? And you just have to go watch the stuff, watch the videos on it and ask questions. And then I could reduce the beginner boost down to an hour, and I could say, go watch the video for this week and we'll talk about it for an hour, and we could have Q&A. And then that would open up more time to work on Full Metal and homelab. I think that's the way to go. I'm super excited about that. I should be finishing up how to read assembly. Yeah, hackers need to know it. There's a million reasons to learn to read assembly. Yeah, you don't have to know how to code assembly, but you should know how to read it. So, yeah, Metal. eBay ThinkPads, yes. Actually, it's cheaper to buy a small scale machine than it is a Raspberry Pi right now that's got 3 times the power of a Raspberry Pi. Still. Yeah, that's what I bought. That's what those machines are behind me. A distro to suppress Metal Gear. Yeah. I need a video editor. This be wonderful with a marker. Yeah, it would be. Yeah, I don't... Look. You know what I wish? I wish that Twitch would take my markers and convert them. Yeah. El Crevo, I know what you're doing, and I need to get to that point. I used to have it so that I could write a command. Most of the time, though, the thought to have the marker happened after the thought. And so I'd have to go back and add the marker to this video, you know? And spending all the time to do those things and to capture that started to distract from the flow of the stream and from my content. Just talking is already distracting from the content. So I'm hesitant to start adding back formality to my streaming in order to add stories and chapters and stuff. If I do anything, it's going to be some sort of Q&A period, in which case I'll take on specific topics and I'll just answer them, because otherwise I'm going to end up giving it up again like I always do. I go through phases. I'll be like 7 hours a day for a month and a half, 2 months, and then I'll be off for 3 months because I'm overworked and not getting, you know, my meals in or my exercise or my water. I think I'm manic depressive, to tell you the truth. I think I am. When I'm high, I'm really high, and when I'm not, I'm really not. I don't know. I might be. Who knows? Reading assembly can be difficult with symbols, yes. Assembly makes a lot of sense once you're writing a CPU, yeah. Well, yeah, and that's one of the reasons I want to do it, is people understand how their computer works, you know, their device itself. That's one of the reasons I keep saying you should learn C. Another thing that would be cool about that is we could put the C here, and we could take, you know what? Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. I had a thought. I have to finish this. Let me go get the latest. I just realized we're going to save a ton of time. Yeah, we're going to save a ton of time. We're not going to learn coding in C. We're going to learn Python and Go. One interpreted language, one compiled language, and then we'll put C. We'll put C into the device. We'll put C into the Full Metal Linux. C belongs here. C and assembly belong in Full Metal Linux. That's where they belong. Because Beginner Boost is for usability. Nobody writes C to use Linux. They write C because they want to make a device driver, or they want to understand it, or when they're learning C, they want to understand the syscalls that are written in C. So understanding the underlying operating system is the C thing. C is everywhere, C is love. It is, but it's not a machine learning person doesn't need to learn a little bit of C. Does a machine learning person need to learn a little bit of Python and Go? Yes. They totally do. So the Beginner Boost is still very much in user land. Does that make sense? It's in user land and get a job and be good with the terminal. But you don't, I always say this, don't learn C unless you want to understand how your computer works and understand syscalls if you want to be a hacker, that kind of thing. So I've been saying this all along. This is very helpful. I really appreciate you guys talking through this with me, because knowing where to cut off the material and put it into a different level has been a real tough challenge for me. I lose sleep over this all the time. And that just really saved us a lot of time. I might actually be able to shave probably 4 or 5 hours off of the Beginner Boost just by dropping the C stuff. Because setting up C, talking about C versus C++, talking about CLang, you know, Muscle, Musel or whatever, versus GCC versus GP, you know, all of that stuff, as well as syscalls, device calls, assembly, that all that stuff goes into Full Metal Linux. Absolutely. And that will actually maybe motivate people to stay with it and maybe, you know, go through Full Metal Linux. Notes about C assembly, make files, stuff like that, like a bunch. Yeah. That was the other thing. I was going to have to cover make files and all of that stuff in the beginner boost. And let's be real, make files, learning make and make file syntax has no business in the beginner boost whatsoever. So what does have a lot of business here is using Python is very much a user land, applies to everyone language. I mean, let's be real, right? Bash, we already learned Bash extensively so that they can make good use of the terminal. And Go is very much just a compiled version of Python at that point, right? So the reason we need to learn Go is we need to understand the difference between compiled code versus non-compiled code. And that is it. For a beginner, that's all they need to know. This code is compiled. Here's what you get for that. You can put it anywhere, but it has to be recompiled, et cetera, et cetera. Python has to have an interpreter. Here's the difference. Here's how they execute differently. You know, rah, rah, sis, boom, bah, go. And C love Python, so they had Go, kind of. And then, I mean, I would rather talk about note-taking with Keg and Zet than I would rather talk about C. I love C, you guys. I absolutely am a huge C fan. It's got a lot of problems, obviously, but we used to do C at Christmas time and work through head for C. I would really like to do that again. I just don't know how. You know what we could do? We could actually work through head for C as a part of Full Metal Linux. We could probably get through it in... God, this is so good. I'm so glad we're having this conversation. Because if we do head for C and then we get that understanding and we're learning to install on hardware. And then homelab init can be advanced networking, setting up DNS, setting up LDAP, setting up your own host systems, SSH tunneling, HA proxy, that kind of stuff. That would all be homelab init stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really, you know what, there's really no reason that you couldn't go from here to here. You could like skip Full Metal Linux and go straight to homelab init, but I'm going to make it a progression. The note taking with Zettel and Keg should be one of the first things we cover. Videos if it can effectively. Yeah. Boolean logic, finite state machines. Yes, that all goes in Full Metal. That all goes in Full Metal. Yeah, I mean, we're barely going to talk about what a byte is in Beginner Boost. The only reason we have to talk about byte and octal is because of Schmod. It's the only reason. Nothing else uses it at the user level. In fact, we could avoid it if we use the symbolic version of it instead of using octal for Schmod. If we decided to not use the octal notation for Schmod and to just use U plus G or whatever, and that's what all the books will teach you, by the way, and it's also safer to do that. Because 755 means something totally different between a directory and a file. If you don't understand the difference, it's better for you to use the letter versions. I don't have to talk about binary at that point. I don't have to talk about bytes. I will introduce the idea of when we do color, we have to kind of talk about ASCII and what a byte is and stuff like that. But we really don't. All we really need to do is say, hey, print this thing if you want this color, and be done with it. We don't have to learn how to count an octal and ASCII and hexadecimal and stuff like that. Actually, we do, because we're going to be covering CSS. Yeah, I know. It seems impossible, right? We're going to cover web development, the least amount of web development possible in the Beginner Boost. Just enough for you to take your markdown and turn it into a website and understand what's going on. So that's going to be really hard, because we're going to cram all of web development into like 4 hours, and that's going to be very, very, very hard. There's no way we're going to get all of it. We're really just going to cover where to go look for stuff. But you have to have some amount of web development to be alive in tech today. I mean, it's just assumed. It's just assumed that you know HTML, period. No matter what you're doing. You could be a C coder, you could be whatever. It's assumed. It's one of those things. PowerShell. You should write PowerShell. Actually, PowerShell, you got to learn PowerShell if you're going to be a hacker. If you're going to be a hacker, you got to learn. It's one of the reasons I changed my career. I was like, no, I'm not going to hack anymore. I'm not going for that. Commit shm remove move C to Fundamental Linux git push. I'm super motivated now to do that. Thank you so much for talking through that with me. Let's finish up this task and make sure this is working, and then I'll be done for the day. So this should be running exec this no problem. VMRC file space, and then we're going to execute the toot file. Yep. Now we should be able to compile that. Go install. Oopsie. Cannot use VMRC variable as a file as string. And it might be actually name. It might be name. I have that, but I got rid of it. Yeah, Kane, I got rid of that. I got rid of that because I fried my router. Actually, the lightning storm fried my router. Through the Cat 5 cable, so Cat 6 cable, I could not even have protected it. It was completely... That's my best guess. I still haven't confirmed that that's what happened, but... So, somebody's asking about my home network. This is my original design, and I had an OpenSense router, and I have a VLAN. I have only these middle ports have access to both the separate VLANs. There's two separate air-gapped VLANs, and I don't have that anymore. So the answer is I don't do that. I spent quite a bit of time another day justifying moving all of this to just use a simple router. And when I do homelab init, I'm not going to have any of this extra infrastructure on any of it. The homelab init is going to be this only, and it's all going to be protected only by my Netgear Nighthawk, and that's it, with a wired connection. This wired connection, I'm not going to have an air gap, a simulated air gap anymore. I'm going to get rid of it. There's a lot of reasons to not do that. So, for example, if you're going to try to do apt pull installs and stuff like that, it doesn't work because you're not natted. And I don't want to set up HTTP proxy. I could have set up a SOX proxy on here and go through all that. I probably should do that, actually. CSD days. I don't do bubble sorts or anything like that. DDWRT. I use OpenWRT. But DDWRT is probably good too. That was a long time ago though. Yeah, I had to re-image my Nighthawk to its defaults and drop OpenWRT when this thing got fried because I couldn't get it to hand out DHCP again. And so I have mixed feelings about this because a part of me wants to emulate a air-gapped network for simulating a really secure enterprise, in which case you'd be running HTTP proxies in between and all kinds of good stuff, right? And then there's another part of me that's like, that's completely impractical. Why the hell are you doing that? And that's how I am right now. Right now, everything's on the 192 network again, and I'm not subnetted at all because I just needed something to work really fast. While I was doing my co-working last week, 2 weeks ago, I set up a root CA, and I had to set up a root CA in three Kubernetes clusters, and I did that, and I fell on my face with trying to do it on my machine here with Minikube. So I brought up some virtual machines of Minikube here, and brought this machine, changed its IP. It's running an old version of Ubuntu right now, but I brought that back up, and now it's got three clusters on it, and a bunch of other pods from Podman. And I was able to set up my root CA and my keycloak on that. And I still have a bunch of shit over here that's not even on right now. When these are on, I can't be in the room. It's too hot. At first it was okay, and then it got way too hot. So I don't know. I'm still thinking. I still want them. I just need to move. We're gonna move probably next year, I hope. And when we do, these are in a separate rack, and so I'm gonna only have one rack of just this rack and this rack. This is where my most storage is, and this is all my big GPUs. So if I want to put my machine learning jobs and put batch on here or something, I can do that for machine learning. And then I can get probably 8,000 CUDA cores on each one of these Tritons. And I know it's old school. I don't know if the drivers will be supported because they're really old. And then these Mac Minis, I don't know what I'll do with them, but I got to put them someplace else. They're just too hot. I like them, but I don't know. I don't want to lose them. Force outbound only. For Saturday, learn keg. We're not doing note taking this Saturday. We're not doing that Saturday. Don't get excited. I am not doing anything about note taking until I have a more recent version of keg up. Yeah, the one that I have now is kind of in the middle. So, Pocket Guide with the Vim Emacs key compare. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely need a good firewall, outbound firewall. I agree. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to deal with... The other reason I want to put a firewall in between is I want to be able to sniff the packets off of it to do packet inspection in order to study IP traffic. That's how I caught the hacker, by the way. It's also how I cracked my wife's password, my ex-wife's password. It was back when Gmail didn't have passwords. Things are okay. I'm glad you're excited. I'm happy it's motivating for you. Can I use VimRC variable? I think it's name, right? Did I take that already? I'm all over the board. I need to get on my bike and be done today. I'm doing horrible things that don't make any sense. OS.file. Let's go read about this one. What does the file struct look like? Create temp, new file, open file. We want to get the name. Yeah, it's name. All right, so vimrc name. Name. I can read about that. Name returns the name. Pass it open. Okay. Go install. Cannot use vimrc. Wait, do I still have a file in there? Oh, right string. Right string. Oh, this needs to be what? Tutorial vimrc. Tutorial.txt vimrc. Tutorial.txt vimrc. Should work. It's not embedding for some reason. Go embed vimrc string. Right string. Oh wait, derp. You reuse the same. Yeah, stupid Rob. I can just reuse the same file here. Yeah, let's just do this. I'll just reuse the variable. I can just reuse them. It's fine. Stomp over them. Go install. You manage switch? Did you? Huh. Do. Oh, wait. Well, I guess I did that wrong. Tut F. vimrc file, vimrc. Okay. Dagnabbit. Where are you? Where are you? There we go. SmartVim. Oh, I think I named the package still SmartVim. Should we call it SmartVim Tut or should we call it SmartVim Tutorial? It's kind of long, huh? What do you guys think? Damn it. That's kind of a long name. Do I do resume reviews? No. We're going to cover resumes though. Yeah, I don't have time. I don't. It's nothing personal. I just don't have time. I'm tired. I'm doing stupid things. All right, Vim Tutor. No, Vim Smart. What is it? Smart Vim Tutorial. Damn it! It didn't work. It opened it. It just didn't write to it. So obviously, I need to write to it before I open it. It must not. You know what? It must not be. I don't know. This is it though. This is all we have to do. Then we just have to finish the tutorial. All right. So let's see if get an account of Smart Vim Tutorial internal. Create temp. Write the file to the tutorial. I have a feeling it's not being flushed. I think that's what's happening. I don't think it's getting flushed. Let's do just a FMT println before we do this. Smart Vim Toot. So that's the program that it's running. Let's go see what's in those files, shall we? We'll disable. Oh, we're not cleaning up our files either. Damn. So those files are still there. Yeah, we got to make sure to clean those up. That's the vimrc file. And that is the other one, which did not write for some reason. So, tutorial. I don't know what's up, why it didn't load it. I don't know. Remove which Smart Vim tutorial. Yeah, temp. Actually, it's not loading the object. My embed's not working for some reason. I don't know why it's not working. And package embed. Embed. Does it have to have a space? I think it might have to have space. I think the space is what's throwing it off. It's not actually doing it. Uh-oh. Oh, damn. What the hell? 13. Oh. There we go. That's what we want. That was a space. Well, now I know. It was a space. It was a simple space. It's making my day bad day. All right. Go install. Oh, perfect. Did you see this? Look at that. That is awesome. So it opened it up and it created a standard file. Watch. Oh, wait. Let's do L to see which file it is. Yes, yes, yes. Look at that. 3.5, whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Paywalls, etc. with links. Yeah, I've done that. I've done that too. It's kind of fun. That's cool. Yeah, that's one of the advantages of using it. The Wall Street Journal, you can get around that one. I know. Sometimes when people depend on JavaScript, it works to your advantage. Most of the time not, though, because then you can't see anything. That's one of those times. So let's actually get rid of... We should probably put something in here besides that. Let's do Smart Vim tutorial. And down here, let's do Smart Vim RC. So those files are there. And then we also need to delete the files. Defer Vim RC file name. I don't think there's a delete. I think you have to do OS delete, and then we have to do name here. I think that's how you have to do it, if I remember right. Is it RM or delete? Well, that's not it. I should have that memorized. I don't. Is it delete? Is it remove? It's remove. Okay. We need remove. Yes, and we put that up here. Others are going to leave temp files around everywhere. Nobody wants that. Go install. And I mean, I tell you what, let's not do that and make sure the files get created. Smart Vim tutorial. There we go. Look at the file. Smart Vim tutorial dash whatever. Nice. That's what I wanted. So that is working. We can actually validate that just by looking at it in runtime. But it will not exist after the program exits. So go install. Smart Vim tutorial. All right, so here we're editing Smart Vim tutorial dash whatever, 62 lines. I can save that to temp foo, for example. I can keep going through it. And we're going to add the rest here. This will be done by Saturday, so I kind of like that we're going to be able to write this as a Go releaser project though, so I'll probably come back to this a little bit today. That's like 7, 8, 9, 10. I might have to get this up today. All right, so we're good. Smart Vim tutorial. So people are going to be able to run this just by doing go install or go getting the release and downloading it. And hell, I could maybe even make a smart. The problem with doing the smart stuff is that it has to be vetted. If you want to add it, so Ubuntu has a place where you can put your apt packages. It can be installed kind of like AUR, but it gets vetted and approved. And I could put this tutorial in there so people could do apt install smart vimgo. I could actually make it so people could apt install it if they want, as opposed to downloading the executable. But downloading the executable is not hard. The other advantage of this is that this would actually work on PowerShell or anything that has Vim, including Windows. As long as there's Vim on there. So if they're using Git Bash, it'll work. They could do the tutorial on that. Yeah, I don't... Does it have... let me just check something. I want to see if there's a Vim tutorial in Git Bash. Nope. So that would be a reason to get it. And actually, it would just be a curl command to get it. It would just be, hey, go download this curl command. And then run it. People are already going to have to check the checksums on it anyway, so that's not, I mean, you know, it is what it is. All right, so let's go ahead and save that. We're going to save this as the initial thing. So I'm going to go ahead and create a release. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do git status. We're going to do this. We're going to do git stash. And git status. Foreign track files. I guess I didn't get them all. That's weird. All right, so GHPR create. No, let's make an issue branch. Git branch. Wait, switch dash C. Initial. Git status. What? It's dash, no? I guess they haven't been added yet, so that's good. Git. Oh, it would have been a stash. It would have to have been a stash, yes. We're using conventional commits. It's an approach. You can go look it up, conventionalcommits.com. Git commit, it's already done. So git push dash u origin initial. It wasn't an issue, so I didn't use the git double issue thing. Why is that having trouble? I wonder if it's trying to log me in as user. Oh, can't do name resolution. My DNS is screwed up. That's not good. What the hell? I don't know what's going on. Once again, my pods are not happy. I mean, the repo stuff was working earlier, so what the hell happened? Huh. I personally don't know what happened. Something happened with my something happened with my GitHub stuff. I mean, it's crazy because the repo stuff is working, so I don't know what's going on there. I think it might be because I renamed it. Oh, that's what it is. Yes, that's exactly what it is. I renamed it. It doesn't know what it is anymore. Yeah. Smart old. I renamed it. I didn't. This is a problem with the rename command. You have to reclone it. Yeah. You can't just rename it, rename the repo. See, I'm still having problems with this. I renamed the repo, but it doesn't exist. Repo list. Grep vim. Yeah. Oh, damn. Why did it name it RWX Rob Dash? Oh, because when I renamed it, I put the dashes there instead of the slash. That is weird as fuck. Alright, so... I mean, let's just make a new one. I can just push the new one. Because it's brand new anyway. So, gh repo delete RWX Rob. Vim tutorial. Yes. I screwed up. 404 not found. Bullshit. Maybe it's not there anymore. GH repo list grep vim. I mean, I could just rename it. I guess maybe that'll work. Repo. I tell you what. I'm trying to unscrew myself up. Move RWX Rob. GH repo rename to smart vim tutorial. Updated origin to remote. Wait, where the hell am I anyway? Oh, right. Okay. Smart vim tutorial. Smart vim tutorial. I'm going to go into old ref.git. Smart vim. Move star to vim smart vim tutorial. Rumder old smart vim tutorial. Git branch. No. Git switch dash C initial There we go. Git add dash a dot git commit dash m feature add initial files. Git push dash u origin initial. GHPR create submit. GHPR merge squash and rebase, yes, submit, and then we pull the latest, git status, and we have the latest. All right, so now what we need to do is add a Go releaser that does not make a dynamically linked library dependency vimgo file or Go file. And that is something I will come up with later. In the meantime, the installer, if somebody wants to use it, they just do go install git.com rxrob /smart vim tutorial at latest. And that'll install this into their binary path. If they have to have go install to install like that. But there you go. And then you can do smart vim go tutorial and you can run the tutorial. God, that was pretty damn fast, huh? So yeah, that's going to work fine. Let's go ahead and grab that command line since I need that anyway. Yeah. Yeah. How do you run an installer from a release, by the way? I mean, that's how you would do it right now, but it's not quite there yet. All right. I'm going to go ahead and raid somebody, and I'm probably going to raid a music streamer, and then I'm going to watch a music streamer while I ride my bike. That's something I've been doing every night these days, so that is what I plan to do. God damn, I got a lot of stuff open. But just to let everybody know, that is the plan. I call it sweat and chat. But it is not the kind of thing that everybody wants to watch, I guarantee you that. But if you want to hang out and just chat and sweat and maybe even do your own workout, we've had people come in to work out and with me. They do their own thing and we do a thing and we listen to music and meet new people on Twitch and listen to music and stuff. So that's the thing you can do. But to the YouTubers out there, thank you for bearing with me. I will upload this video right away. I've been kind of negligent in getting the videos titled on YouTube, but I'm going to go ahead and stop now for YouTube. Talk to you soon.